Chapter 1. Oh, what a sight you are, truly divine. The boy, who had just regained consciousness, opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. After a moment of bewilderment, he swallowed hard and murmured, "Well, there's no ceiling here." Then astonishment enveloped him. Before his eyes danced a scene so ethereal, it resembled a dreamscape, with colors akin to radiant glass, flowing and shimmering, suffused with an otherworldly aura, like the aurora borealis, reminiscent of a heavenly reverie. Brilliant, enchanting, and utterly intoxicating. Even the gentle act of breathing brought an exquisite comfort that penetrated to his very bones. This was the boy's immediate impression upon witnessing the mesmerizing spectacle before him. He soon realized that he was enveloped by a substance reminiscent of colorful glass, dreamy and dazzling, entrancing in its beauty. Though he felt the absence of a mattress, the comfort he experienced surpassed that of any bed. He felt weightless yet profoundly grounded. A sense of tranquility and solace enveloped him, reaching deep into his soul. Warmth radiated throughout. Had he perhaps encountered a rebirth? Hey, wait a minute. I only lived 18 years in my previous life. Couldn't I have arrived a few years later? The boy blinked in disbelief, then smacked his lips. Is this the womb? But it's far too luxurious, almost star-like. It seemed he had mistaken the womb for a hotel. Before long, the boy felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and, soon after, he succumbed to a blissful slumber, enveloped in the intoxicating comfort that surrounded him. The colorful, glass-like substance enveloping him gently swirled, dreamlike and surreal, like a mother's gentle caress. A tender touch. Behind a half-open door lay a pitch-black room, faint glimmers of light flickering within. A slender youth with a delicate visage, appearing to be around 17 or 18, sat before a computer desk, a smile gracing his lips as he occasionally maneuvered a golden mouse adorned with the dragon ball as the emblem. The room remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the glow of the monitor casting a soft light on the boy's face, rendering it partially visible. Before him lay a specially crafted keyboard, each key emblazoned with the likeness of Dragon Ball Z warriors, and the keyboard itself resembled the golden nimbus cloud. The boy stroked his lightly stubbled chin, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, though a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Is it over again, Goku? Until next time. This boy was a die-hard Dragon Ball enthusiast, his greatest passion being the endless re-exploration of the original manga. Though, after his childhood, he had indulged in various anime from the 11th district, including those beginning with H. Dragon Ball remained his unparalleled classic, an insurmountable pinnacle. Stretching his limbs, his well-defined physique strained against his shirt, a testament to the influence of Dragon Ball's muscular aesthetic that he had cultivated over time. Oh dear, another update from Evil Buddha. What a drag, he muttered, clicking on the latest chapter of Dragon Ball's Super Saiyan saga, habitually complaining before hastily consuming the latest update of Dragon Ball's Aoi Leaf Legend. After lamenting the pace of updates, he found his mind wandering. After a brief moment of contemplation, feeling slightly dizzy, the boy stretched again. Then, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Before he knew it, he had collapsed onto the desk, drifting into slumber. In his drowsy state, he glimpsed a shimmering array of colors reminiscent of glass. In the pitch-black, profound, and chilling cosmos, there floated a dreamlike, beautiful planet, surrounded by 4 smaller celestial bodies, each only about 1% of its size, equally enchanting and magnificent. This celestial body was known as King Kai's planet or King Kai's realm. This was the residence of the universe's overseer, the King Kai, and thus was often referred to as the Holy Domain. Mere mortals could scarcely find their way to this vast cosmos, let alone dare to tread upon its sacred ground. Divine, noble, and inviolable, just like the exalted King Kais themselves. On the immense main planet, the light purple sky, formed from a complete atmosphere, remained clear and bright, dotted with a few pale yellow clouds. Below lay verdant grasslands, with nearly 80% of the vast terrain comprising land, only a small portion occupied by shimmering blue waters, where schools of fish frolicked. The land was a harmonious whole, adorned with forests, towering mountains, flowing streams, and vibrant flora and fauna, teeming with life. Amusingly, no matter how formidable a mortal's individual strength, they could never tread upon or even gaze upon this exalted ground of the divine, yet lesser creatures thrived here in simple existence. The air here exuded a sacred and pure essence that could cleanse one's spirit, while simultaneously repelling and annihilating any malevolence or filth daring to intrude upon this sanctified realm. At that moment, upon a patch of grass within the holy domain, a boy with a peculiar hairstyle reminiscent of the iconic King Kai's spiky locks lay on the soft grass, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, surrounded by a gentle aroma of greenery. So, I just transmigrated like this, Kavisar mused, munching on the grass with a hint of annoyance as he rubbed his forehead. It felt like a dream. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself here. The light purple sky was clear and serene, with only a few pale yellow clouds drifting lazily. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, invigorating him. Kavisar perked up. Yet, I never imagined I would end up here. With a flick of his tongue, he spat out the grass, a spark of realization lighting up his eyes, and he maintained his relaxed position, propped up on his arms and legs, slowly levitating into the air. The flying technique. Wasn't this the flying technique? This revelation struck Kavisar like a thunderclap as he recalled instinctively soaring into the air a month prior. And that was not all. Hey, Kavisar, what do you think you're off to? A distant figure rapidly approached, revealing a mature woman with a similar hairstyle to Kavisar's. With a soft thud, she landed, wrapping her arm around Kavisar's neck and lifting off again, her voice rich with feminine magnetism. Didn't I tell you? We're having a barbecue gathering at the boss place today. If you don't come to help, Nancy will whine about not having enough to eat again. As a King Kai, how can you be so forgetful? Woo! Kavisar exclaimed, his eyes rolling back as he was whisked away, resembling a kite being tugged along. King Kai, a deity. And he was, in fact, a King Kai himself. Upon realizing this, Kavisar nearly lost his composure, fighting the urge to hurl his shoe at the portly visage of the Grand Kai. Transmigrating into Dragon Ball was one thing, but to end up as a mere King Kai, he could have at least been a lowly earthling, capable of brushing shoulders with the original characters. Instead, he had become a seemingly worthless King Kai. Reflecting on the original series, especially the Buu saga, where King Kai's lackluster performance left Goku, Vegeta, and even Gohan showcasing their prowess while he merely served as a background figure at most, a clown eliciting shock and admiration, Kavisar felt tears welling up, mortified at the thought of his rooster-like hairstyle. It was a disgrace to be so humiliated. The night sky sparkled with stars. Kavisar gazed expressionlessly at the four figures before him for deities. The Grand Kai bore a hearty smile, his visage round and jolly, with plumpness evident in every part of his being, exuding a benevolent aura as he munched on some delicacy, radiating a divine glow. The South Kai was bare-chested, his muscular form brimming with sinewy strength, his face a mask of eager ferocity, undoubtedly capable of taking on the role of the moon's representative in the later Dragon Ball saga, vanquishing villains while showcasing his physique. The North Kai, tall and slender, similarly sported a rooster-like hairstyle, yet he meticulously groomed himself. Kavisar thought to himself that, given his own unfortunate fate, he might have to forego the habit of looking in mirrors, for the North Kai wore a perfectly composed smile, even in the same attire as Kavisar, which he couldn't even muster the energy to criticize. And then there was the West Kai, Caxi. Though the West Kai-shin, Giexica, is an indomitable beauty with a figure so exquisitely perfect that even her somewhat tattered Kai-shin attire cannot conceal it, she is also an unabashedly heavy drinker. At today's bonfire gathering, she is, as always, thoroughly inebriated, and at this moment, she has thrown her arm around Kavisar's neck, exhaling a pleasantly intoxicating breath of alcohol, and says to him, "Have you truly decided to select your divine attendants so early?" Haha, Giexica, I suspect Caxi is seeking a divine attendant because he can hardly endure your antics any longer, remarks the South Kaishin, who, while indulging in roasted meat, is curiously exercising his biceps with a stone bell, much to Covey Sierra's silent admiration. However, despite the seemingly modest size of the stone bell in South Kaishin's hands, it has been imbued with his divine power, transforming it into a material of extraordinarily high density, weighing significantly more than one might expect, perhaps even rivaling the weight of Mount Everest. Drenched in sweat and laughing heartily, the South Kaishin points at Jiexica, who is holding Covey Sierra, and teases, "Look at Caxi's face, it's as red as the frog droppings from Sadola Star." Madwa, could you refrain from such bizarre comparisons? The North Kaishin interjects, not entirely pleased, his exquisitely handsome face elegantly refined and somewhat ethereal, frowning slightly as he delicately picks up a vividly red morsel from the grill. "Oh," Jiexica, her cheeks flushed from drink, smiles alluringly as she tightens her grip on Covey Sierra, pressing his small face firmly against her ample, soft, and elastic right breast. Jiexica's voice, already rich with feminine allure, becomes even more intoxicating under the influence of alcohol, leaving little to the imagination. "Is it truly as Madwa says, little Caxi?" Jiexica squints her eyes playfully. "How could that be?" Although Covey Sierra finds himself a bit dazed by the overwhelming softness enveloping him, he is certainly not foolish enough to utter anything akin to despair. With righteous fervor, he exclaims, "Sister Jiexica is so beautiful, kind, and gentle. How could I ever feel that way?" His voice, muffled by the plush embrace, sounds somewhat muffled. Upon hearing this, Jiexica is pleased and affectionately strokes Covey Sierra's head, her laughter causing his face to quiver. Truly, it is remarkably resilient. To be honest, even though Covey Sierra was not particularly reclusive in his past life, he remained a virgin, having yet to encounter that special someone who would make his heart race. Thus, when the South Kaishin commented on Covey Sierra's flushed cheeks, it was indeed sincere. Covey Sierra felt as if his heart might burst from excitement, even though at this moment he no longer possessed a heart. The inky dark night and twinkling, shimmering stars are phenomena that cannot naturally coexist, for the Kaishin realm never truly experiences nightfall. Here, the seasons are eternally spring-like, with blossoms blooming daily. Every fleeting moment is a paragon of comfort, and the very air flows with a purifying essence for the soul. There is no sun here. Such a lowly celestial body as a star holds no place in the vicinity of the Kaishin realm in this elevated dimension. Only the vast expanse of the underworld, which blankets the universe, is worthy of connection. The starlit sky witnessed during the bonfire gathering was merely conjured by the Grand Kaishin, utilizing his divine powers to enhance the ambience. Observing the extraordinary feats of the Grand Kaishin and his companions over the past few days, Covey Sierra often felt that the East Kaishin from the original narrative, portrayed as rather weak, would be incapable of such accomplishments. Covey Sierra yearned to inquire about the battle power of the other Kaishins, as well as the extent of their ki, yet he found himself devoid of any reference points without a unit of battle power. Reaching any conclusions was utterly impossible. One day, a spark of inspiration struck Covey Sierra, and he eagerly approached the Grand Kaishin to inquire about the strength of the Frisia clan, recalling that the old Kaishin had once claimed it would suffice to eliminate Frisia with a mere finger. The Grand Kaishin responded that he had no knowledge of what the Frisia clan was, leaving Covey Sierra bewildered. Could it be that Frisia's clan had yet to even lay a single egg? Thus, matters of battle power were essentially shelved for the time being. And so, Covey Sierra remained in this paradise-like realm for 2 months, until he could no longer bear the solitude and earnestly expressed his desire to the Grand Kaishin to venture into the outer universe in search of his suitable divine attendant, while also broadening his horizons. "Since you have made your decision, before departing, go and bid farewell to the Mother Goddess," the Grand Kaishin said with a warm smile, though his chubby visage invariably reminded Covey Sierra of the rotund Maiden Beau. Yet, Covey Sierra was certain that this plump Grand Kaishin was not the same entity absorbed by the original Maiden Beau in the narrative. The reason is simple. Covey Sierra had witnessed the original East Kaishin's dismal portrayal in the manga Surely. This East Kaishin was far more dashing than that fellow. "How delightful!" Cavasser exclaimed. The Grand Kai, with a subtle smile, soared into the sky. followed by the voices of the other Kais resonating in the ears of their respective realms. Cavasur is preparing to depart. Let us all gather at the well of the Mother God. The term Mother God referred not to a deity akin to themselves, but rather to a space connected to the cores of the 5 Kai planets, a sanctum at the very heart of the positive universe, where the essence, blessings, spiritual energy, and beauty of this realm converged. All past Kais had originated from this place. Unlike mortals, the exterior of a Kai's form might resemble that of a human. Yet their essence diverged entirely. Their divine bodies lacked any of the organs typical to living beings. Instead, they housed ethereal substances as exquisite as dreams. Furthermore, their minds did not contain a brain in the traditional sense, but rather a radiant essence akin to the aurora borealis. This luminous phenomenon represented their divine spark. Previously, Cavasur had been influenced by stories and believed that the fabled divine spark was akin to a gem. It was only later that he realized such a thing growing in one's head was not a stone, though he currently possessed no head. Initially, he found it challenging to adapt, but he soon ceased to concern himself with such particulars. Upon their inception, Kais naturally awakened certain abilities and memories, akin to how a newborn on Earth instinctively begins to breathe and swallow without instruction. However, Cavasur emerged with a blank slate, leaving the other, more seasoned Kais to exchange glances and provide him with rudimentary lessons. In truth, Cavasur's learning pace was rather sluggish. Even now, he had only acquired a few essential techniques, such as instantaneous movement, albeit in an incomplete form. Before long, Cavasur accompanied the Grand Kai to a sacred stone well nestled at the foot of a towering mountain on the Grand Kai planet, radiating a divine aura. Each Kai is permitted to bring a single divine attendant into the well of the Mother God during their lifetime, granting their attendant a profound cleansing and transformation in that dreamlike realm where all Kais were born. Soon, the other Kais arrived. In the Kai realm, it was customary for Kais to refrain from using instantaneous movement as a sign of respect for this hallowed domain. Honestly, why are you so eager to venture outside? The West Kai, who shared a close bond with Cavasur, chided him, expressing her views that while the universe beyond held its merits, many places were murky and disheartening. Lacking the comfort of the sacred realm, Kawizel found himself in a state of helplessness. Unlike other Supreme Kai, he was truly a youth hailing from the great heavenly dynasty. How could he possibly remain cooped up here day in and day out? In truth, he was not specifically seeking out any divine attendance, but merely wished to venture outside for a stroll, perhaps to stumble upon something intriguing. For instance, Kawizel was eager to discover whether there were still scions around, the status of Earth, the azure planet that held so many of his emotions, and whether the Ice Clan had indeed yet to come into existence. How far had they drifted from the narrative? The universe was vast beyond measure, with countless splendid civilizations akin to grains of sand along the Ganges. Surely, there were fascinating locales that would satisfy the Supreme Kai's tastes. Brother, I yearn for a sister. The Supreme Kai has arrived. Chapter 3. The galaxy you seek is not in service area. The universe is an unimaginably vast concept. For the average person, all that they can see and traverse falls within the bounds of the universe. Even the territories that their ancestors had traversed for generations cannot escape the scope of the universe. The origins of the universe are wholly untraceable. One might as well consider it to have existed for billions upon billions of years. In any case, the universe is older than anything else. This has led to the proliferation of life and races throughout the universe, akin to grains of sand over the eons, giving rise to several civilizations of brilliance. They ventured forth from their home planets, traversing the vast expanse of the cosmos, passing by alien worlds and domains, gradually fading into obscurity. Ultimately, their resilient descendants would refer to them as the ancestors of prehistoric civilizations, such as the essence of the universe. In this cosmic expanse where all primordial materials converge, there exists a highest dimension, transcending all others, the realm of the Supreme Kais. Here, 5 Supreme Kais, birthed from the essence of the universe, oversee the cosmic regions of East, West, South, and North, aside from the Grand Supreme Kai. However, the universe is simply too immense. Even the Supreme Kais lack the capacity to oversee it all. Thus, the role of the Kai emerged, which Kawizel perceived as akin to that of a secretary. Upon pondering the notion of a secretary, his thoughts drifted to the depiction of the North Kai in the original narrative, a plump, cerulean face adorned with round sunglasses and 2 appendages resembling the antennae of an Namekian. Kawizel found his complexion paling at the thought of office temptations, suddenly devoid of desire. At this moment, our esteemed East Supreme Kai was conversing with the North Supreme Kai on an ordinary planet in the East universe. This planet boasted a flourishing ecosystem but had yet to evolve any humanoid intelligent beings. What? Kawizel exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the North Supreme Kai as if witnessing a remarkable entity, incredulously asking, did you just say that each of the 4 Supreme Kais, East, West, South, and North, has 10 secretaries? What is a secretary? 10 Kais? Kawizel's mind struggled to comprehend this situation. Was there truly a cadre of 10 East Kais assisting him? This had never been mentioned in the original text. Wasn't there supposed to be only 1 Kai for each direction? At this moment, Cavasur felt a subtle sensation, as if he had traversed realms. Hero, are you certain you haven't made an error? Is it truly 10? Caviezel sought to confirm once more, pondering whether it could merely be a figment of his imagination. How could I possibly be mistaken? The North Realm deity was displeased. He had always approached matters with utmost diligence, and it was utterly preposterous for Caviezel to question his recollection. Nevertheless, it was challenging to express anger towards this difficult-to-deliver treasure. His fifth brother, the various realm deities at home cherished Caviezel, particularly the West Realm deity, Jexica. The North Realm deity elucidated, the universe is boundlessly vast. Even as realm deities, equipped with divine powers, it is impossible for us to exert such immense effort managing the cosmos incessantly. Hence, it is essential to have several realm deities to assist. He recounted that the last time, Madwa, the South Realm deity, had suggested to the Great Realm deity the need for additional realm deities to lend a hand. After speaking, he patted Caviezel's shoulder. This reasoning appeared quite plausible, prompting Caviezel to stroke his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He looked up at the North Realm deity with sincere anticipation and inquired, "Ah, North, could you possibly request your realm deities to assist me in locating a planet? Is the planet you seek within my northern universe?" The North Realm deity inquired with a furrowed brow. Of course, Caviezel mentally added, having perused the original text. However, his anticipation was genuine. Visiting Earth was indeed one of Caviezel's significant objectives for this excursion. Previously, while scanning my universe with divine thoughts, I had heard a mention of a fascinating planet from a highly advanced extraterrestrial being. This was clearly a moment of whimsical exaggeration. Caviezel pondered deeply, reflecting that although his journey through time may have commenced somewhat prematurely, considering the vast age of Earth as a celestial body, it must have indeed come into existence by that point. In his reminiscences of watching the animal world at home, the narrator frequently spoke of events occurring millions of years ago. Surely, he could not have been transported to the narrative's original timeline, which spans several billion years past. Could he? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. The North Kai watched Caviezel with evident skepticism, questioning whether he truly intended to expend such considerable effort scanning the cosmos. It is worth noting that employing divine powers to scan the universe is an exceedingly arduous task, draining immense mental fortitude. Even for himself, conducting a comprehensive scan of the northern universe would necessitate intervals of scanning and resting, requiring nearly 10 attempts to achieve completeness. Of course it is true, Caviezel exclaimed, his expression one of indignation, as if to say, "How could you doubt me?" The North Kai fixed his gaze upon Caviezel, who reciprocated the stare, contemplating whether his old friend might be lacking in goodwill. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, the North Kai sighed deeply, a blend of exasperation and amusement evident in his demeanor. "I must insist that you at least disclose the name of the planet you seek. You ought to describe its characteristics as well. How can I assist you in your search when you merely glare at me?" Caviezel, flustered, quickly replied, "It is called Earth. Or perhaps the ETH? After all, who knows if Earth prefers a different name?" The North Kai grimaced as if in pain, but nonetheless raised his right hand, extending his index finger to rest against his temple. He then spoke, "As for the 10 kings of the northern universe, I am the North Kai. Please assist me in locating the planet known as Earth." Caviezel gazed at the North Kai with an expression of eager anticipation. After a moment, the North Kai, with a peculiar look, asked Caviezel, "Are you certain this planet exists? Perhaps Earth is not even called by that name anymore." Caviezel, somewhat prepared for this inquiry, promptly responded, "It is a beautiful azure planet," and added, "The land-to-sea ratio is 3-to-1. Indeed, he was referring to the Earth of his previous life. After all, both planets shared the same name. With that, he continued to wear an expectant look. The North Kai felt that sending Caviezel on this quest was a questionable decision, yet with a resigned expression. He contacted his 10 other Kais to relay Caviezel's description once more. A few minutes passed. "Such a planet does exist," the North Kai began, but before Caviezel could interject, he continued, "However, there are dozens of similar ones, making it impossible to ascertain which you mean." Dozens? Caviezel's heart sank. Even searching through them one by one would take an eternity. Suddenly, he recalled something and exclaimed to the North Kai, "Ah! The one I seek is located on the fringes of the northern galaxy." After saying this, Caviezel couldn't help but commend his own cleverness, feeling rather astute in his moment of inspiration. All enthusiasts of the Dragon Balls knew that the Earth depicted in the series was merely an inconspicuous little planet nestled within the northern galaxy. The North Kai looked at Caviezel with grave seriousness and lamented, "I suddenly feel that allowing you to venture out was a grievous mistake. The Grand Kai was far too hasty." "What's wrong? We just got past that joke," Caviezel replied, momentarily taken aback, waving his hand dismissively. "Let us check the northern galaxy. It's on the outskirts, which should help narrow down our search, right?" The North Kai, with a heart full of sorrow akin to that of a primary school teacher witnessing a lackluster student, replied, "You should at least wait until you have acquired some basic knowledge before embarking on your cosmic journey alone. Hey, what is really going on?" Caviezel sensed something was amiss. "You mentioned northern galaxy just now," the North Kai continued. "Indeed, the Milky Way is divided into 4 quadrants, north, south, east, and west, each overseen by one of us. The Grand Kai is the foreman, is he not? However, if memory serves, there are numerous star systems throughout the universe, yet there is no system known as the galaxy. Kawizel suddenly felt that perhaps this jest had gone a tad too far. Chapter 4. A god must learn to savor life in the Eastern Universe, on the planet Darrow. This is a beautiful world, appearing from the vast, dark expanse of space like a luminous pearl radiating a green glow, a sight to behold. Upon a verdant slope, an unexpected figure emerged. He sported a light purple crest atop his head, his complexion pale, with delicate and handsome features. Dressed in a casual long-sleeved shirt and loose-fitting trousers. Complemented by a pair of comfortable sneakers, he bore the semblance of a spirited athletic youth, if one were to overlook the jarring incongruity of his peculiar hairstyle. This was none other than our esteemed Lord of the East, Kawizel. His attire, conjured through his divine prowess, was a stark contrast to the rather drab and unappealing garments of the king of the worlds that he would never deign to wear in the presence of others. Kawizel had mastered the art of transforming objects with his bare hands. The original narrative's younger king of the East could even materialize the hardest metal in the universe from thin air, and for Kawizel, altering his clothing was a trivial feat. However, such abilities were limited to items he had previously encountered, for the creation of something entirely new was an impossibility. As for the bothersome hair atop his head, Kawizel had contemplated with great yearning the idea of simply changing it. Having witnessed myriad fashionable hairstyles during his past life on Earth, he had longed for striking red locks. Yet, upon his arrival here, he felt no one would mind. Nevertheless, he suddenly deemed such a transformation unnecessary. If it were a familiar acquaintance, he could not perpetually maintain a new hairstyle upon returning to the realm of the kings. He would eventually have to revert, lest he face the ire of his fellow kings, for in their eyes, such a hairstyle represented the pride of a king. Conversely, when it came to strangers, mere passers-by, there was no need to concern himself with their opinions, was there? We are beings of authenticity, utterly unrestrained. Kawizel rested his hand on a nearby ledge, gazing into the distance at the lush greenery surrounding him. Indeed, the flora of this planet was quite impressive. The rigors of interstellar travel were exhausting, and he mused about the necessity of acquiring a spacecraft. After bidding farewell to the King of the North, Kawizel embarked on his solitary journey across the stars. Following his conversation with the King of the North, he had gained a clearer understanding of his situation. It appeared that he had transcended the narrative timeline by an unfathomable distance, far exceeding the intended plot. The thought was terrifying. The galaxy had yet to be born, and Earth was still at the embryonic stage. Tears welled in Kawizel's eyes, for he had traversed realms with great difficulty, only to find himself so distant from the storyline. Even as a king, he could not possibly live for such an eternity. Regret lingered in his heart. Yet it seemed that even the planet Mexing was but a mere fragment at this point, as the original plot predominantly unfolded within the confines of the Milky Way. Oh, we are but ancient beings, indeed. A spark of inspiration ignited in Kaviser's mind. It seems that there exists a concept of a time machine in the original work, does it not? Kavisel's heart ignited once more with fervor. After all, having ventured into the world of Dragon Ball, it would be utterly unsatisfactory not to immerse himself in the unfolding narrative of the era. He was, after all, an unwavering admirer of Goku in his previous life. Obtaining an autograph would be splendid. A photograph would be delightful. Setting aside his fleeting thoughts, Kavisel devoted himself to exploration. He traversed the vastness of the cosmos, his mind swirling from the relentless shifts of teleportation. Now, he found himself on the planet Sidro. No, how could one squander the prime of youth on mere teleportation? It was nothing short of a travesty. Kawizel was fervently eager to construct a spacecraft. In his previous life, he had harbored immense envy for Goku's splendid spacecraft that journeyed to Namek, a vessel replete with all manner of amenities, ensuring a delightful experience of leisure and indulgence. Just imagine the joy of traversing the cosmos in such a magnificent ship, now that he had been reborn as a god of destruction. It was imperative to embrace the essence of divinity. Rather than languishing in idleness, he resolved to seize the day. After all, he had not been reincarnated as a scion, reveling in the thrill of battle. Instead, his thoughts had been occupied with the notion of violence incessantly. Upon reflection, not being a scion was not so lamentable. As a professional deity, relaxation was indeed his primary vocation. Nonetheless, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy for the super scions in their strikingly impressive forms. Kaviser's greatest childhood aspiration was to transform into a super scion, with its stunning physique and striking hairstyle. The allure of those tattered garments, ripped from fierce battles, only added to the charm of such a transformation. With a melancholic sigh, Kaviser tousled his hair and patted his cheeks before soaring into the sky. Initially, he had mistakenly believed his flying prowess to be a form of levitation, when in reality, he lacked the key necessary for such a technique. His ability to fly stemmed from a unique skill that harnessed the divine energy within him, a principle that also applied to his ability to manipulate objects. Even the formidable South Kaishin, renowned for his combat skills, excelled in channeling his divine energy into offensive capabilities. Kaviser had a general understanding of South Kaishin's abilities, having observed his constant brawling. However, he remained largely unaware of the Grand Kaishin, who seemed to spend his days indulging in food, exuding a benevolent demeanor that concealed any formidable strength. Cavasser couldn't help but speculate whether this rotund figure was a mere illusion. Yet, he remembered the grand description of the Grand Kaishin as the god of gods from his previous life, leading him to suspect that the Grand Kaishin might indeed be the most powerful of all. As Cavasser soared through the skies, his mind wandered aimlessly. He seldom resorted to instantaneous movement unless absolutely necessary. After all, he was not devoid of limbs. Why would he wish to traverse the expanse in a mere blink? Robbing himself of the joy of flight? At this moment, as he glided gracefully, he allowed himself to drift into reverie, appreciating the scenic vistas and inhaling the refreshing essence of nature. Life, after all, is meant to be savored. Ah, is that a semblance of a city? Cavasser, with his exceptional vision, spotted a clearing amidst the woods, hinting at the presence of human habitation. Yet, the atmosphere seemed to resonate with the rhythm of primitive existence. Could the inhabitants of this world truly possess the ingenuity to construct spaceships? Cavasser harbored doubts about a civilization erecting a city within such untamed wilderness, struggling to envision the emergence of a spacecraft from this setting. Suddenly, from within the primitive city ahead, a flying object ascended gracefully before abruptly accelerating upwards, piercing through the atmosphere and vanishing from sight, leaving behind a faint trail of white smoke that pointed towards the heavens, quickly dissipating. I just said nothing. Cavasser felt a bead of sweat trickle down. However, he was relieved to have discovered the spacecraft. No longer would he need to scurry about, which would be beneath his dignity. What if they refuse? If they truly decline, Cavasser could only respond with a dismissive chuckle. Chapter 5. The power of a high-tech planet. The following day, a spherical spacecraft resembling a volleyball emerged from the planet Zidalo. Upon his first encounter, Cavasser was filled with skepticism regarding its ability to fly. Initially, he anticipated that acquiring this borrowed vessel would require considerable effort, perhaps even necessitating some less-than-noble tactics to secure it. However, upon arriving at the city that seemed to harmoniously blend technology and nature, he was approached by a being of peculiar appearance. This creature circled around him, scrutinizing him intently, and finally pointed at Cavasser's hairstyle and the distinctive earrings adorning his ears, babbling excitedly. After employing a modicum of divine power to communicate with these uniquely formed Zidalo aliens, Cavasser soon realized they had recognized him. Or rather, they had discerned the traits of the Supreme Kai. Yet, perhaps due to his lack of formal attire, the Zidalo inhabitants were initially uncertain. It was only when Cavasser transformed into his official garb that their expressions brightened, and they bowed repeatedly, exuding joy and honor at his presence. It turned out that several years prior, a superhero had emerged from Zidalo, single-handedly thwarting an alien invasion and sacrificing his life to save the entire planet and its denizens. Following his death, due to his remarkable contributions, he was recognized by Eastern Supreme Kai and groomed as an exceptional cosmic warrior, essentially being recruited as a combatant. This superhero maintained contact with some kin and old friends on his home planet, as the Supreme Kai himself operated from a mobile telephone booth. The people of Zidalo had heard of the Supreme Kai's visage from the fallen hero in the afterlife, and Cavasser's own distinguished demeanor undoubtedly contributed to their recognition. This narrative seemed reminiscent of Goku's own experiences, did it not? Cavasser rubbed his temples, striving to suppress the urge to gaze upon the rudimentary equipment within the spaceship. Aside from the primary control console at the forefront, the entirety of the facilities consisted merely of a singular bed and a peculiar spherical object resembling a refrigerator, albeit with a capacity far exceeding that of any refrigerator Cavasser had previously encountered. Forcing himself to disregard thoughts of Goku and his companion's vessel, Cavasser, with a touch of discomfort, pressed his right index finger against his temple. Moses, is this the East Kaishin? Cavasser cleared his throat, a customary gesture before a meeting with the higher-ups. Mental communication proved to be quite convenient, and a response swiftly emerged from the other end of the psychic connection. Is this the East Kaishin? We have long heard from the Grand Kai that you have finally made your appearance. What brings you to us? In an instant, a cacophony of voices surged into Cavasser's mind, creating a buzzing sensation that was somewhat irksome. Enough. I am currently on a cosmic journey, rather, an expedition within your jurisdiction. Let someone else speak. With a sweeping gesture, Cavasser interrupted their incessant chatter. Ahem, esteemed Kaishin, you are presently within my domain. After a brief moment of silence, a resonant baritone voice echoed in Cavasser's ear. Cavasser, preferring brevity, directly stated, "All right, help me find the coordinates of the nearest and most technologically advanced planet." Upon mentioning coordinates, Cavasser recalled having seen the cosmic coordinates of Earth from the Dragon Ball universe while perusing forums in a past life. However, such knowledge held no significance now. After all, the Milky Way had yet to be born, making discussions of Earth utterly irrelevant. Cavasser sat upon the imposing chair at the main control console, its rigidity suggesting it was crafted from solid timber. How miserly of the Sidroans, would it truly be an insurmountable task to procure a genuine leather seat? Before Cavasser lies a somewhat opaque glass, through which the vastness of the cosmos can be vaguely perceived, shrouded in an inky darkness. He feels a distinct lack of faith in this glass, crafted by the woodsy Sidro people, especially considering the potential calamity if it were to shatter. Although Cavasser possesses the ability to endure the vacuum of space, The memories of his previous life on Earth render him somewhat apprehensive in this alien environment. The endless blackness, peppered with distant pinpricks of light, hints at celestial bodies light years away, far beyond his reach. Moreover, the absence of gravity in space exacerbates his disorientation, as every direction feels like both above and below, driving him to the brink of madness. This sensation is far worse than the utter confusion experienced in a desert, where at least the firm ground beneath his feet and the azure sky above provided some semblance of orientation. In contrast, here in the cosmos, he's at a loss as to where to place his feet. Thus, Cavasser resolves to expedite the upgrade of this dilapidated vessel, enlisting the help of his 10 devoted secretaries, particularly since he need not concern himself with their salaries. Lord Kaishin, there exists a planet of advanced technological civilization at the cosmic coordinates D24C13, approximately half a light year from your current position, one of his aides reports. Half a light year? Cavasser replies, his expression unchanging. Just tell me how long it will take to reach it at my current speed. It is estimated to require 3 months and 9 days. The aide responds cautiously. That long. Cavasser muses, stroking his chin, rolling his neck, and stretching his wrists with a sigh. I suppose I must exert myself a little longer. D24C13 is in this direction, correct? With that, the spherical ship, zipping through the dark expanse of space at over twice the speed of light, vanishes with a swift whoosh, only to re-emerge far ahead, then disappear again, repeating this sequence of vanishing and reappearing. Time becomes indeterminate as Cavasser drifts into a drowsy stupor, piloting the ship in a state of fatigue when it abruptly materializes once more against the backdrop of the starry void. A sudden brilliance assaults his eyes, compelling him to squint and wave his hand, mumbling incoherently. Wow, what a magnificent moon. Lord Kaishin, you have arrived. The voice of the Kaishin echoes in his ear. Huh. Cavasser snaps back to reality, gazing through the semi-transparent glass at the enormous, luminous planet before him. Have I truly arrived? Having utilized instantaneous movement so many times. It is merely half a light year, so of course, you arrived swiftly, the Kaishin replies, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I have never encountered such a peculiar Kaishin who prefers to travel by spaceship after mastering instantaneous movement. Whoever said that driving while fatigued is ill-advised? Cavasser retorts, a smirk on his face. Look, I have quietly reached my destination while dreaming. He rises, stretching luxuriously, feeling a sense of pride. With a blink, he finds himself there. Truly a stroke of convenience. At that moment, the planet before him erupts into an expanse of red light. Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified flying objects detected. Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified flying objects detected. Suddenly, the spacecraft of Cavassil was illuminated by flashing red lights, leading him to momentarily believe he had entered a bar. A cold, mechanical voice resonated within the ship. Warning. You have unlawfully intruded into the space domain of Hitai Star. Your spacecraft's permissions have been revoked and will forcibly land in the 33rd landing zone of the 9th Military District. The warning repeated relentlessly as Cavassil observed the chaos unfolding around him. Goodness, the technological standards of this planet are indeed extraordinary, he thought, feeling a headache as he realized the control panel of his spacecraft was rendered entirely useless. The ease with which they commandeered his ship's permissions was disconcerting. I really should consider acquiring a different vessel, Cavassil remarked earnestly, only to witness his Vineball spacecraft plunging into the atmosphere. Through the glass, he could faintly discern what appeared to be unmanned combat drones escorting him. Is such blatant rudeness permissible simply because of advanced technology? Cavassil remained unfazed, for he knew that once he touched down, he could easily teleport away. Moreover, his divine form was impervious to the feeble attacks of mere firearms or artillery. He often pondered whether the so-called king of the realm in the original narrative was a mere imitation, as its weakness was utterly embarrassing, frequently depicted as being bloodied and battered by lesser foes. Attention, preparing for landing. Disarm and submit to inspection. Attention, preparing for landing. Disarm and submit to inspection. The mechanical voice finally altered its phrasing, yet it remained as cold and unyielding as ever. Cavasser gazed through the viewfinder at the gradually enlarging continent, which appeared to be enveloped in a desolate landscape. However, amidst the arid expanse, an incongruous cluster of white edifices emerged, presumably the notorious 9th Military District, as Cavasser's spacecraft descended steadily. The white structures magnified swiftly before his eyes. He discerned a vast, open square below, meticulously adorned with an array of fighter jets and similar contraptions. At that moment, numerous humanoid figures clad in mechanized armor stood on the ground, brandishing what seemed to be firearms in anticipation of his arrival. Amongst the throng of mechanical warriors, only 2 genuine humans were present, donning uniquely styled attire resembling military uniforms, topped with peculiar military caps. They raised their heads, adorned with transparent visors displaying a flurry of fluctuating data. General Kikalu, the target is about to land. Should we proceed with a direct assault? Inquired the subordinate, whose demeanor clearly indicated his subservience. The visor continuously flashed various data, alongside an enlarged image of the rapidly descending unidentified spacecraft. General Kikalu scoffed disdainfully. reflecting that it had been ages since an alien vessel dared intrude upon the territory of Haytexstar, and now it was such a pitifully inadequate model? Have those extraterrestrial beings truly forgotten the terror of our Haytech people? He thought. There is nothing to deliberate. Those who dare provoke us shall be eradicated. As he scrutinized the spacecraft, resembling a green, bulbous sphere, disdain escaped his lips. Understood. His subordinate nodded in comprehension, raising his gloved right hand to make a subtle gesture. Instantly, around 100 metallic warriors, glinting with a cold sheen, elevated their helmets. The black visors flickered with an array of data before an assortment of weaponry, including cannon barrels and laser guns, emerged from their mechanical forms. With a swift motion, the subordinate commanded, and a cacophony of sounds erupted, bangs and whirs, as a multitude of mini-missiles surged towards the plummeting green sphere. Additionally, vibrant beams of red, yellow, blue, and purple laser lights illuminated the scene, exuding an air of sophistication and might. Time seemed to freeze as all weaponry converged upon the vicinity of the green sphere. Then, with a resounding explosion, the lackluster spacecraft erupted into an unremarkable display of fireworks. Pathetic, General Kikula sneered, when suddenly, peculiar characters materialized on the lenses of both him and his subordinates' visors. These were the script of Haytexstar, conveying the message: life forms aboard the vessel have suddenly vanished. Confirming once more, no life signatures detected in the target area. General Kikulu smiled serenely, asserting, "This serves as a minor warning to those restless extraterrestrial factions." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the scene behind. Kawizel exuded a faint violet glow, floating nonchalantly in the air. He let out a sigh of relief. His facial expression suggested that he was not particularly troubled by the situation. Casting a distant glance at the remnants of his destroyed spaceship, he mused, "You forced my hand into thievery, so do not blame me for being ruthless." Before drifting away leisurely, the radiance enveloping him was a protective layer of energy he emanated using the divine power of the King of the Universe, capable of reflecting and evading any external forces. In Kawizel's words, it was akin to a protective aura, indeed. However, as a seasoned veteran well-versed in fantastical narratives, he understood that such an aura was not invincible. If the external force were sufficiently potent, this protective aura would be inadequate. For instance, he had never witnessed Goku's tenfold Kamehameha during his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, but merely imagining it made him certain that it would be beyond his defenses. Goku's formidable martial arts experience, combining the techniques of Kaioken and Kamehameha, was no trivial matter, especially considering his even more terrifying move, the Dragon Fist Explosion. Nevertheless, when it came to merely obscuring the detection signals of certain technological civilizations, Kawizel felt no pressure at all. Thus, he meandered leisurely across this planet, which was under constant surveillance. "You needn't concern yourself with me. Carry on with your duties," he said to East King No. 1 before hanging up. This planet was indeed quite expansive, and one could easily discern that its technological civilization surpassed that of the previous planet, Sidro, significantly, a fact evident from the scarce greenery visible on its surface. Caviezel discreetly descended into a narrow alleyway of a seemingly modest city perched high above. It is said that such a phenomenon can only be discovered in cities of this average caliber, as they have nearly vanished from the bustling metropolises. Caviezel effortlessly evaded various detectors and the gazes of passers-by, making his presence felt in this city. He strolled about with an air of nonchalance. Through careful observation, Caviezel noted that every individual in this city, from children to the elderly, wore a luminous circular badge adorned with peculiar patterns upon their chests. What could it be? Caviezel pondered with curiosity. However, fortified by his protective aura, akin to invisibility, he felt no trepidation. After meandering for a while and gathering the information he sought, Caviezel exited the city temporarily, arriving at the edge of a barren wasteland. A bounty notice? A female? As he walked, he stroked his chin in contemplation, realizing that the items adorning the chests of the citizens resembled identification cards. Those lacking such an item would be swiftly detected by the monitoring system and immediately pursued. Global surveillance. Caviezel shook his head, utterly bewildered. What a heartless planet this was. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention at his feet. A chubby yellow mouse emerged from the earth. Its rotund form rather endearing, albeit its yellowish-gray fur rendered it somewhat disheveled. With its bright, expressive eyes, it surveyed its surroundings, exuding a hint of distress and trepidation. Caviezel stood beside the little creature, observing it with keen interest. Suddenly, the small mouse squeaked, and to Caviezel's astonishment, a faint white light enveloped the little yellow mouse, expanding and growing until it filled the space. As the light dissipated, it revealed a girl kneeling on the ground. She had long golden hair, and her beautiful face was smeared with dirt, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Her attire, resembling a tattered magical robe, was in disarray, with the buttons at her collar completely undone, exposing her astonishing figure. She maintained the posture she had as a mouse, her pert backside facing Caviezel. Indeed, whether in this life or a previous one, Caviezel could have sworn he had only encountered such scenarios in novels. innocent maidens with youthful visages, and their adorably clueless expressions. While reading, he had not thought much of it, but now, experiencing it firsthand made him swallow hard. Chapter 7. The maiden named Celia Cavasier gazed in exasperation at the girl before him, who was utterly oblivious to her appearance as she voraciously devoured the food before her. Her golden hair, now dust-laden, and her delicate features, smudged and grimy, only added to her unkempt appearance. She was fervently consuming the food that the great King Kai had procured from a nearby city without regard for his status. Are you saying you are not from this planet? The young sorceress nodded vigorously, continuing to stuff her mouth. Are you a sorceress? She kept nodding, her cheeks full. You mean to say that you accidentally activated a magical formation in your master's laboratory and inexplicably arrived on this planet? She nodded again, her mouth still full. And because you lack identification, the locals have mistaken you for a criminal? She nodded once more, but then choked, her face turning crimson as she patted her chest. Cavasier sighed and offered her a cup of water. So, to avoid capture, you transformed into various animals using magic? Cavasier placed a hand on his forehead, feeling that such occurrences seemed rather implausible in the realm of Dragon Ball. Magic? As an ardent fan of Dragon Ball, Cavasier was well aware that in the original story, the character Majin Buu was created by his progenitor, Bibidi, who was referred to as a grand sorcerer by the East Kai. Thus, in this world of Dragon Ball, anything was conceivable. Much like One Piece, it was filled with countless possibilities and excitement. However, a magical formation capable of traversing the cosmos? Such a feat seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary sorcerer. Even Bibidi's son, Babidi, when traveling to Earth, adhered to the conventional means of using a spaceship. Was this girl's master more powerful than Babidi? Cavasier cast a peculiar glance at the enchanting magical girl, his mind conjuring the grotesque visage of Bibidi, causing him to shudder. This could not be. Moreover, Bibidi should not belong to his era. In his current time, even the concept of a galaxy had yet to emerge. The ancient texts of the King Kai's realm contained no mention of warriors like Goku, suggesting a disheartening temporal gap from the original narrative. As Cavasier pondered these thoughts, he noticed a pair of exquisite earrings adorning the girl. Cavasier came to his senses and discovered that the young girl had unexpectedly leaned closer to him, her captivating, sparkling eyes fixed intently upon his ears. Is that so? The corners of Cavasier's mouth twitched. As the current positioning of the two was undeniably delicate and fraught with unspoken implications, Cavasier was casually seated on the ground, one hand propped behind him in a relaxed manner. The young girl, eager to catch a glimpse of Cavasier's earrings, approached in a crawling posture. Though still youthful, her ample chest was almost touching Cavasier's. Cavasier felt a surge of embarrassment as he discreetly swallowed. To be honest, apart from the encounters with the Supreme Kai of the West, he had never experienced such stimulation in his entire life. The Supreme Kai had always given him a sisterly impression, even when his face was often forced into intimate contact with the soft, bountiful bosom of the Supreme Kai's elder sister. He would merely blush without harboring any deeper thoughts. However, the allure emanating from this youthful, captivating figure, a quintessential loli with an irresistible charm, was almost overwhelming, especially when she innocently pressed close to him in a strikingly seductive manner. Who could resist? Thankfully, Cavasier's unique divine constitution allowed him to regain his composure in time. The little lowly magician gazed at him for a while, her sparkling eyes gleaming even brighter, and she couldn't help but reach out to try and remove one of Cavasier's earrings. As Cavasier gazed closely at the young girl, her visage was exquisitely delicate, porcelain-like in its fairness. Her captivating large eyes sparkled as if they concealed a mesmerizing crystal deep within their depths. The golden strands of her hair radiated youthful exuberance, while her tattered robe could scarcely conceal her enchanting figure, which exuded vitality and warmth. Cavasier marveled inwardly, yet thought, no matter how beautiful you may be, you shall not lay claim to my earrings. Cavasier leaped back abruptly, as if startled, clasping his hands over his ears and declaring with righteous fervor, "This is our sacred pledge to safeguard our honor." Simultaneously, a peculiar sense of foreboding washed over him, as if the scene before him were reminiscent of a long-forgotten memory, igniting a subtle unease within him. The notion of honor? The little girl blinked innocently. I meant my life. Upon hearing my life, her face suddenly drained of color, and she clutched her hair in alarm, exclaiming, "Oh no, in my haste to eat, I forgot to transform into a small animal. Those wicked individuals will surely discover me now." Cavalier's mouth twitched involuntarily as he watched the little girl roll on the ground, her expression one of utter despair. Was this the consequence of prolonged transformation into an animal? "It's all right. They won't find you," he sighed, massaging his forehead. "What do you mean? You have no idea how malevolent they are. No matter where I hide, they will track me down. Only by transforming into an animal can I evade them." The little girl spun in circles, her anxiety palpable, before abruptly falling silent, deep in thought. But why is it that they can't find me when I become an animal? Yet, she soon resumed her frantic pacing, tears streaming down her cheeks, exclaiming, "What will I do if I'm caught? What will I do? I assure you, it will be fine as long as you don't stray too far from me. Cavalshire decided to change the subject, noting the girl's innocence, which was shockingly naive. In simpler terms, her obliviousness could rival that of a magical staff. He mused before inquiring, "By the way, what is your name?" "Huh, I'm Celia, and I'm already 16 years old." The little girl paused her frantic movements to introduce herself, puffing out her chest with pride at the mention of her age, prompting Cavalshire to turn his head away in amusement, as if reaching the age of 16 were a monumental achievement. "And you, peculiar older brother, what is your name?" Celia asked curiously. "My name is Cavalshire, and I am 20 years old." After a moment's reflection, Cavalshire added his past life's age, reasoning that in this life, he was scarcely 2 years old. After all, his appearance bore little distinction from that of a 20-year-old. "Wow, that is so impressive. You're already 20. Celia," the little magical girl, looked at him with admiration. Cavalshire could only stare in disbelief as he glanced up at the overcast sky, noting the desolate greenery of this planet. Due to an overwhelming emphasis on technological advancement, the sky appeared chaotic, and the inhabitants of this world seemed entirely indifferent to the aesthetic charm of their surroundings. Everything beneficial to ecology and humanity had been mechanized, resulting in a lamentably sparse greenery on this planet. The sky, too, seemed engineered, its composition meticulously recalibrated by the planet's supercomputers, albeit with less than pleasing aesthetics. Cavasil shook his head, utterly disillusioned by the coldness and lack of charm exhibited by the inhabitants of this planet. He glanced at the little girl, Celia, who stood up and brushed off the dust from her clothes, and asked, "So, don't you wish to return home?" "Home?" Celia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced in front of Cavasil, her bright eyes twinkling. "Brother Caxi, can you take me home? I miss home so much. I miss my master. This place is so frightening." "Not a problem," Cavasil replied with a charming smile, placing his hand on Celia's shoulder. Instantly, a surge of divine power enveloped her, casting a gentle glow around her. Celia gazed in awe at the light emanating from her body. As the radiance faded, her tattered magical robe vanished, replaced by a simple yet elegant version of Cavasil's past life as female casual attire. Cavasil was not so cruel as to exploit the innocent and naive nature of a girl to satisfy his own base whims. "Wow, Brother Caxi, are you a magician too?" Celia exclaimed in surprise, though her attention soon shifted, her mind racing as if it were on par with the legendary Sun Wukong. "Let us go. If you want to return home, we first need to acquire a spaceship," Cavasil said, maintaining his hand on Celia's shoulder before they vanished from their location in an instant. Chapter 832-87 To be candid. In his previous life, Cavasil was an ardent admirer of Iron Man, Tony Stark. This admiration stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, Stark's extraordinary genius in science, and secondly, Cavasil's deep-seated envy for Stark's incredibly stylish Iron Man suits, exorbitantly expensive yet undeniably cool. Thus, when Cavasil decided to raid a spaceship, he resolved to abduct a scientist as well, demanding that they craft several Iron Man suits for him. It would be a travesty to visit such a high-tech world without indulging in this fantasy, especially in light of the hopes of countless Iron Man fans from his former life. He was not fighting this battle alone. Consequently, he decided to have the entire spaceship customized to his specifications. Cavasil stroked his chin in contemplation. "Brother Cassie, where shall we procure a spaceship?" The charming young girl Celia blinked her beautiful large eyes, gazing at Cavasil, who was lost in reverie. At that moment, the two of them floated in the sky, enveloped by Cavasil's protective halo, rendering them invisible to the outside world. No matter how advanced the technology of this planet, they would remain undetected. Cavasil inquired whether the young girl Celia could fly. She replied that her magical energy had been nearly depleted and required time to replenish. Moreover, even if she possessed magic, she had no means of procuring a broomstick. Cavasil, feeling somewhat perplexed yet enlightened, cheerfully asked Celia if she was aware of a place called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The little girl shot him a disdainful glance. Asserting that magic was not something that could be easily imparted, it necessitated one-on-one instruction between a master and apprentice. This was not merely to prevent the dissemination of a wizard's unique techniques, but primarily because, without the dedicated guidance of a mentor, mastering magic was exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. The intricacies and profundities of magic are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, it is quite challenging for a magical teacher to extend their attention to more than one student. Hence, the notion of a magic academy was met with scorn by the little girl. However, Cavasil paid little mind to her disdain, for this narrative was neither a blend of genres nor a tale of time travel. He found her eye rolls endearing, exuding a charming innocence that elicited a smile. Additionally, the girl's pure-heartedness led her to affectionately call him Brother Cassie shortly after their acquaintance, which brought him considerable delight. Certainly, this could also be attributed to the divine aura that surrounded Cavasil, instilling a sense of trust and warmth. Indeed, where would one go to capture him, rather? Where would one find a kind, benevolent, and helpful scientific uncle? The two stood suspended in the air, enveloped by Cavasil's divine power. Untroubled by the cold or the thin atmosphere, he gazed down at the scattered urban landscapes below, pondering thoughtfully. Yes, it was vast here, How could he possibly locate those vessels known as flying ships? Little Celia, too, felt a pang of worry for having been away from her homeland for so long. She began to long for home. She missed the soup made by her master and expressed her concern, stating that the people here seemed fierce and quite formidable. Cavasil cast a glance at the petite girl nestled in the crook of his arm. Celia's ample and supple bosom pressed against him, creating a sensation that was utterly intoxicating. I am not attracted to Lolis. I am not attracted to Lolis. I am certainly not attracted to Lolis, Cavasil fervently repeated in his mind. He contemplated various approaches while dismissing those that seemed impractical. With a resigned sigh and a wry smile, he ultimately conceded. It appears I must resort to employing the powers befitting a deity. Celia, held closely by him, gazed at Cavasil's profile, her expression one of confusion, as she struggled to comprehend his words. As Cavasil focused his thoughts, he stirred the divine power within, establishing a connection with his mind. Instantly, his consciousness expanded outward. The body of the Eastern Realm King was molded from the primal forces of the universe, and the divine power they wielded was indeed the essence of the cosmos. Although scanning the entirety of the Eastern universe was somewhat taxing, Cavasil, as the esteemed king of the Eastern Realm, regarded the minuscule planet, insignificant in his eyes, without a hint of concern, despite it being 4 times the size of Earth from his perspective. 3287 opened her eyes. She found herself in a small room, reminiscent of a prison cell, furnished with nothing more than a bed. For reasons unknown, her form appeared as that of an 11 or 12-year-old girl, standing at a mere 1 meter 30 or 40 centimeters tall, presenting a petite and delicate figure. Yet, the faint indifference etched upon her brow was starkly incongruous with her charming appearance. Gazing through the soul glass window, she beheld a dark expanse outside. This particular glass was designed such that one could see in from the outside, but not the reverse. However, 3287 was aware that behind this barrier lay countless sterile laboratories, filled with monotonous data and even more monotonous machinery. The space was crammed with an array of complex, dazzling high-tech devices, both large and small, each one a pinnacle of advancement. Various virtual projections simulated experiments, generating the most probable outcomes through the supercomputer of the research facility. Numerous individuals clad in white lab coats moved about expressionlessly, engaged in their tasks. Initially, the scientists here were natives of the Haytake planet. But following its rapid technological ascendancy and aggressive colonization of other worlds, a multitude of bizarre extraterrestrial beings, all scientific prodigies, had joined their ranks. Yet, these alien geniuses maintained a respectful distance from the little girl confined within the cramped room, for she was a greater anomaly, a more formidable scientific talent than any of them. With an impassive demeanor, 3287 descended from her diminutive room and donned a white lab coat, slightly smaller in size, immersing herself in the relentless cycle of research and experimentation. It was only after her mind began to throb from exhaustion that she was granted permission by the facility's supercomputer to return to her small quarters. The other scientists regarded her frail figure with a mix of awe and pity. Whenever this young girl participated in their scientific endeavors, regardless of the discipline, their research velocity skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Her scientific aptitude was terrifyingly exceptional. However, she was merely an experiment, the only successful product following 3,286 failed prototypes. To date, none of the subsequent experiments had yielded success, with the latest failure being the 18,795th. With a soft click, the door, an incongruous element in this high-tech environment, swung open. The girl hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Instantly, numerous pinhole surveillance cameras activated on the ceiling, monitoring 3,287's every movement. Paying them no heed, she climbed onto her bed, lay down, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she gradually succumbed to slumber, seemingly overwhelmed by fatigue. At that moment, a minuscule black dot, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, began to move across the floor. It was a tiny fragment that had fallen from 3287 when she opened the door. Astonishingly, it was a minuscule version of herself, reduced countless times in size. The anti-detection device functioned flawlessly, and the temporary shrinking pill worked without a hitch. As did the substitute robot. 3287 glanced back at the sleeping substitute robot on her bed. In that fleeting moment of opening the door, she had successfully exchanged herself for the shrunken replica while simultaneously activating her anti-detection device, transforming into a minuscule form that resembled mere dust. In her heart, 3287 scoffed at those foolish beings attempting to surveil her. If they desired to create a scientific prodigy like herself, they ought to be prepared for the consequences of their actions. Although she was indeed under their watch when in her bedroom, executing her own desires during work hours was child's play. Even her fellow scientists could hardly comprehend the creations she produced or the blueprints she drafted. All she needed to do was feign failure in her experiments. The miniature 3287 activated her auxiliary thrusters and began to drift about, seemingly in search of something. Eventually, she arrived at a specific spot on the floor of her bedroom. She gently landed, her tiny palm pressing against the cold surface. It appeared she had triggered some mechanism. Instantly, a small black circle emerged on the floor, resembling a sudden portal. 3287 leaped through. The black hole sealed behind her. This dark circular opening was a sophisticated miniature artificial wormhole, connecting to a hidden laboratory somewhere beneath the planet, evading all forms of surveillance. In the silent laboratory, a circular spacecraft rested quietly, though not massive in appearance. It emanated an aura of advanced technology. The vessel was entwined with an array of colored wires, red, white, green, yellow, blue, and purple, interconnected with various machines in the lab, which flickered with faint luminescence, while electronic screens displayed a constant stream of cryptic symbols. It was as if a new existence was on the verge of being born. Chapter 9. The Abduction of the Genius Scientist Girl. Haytake Planet, Research Base, Upper Levels. A corpulent middle-aged man from Haytake stood before a multitude of electronic screens, glancing at a dedicated monitor displaying the serene form of 3287, peacefully resting on her bed. In front of these screens, a group of aliens dressed in specialized work attire busily operated various machines. Has 3287 been productive today? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Yes, Lord Phil. One of the staff members stood up, bowing slightly, and proceeded to deliver a routine report. With 3287's assistance, we have achieved significant breakthroughs in 133 key research projects over the past 7 days, including the 8th Gene Optimization Project, the development of the 27th generation of spacecraft, and solutions to various issues in the 23rd generation of interstellar weaponry. All right. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, evidently uninterested in the incomprehensible jargon. All he needed to know was that 3287 had once again delivered tangible benefits for them. Gazing at the figure 3287 on the screen, the middle-aged man envisioned a future where the advanced technology of the Haytake star would conquer the entire universe. How splendid that would be! The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration through him. In an undisclosed underground laboratory, 3287 returned to her normal size and approached the machinery surrounding the spaceship. After a brief inspection revealed no apparent issues, she moved to the front of the vessel. Tilting her head upwards, a flicker of excitement momentarily broke through her usual indifference. Yet, that spark quickly dimmed. She understood all too well that, despite having secretly constructed this ship far surpassing the so-called 27th generation spaceship, she could not pilot it away from this despairing planet. She was acutely aware of the planet's formidable power. Long before she could breach the atmosphere, she would be obliterated by the very weapons she had developed. The dream of creating a wormhole generator capable of facilitating her escape was a distant fantasy. The minuscule wormhole she had previously utilized was the pinnacle of her capabilities under such stringent surveillance. Moreover, activating a wormhole of that magnitude would inevitably attract attention, leading to her discovery and execution before she could escape. Despite the grim reality, 3287 found herself unable to resist the temptation. She reached out to caress the cold, metallic surface of the spaceship, tears welling in her eyes. The desire to construct such a vessel, to discreetly evade all scrutiny, and to dedicate over 2 decades to this endeavor, all while living in constant fear of being discovered, weighed heavily on her heart. She yearned for freedom, to live according to her own will, to sleep when she wished, to eat when she desired, to indulge in peaceful slumber each night, to experience the life beyond the laboratory, to engage joyfully with others, to make friends, and to share her burdens. With a soft thud, the tears finally fell. She had even given herself a name, a true human name. Yet, deep down, she recognized that all of this was merely an unrealistic fantasy. Each awakening was met with the numbing grind of labor, and each slumber was laced with anxiety over the emergence of a superior success product that could render her obsolete in silence. After a while, 3287's expression returned to its usual indifference, or perhaps numbness. Just as she was about to turn away, a seemingly frivolous voice broke the silence. Hey there, would you like to explore the outside world with your big brother? 3287 turned sharply, her gaze landing on a youth with an unusual hairstyle accompanied by a girl who could be deemed beautiful. The boy, appearing to be around 17 or 18, regarded her with a cheerful smile. Taken aback, 3287 studied the peculiar-haired boy before calmly inquiring, "What do you mean? Brother Covey, where is this place?" The beautiful girl beside the odd-haired youth suddenly spoke, her curious gaze darting around the laboratory, particularly lighting up at the sight of the spaceship that would never soar into the cosmos. Brother Covey, is this what they call a spaceship?" she exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the vessel. A slight frown crossed 3287's brow. "Please, not now." Covey, with an air of displeasure, swatted Celia's hand away from the spaceship before turning back to 3287 with a sunny grin. "What I mean is, I'll take you away from this dreadful planet. And in return, could you help me build a spaceship of my own?" Celia pouted and quietly huffed, casting a sidelong glance at Covey, her adorable nose scrunching up. Yet she remained silent. Constructing a spaceship would be a trivial task, but why should I trust that you possess the ability to take me away from this planet? 3287 asked, her brow furrowed in skepticism. "Furthermore, it seems you know about me." "Ah, I overheard some conversations from people who were at the place you came from before. Covey replied, scratching his head, seemingly embarrassed about eavesdropping, though his expression conveyed no such shame. He waved his hand dismissively. It's obvious, deep down. You must want to escape from here. Unmoved, 3287 fixed her unwavering gaze on Covey. Caviezel found himself unaccustomed to the gaze of the little girl before him. He could not resist the urge to lightly tap her on the head, snorting, Do you require proof of my capability to take you away? That is quite simple. Just as 3287 was still bewildered by the fact that this individual had knocked on her head, Caviezel had already placed a hand on her shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished from that place. High above the planet Haytake, the cold wind howled, and small patrolling machines could be faintly seen in the higher altitudes. Suddenly, two figures materialized out of nowhere. The usually indifferent 3287 was taken aback, instinctively clutching Caviezel while gazing down at the swirling clouds and the city clusters below that resembled dark spots. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Caviezel, filled with disbelief. How had they suddenly appeared here? There was no wormhole in sight. How could this person accomplish such a feat? Oh no, there were patrolling and surveillance machines everywhere outside. 3287, realizing the gravity of the situation, spoke to Caviezel with an urgency she had never felt before. Are you referring to those machines? Caviezel, without lifting his gaze, pointed upward. When 3287 looked up, she saw two unmanned patrol machines gliding by, completely indifferent to their presence, merely a few dozen meters above them. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? How could the flawless patrol machines fail to detect these two living beings? She had personally participated in their development. Although she had not exerted herself fully, there was no way such a malfunction could occur. 3287 abruptly turned her head, gazing incredulously at Caviezel, who wore an expression that suggested he found her alarm amusing. Before she could process what was happening, the scenery around them blurred, and when she regained her senses, she found herself back in the familiar underground secret laboratory. So, do you now believe in my ability to help you escape this planet? Caviezel said with a hint of pride in his smile. I can completely shield this planet from any instruments of detection and assist you in gathering materials to complete the spacecraft. With my ability to teleport, once the ship is nearly finished, I can transport us and the ship beyond this planet, even to other worlds. He finished, gazing at 3287 with anticipation. The once indifferent little girl, 3287, was now utterly astounded, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Chapter 10, The Emergence of the Super Scion 4. A day and a half later, the colossal silver-white planet Haytake quietly floated and rotated in space. Countless flying vessels darted in and out, as if engaged in an immense interstellar war effort. Half a light year away, a round spaceship appeared bizarrely in the pitch-black cosmos. Though not large, the spacecraft was entirely silver, gleaming with a noble metallic luster, and its design was exceptionally elegant. Inside the ship, in the main control room, 3287 stepped away from the console and walked to the large viewing glass at the front of the ship, gazing blankly at the distant silver light. That was the planet Haytake, the very place she had desperately sought to escape, now so near. What do you think? Caviezel approached, standing alongside the girl like 3287, both gazing into the vastness of the starry sky beyond the enormous glass. What do you mean? 3287 momentarily failed to respond. Caviezel smiled, gesturing towards the distant silvery glow. The sensation of freedom after leaving the confines of a cage. 3287 paused for a moment, her gaze becoming dreamy as her small hand brushed against the cold glass. Feeling an unfamiliar warmth within her heart, she gently nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she murmured, It seems rather delightful. At this moment, the curious eyes of little Celia wandered to the intricate machines, captivated by the dazzling array of data dancing across the luminous screens. She longed to reach out and touch them, yet hesitated, biting her finger in a state of perplexity. 3287 let out a sigh of relief. Stretching languidly before approaching Celia's side, she pressed a button on the control panel, causing the entire console to descend slightly, perfectly positioned for comfortable operation. Casually, 3287 tapped a few buttons on the luminous screen, and soon the spaceship resonated with a series of soft sounds. As Caviezel and Celia exchanged puzzled glances, 3287 helplessly pressed a few more keys, and a three-dimensional projection materialized before them. It depicted a spacecraft undergoing rapid transformation, morphing from a modest circular shape to an elongated form, extending various components until it ultimately resembled a peculiar crescent-shaped vessel. Its volume had seemingly increased 5- or 6-fold. One could only marvel at how 3287 managed to fit such numerous components into that small spacecraft. Caviezel stared, utterly astonished, at the transformation of the spaceship beneath the holographic projection of himself, his gaze toward 3287 resembling that of one beholding a living monstrosity, a freak of nature. To clarify, there are no provisions aboard this vessel. Why did you not mention this sooner? It seems I shall have to laboriously employ teleportation. I wonder why you didn't say anything while on the Haytake planet? Celia, and I could have gone to procure some sustenance. Brother Covey, Celia mused. I believe Sister 3287, such a peculiar name, must be eager to depart as swiftly as possible, hence her reluctance to allow you to waste time on gathering food. Moreover, this ship lacks refrigeration. Any food you might acquire would be of no use. After all, I never truly expected to escape that planet aboard this vessel. How far is it to the next planet with decent technological prowess? Opening the star map. Ah, there. Yasi planet. Its technological capabilities are, in my view, rather mediocre. Yet the materials required for constructing a spaceship should be attainable. It lies approximately 1 light-year away. 1 light-year, then. Let us go for it. Clenching her fist heroically, while Celia showered her with metaphorical petals. Thus, amidst the lonely and tedious expanse of the cosmos, there appeared a peculiar crescent-shaped spaceship, suddenly vanishing and then re-emerging at a distant point ahead. The spacecraft of Cavasser gracefully descended onto the relatively verdant planet of Yashi, with its formidable capabilities, rated at 3287. The vessel's stealth features were impervious to detection by a planet of this caliber. Naturally, the detection and defense systems, also crafted by the hands of 3287 under optimal resource conditions, would surpass the current capabilities of this spacecraft, easily revealing its presence. After all, this vessel was constructed by 3287 in secret. It is foreseeable that in the days to come, 3287 will enhance this already advanced craft even further. With her intellect and innate talent, given the right resources and time, she possesses the ability to transform this crescent-shaped oddity into a veritable fortress of the cosmos. This was precisely what Cavasser desired. In a desolate landscape, after the spacecraft landed, it activated its cloaking system. The central section of the crescent-shaped spacecraft opened, revealing Cavasser 3287. And Celia, are you certain the inhabitants here will not discover our vessel? Cavasser queried, shielding his eyes as he gazed across the barren expanse. This planet, in truth, was quite vast. 3287, petite in stature and without raising her head, replied nonchalantly, according to the data copied from the planet Haytek. Yashi's technological prowess is insufficient to detect even my rudimentary creations. As she spoke, the young girl fiddled with a peculiar watch on her left wrist. With a click, 3287 pressed a button on the watch. Instantly, her diminutive form began to float gently. Finding it awkward to be carried by Cavasser, she hastily devised a compact anti-gravity device. This apparatus requires the user's DNA. Upon being worn, it can interpret the user's brainwaves to facilitate flight. The direct consequence of 3287's invention was Cavasser's fervent request for her to create several more of these remarkable watches. Although he could fly himself, he had a deep-seated fondness for science fiction and harbored an enthusiastic curiosity for gadgets reminiscent of Doraemon's secret tools, relishing the idea of collecting them for amusement. Regardless of their practicality. What a proud little girl. Cavasser shook his head and wrapped his arms around Celia's slender waist, preparing to take flight. Celia, unaccustomed to such high-tech devices, felt no particular discomfort in being carried by her brother Covey. Just then, a curious sensation pierced the air. Cavasser furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward a distant point in the sky, his eyes sharp as lightning, as if penetrating the vast emptiness of the universe. In that fleeting moment, a powerful, unfathomable aura suddenly surged from afar. It was a fleeting presence. This was undeniably a form of biological energy, rather than a colossal power source utilized by machinery. The aura that prompted immediate vigilance from Cavasser, the esteemed god of the realm, was anything but commonplace. What is it, Covey? Celia asked, noticing Cavasser's abrupt stillness, her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed his unusually grave expression. Though Cavasser often appears frivolous, this demeanor stems from his past life's personality. Nevertheless, having served as a Supreme Kai for an extended period, he possesses an inherent aura of authority, imbued by the divine energy that envelopes him. Please wait a moment, he said with a smile, gently patting Celia's head. He then lightly tapped his right index finger near his temple, establishing a connection with the Kai of the East. Did you sense that powerful presence just now? Cavasser inquired. The East Kai promptly replied, Yes, my Lord Supreme Kai. That aura is indeed formidable. Please investigate it for me, Cavasser requested, his brow furrowing slightly. For he felt a sense of responsibility in his role as a Supreme Kai. Should it be a threat to the universe, he would not hesitate to wield his powers to eliminate it. Understood, my Lord Supreme Kai, the East Kai responded. At that moment, a mildly displeased voice echoed from the heavens. What are you doing? Hurry up and come here. Cavasser hurriedly embraced Celia's soft form and ascended into the sky. This planet lacked the formidable capability to install identity devices for each citizen and implement global surveillance, akin to the Haytek star. Or perhaps this planet possessed such potential, but simply chose not to exercise it. Who could truly know? In the sky, Cavasser cradled Celia's fragrant and delicate body, soaring alongside 3287. Now, tell me what modifications you envision for the spacecraft. What enhancements would you like to incorporate? 3287 inquired nonchalantly, adhering to their agreement. he would assist Cavasur in departing that planet in exchange for crafting the desired vessel. Ah, this. Cavasur's eyes sparkled with intrigue, ready to respond. When suddenly the voice of the Eastern King resonated. Lord of the realm, we have located it. Oh, pray tell. Cavasur squinted, intrigued. What? 3,287 turned. Puzzled by Cavasur's seemingly enigmatic reply. Cavasur gestured for her to wait a moment as he continued to listen to the report from the East King. The East King elaborated. This occurred on a planet that retains its primitive allure, adorned with only untamed forests and fauna, devoid of any human presence. The bearer of that aura is a young man with long black hair, his upper body partially cloaked in red fur, complemented by a crimson tail. He exudes a certain malevolence, though it quickly dissipates. Upon hearing the East King's description, Cavasur momentarily froze in midair. The attributes described seemed eerily familiar, causing his eyes to widen as a towering figure of an idol flashed through his mind. Impossible, impossible. I should be in an ancient era that predates even the existence of the Milky Way. Cavasur shook his head repeatedly, murmuring to himself, leaving Celia in his arms utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what her brother was rambling about. Oh no, it appears he has sensed my probing and has actively shielded himself from my scrutiny. The East King's anxious voice suddenly broke through. Cavasur was momentarily taken aback, but soon a faint smile graced his lips. Well, it seems you have no further role in this. A one-sided exploration was relatively straightforward. Moreover, that peculiar aura did not seem too far away. Just a moment ago, Cavisur's spiritual sense had quietly locked onto that energy in the ether. Ah, my friend is certainly not the typical incompetent deity of the narrative. Even if you were indeed a Super Scion 4, it would be impossible for you to detect the divine awareness of our esteemed Kai. Furthermore, if we were to speak of Scions, it is worth noting that the Eastern Kai has asserted they lack the ability to survive in space, as that planet harbors no humans, and consequently, there can be no spacecraft. Yet, how did he find himself there? Did he inadvertently stumble upon a cosmic wormhole? Regardless, it is not an insurmountable distance. With a spaceship, it should merely take a fortnight or so. Let us prioritize ensuring the spacecraft is in order. TSK. I do hope there will be a delightful surprise awaiting us. Chapter 11. The Grand Operation of Spaceship Construction. On the planet Yashi, in the Fidela district, one of the 6 major super cities, the bustling streets were filled with throngs of people and an array of luxurious hover vehicles. Various magnetic roadways crisscrossed the cityscape, while numerous small flying mechanical law enforcement units floated methodically through the air, each fulfilling its designated role. Little girl 3287 strolled along the vibrant thoroughfare, accompanied by the seemingly idle Cavasur and the wide-eyed Celia, who gazed around with unabashed curiosity. Cavasur, what is that? Cavasur, look, that person is quite peculiar, giggled Celia, tugging at Cavasur as if she were an inquisitive little sprite exploring the world around her. 3287 led the way into a superstore, which was extraordinarily vast, showcasing a plethora of goods beyond counting. Now, aside from that rather inconsequential gravity chamber, what else do we need? The little girl navigated effortlessly through the aisles of mechanical and electronic merchandise, deliberating over her selections. Cavasur detained the little girl Celia, who was eager to join the bustling crowd in the distance, and pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about crafting some specialized combat suits? They should be lightweight and flexible, yet provide substantial protection. Quite a simple task. 3287 nodded in agreement, retrieving seemingly inconspicuous components from the shelf. Continue, she said softly. Gene repair fluid, to create a healing device that can mend injuries. Yes, proceed. Let us also construct a few training rooms on the ship. Perhaps integrate them with the gravity chamber. Yes, go on. We must not neglect entertainment facilities, such as a luxurious bathroom, bedrooms, a gymnasium, and a swimming pool, among others. Please continue. Thus, Cavasur followed the frantically shopping 3287, keeping a watchful eye on the dazed little Celia while enthusiastically listing his desires. By the way, Cavasur interjected, stopping 3287. With hopeful anticipation in his eyes, he asked, could you forge a few suits of iron armor for me? He proceeded to elaborate on the characteristics of the Iron Man suit in detail. The young girl, 3287, looked at Cavasur with an expression of dilemma, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Can even you not create it? Cavasur gazed at 3287 in despair, wondering if Tony Stark truly was an anomaly beyond comprehension, to the extent that even this remarkable scientific prodigy could not replicate his work. 3287 nearly choked on his words. What are you saying? She exclaimed, glaring at Cavasur with discontent. However, are you certain you want me to create something so toy-like? I can do it. But I propose we enhance the combat-oriented robot you previously mentioned by adding a mode that mimics the iron suit you just described. How does that sound? That would be splendid. Cavasur exclaimed, revitalized, his eyes sparkling. Oh, and the intelligence system you mentioned earlier must be installed, connecting all mechanical devices aboard the ship, including the super robot, to minimize the clutter of control panels within the spacecraft. I can hardly comprehend such things. It would be much more convenient to issue commands directly to the AI. That is indeed a commendable idea. I shall consider it. 3287 regarded Cavasser with newfound appreciation, realizing that he was capable of proposing constructive suggestions, despite his earlier nonsensical remarks, which had been utterly outdated. If they were to proceed, she was determined to execute the tasks to the best of her abilities, ensuring a more spacious and comfortable ship. Cavasser chuckled, patting the arm of Celia, who had linked herself to him. Isn't that right, Celia? I don't quite understand, Celia replied, her eyes swirling in confusion as she shook her little head. But it sounds impressive. After rummaging through the supermarket for a while, the girl like 3287 led Cavasser and the others to the checkout. She produced a small card from her pocket, and after a brief scanning process, a beep signified the completion of the transaction. Cavasser, burdened with a hefty haul, followed 3287, accompanied by the giggling Celia. As for the source of their funds, Cavasser was only aware that the prodigious girl, 3287, had returned with a card after a brief outing. They soon located a device resembling a computer, and after a flurry of activity, a long string of nines inexplicably appeared on the card. While passing through a narrow alley, Cavasser reached behind his back and tapped the assorted items he bore. Instantly, a surge of divine energy enveloped them, and these items vanished into thin air. It is essential to note that Cavasser's divine power was merely the fundamental force of the universe, allowing him to effortlessly create a micro-subdimensional space, effectively serving as a portable storage solution. He had no qualms about playing the role of a porter. Thus, for nearly a month, they resided aboard the ship for a few days at a time, venturing out to gather materials as needed, before retreating once more to their concealed vessel. 1 month later, Cavasser surveyed the nearly completed aspects of the spacecraft with a sense of satisfaction. He strolled through the opulently luxurious lounges, murmuring in admiration. He passed by the spacious, bright, and rugged training facilities, equipped with an array of exercise apparatus, and again expressed his approval. He walked past rows of highly effective medical machines, still nodding in appreciation, and he meandered through a wardrobe brimming with various attires. From the specially designed battle suits he desired to an assortment of dazzling casual and leisure garments, eliciting yet another approving murmur. Finally, he arrived at the chamber housing the super robots. "Welcome, Mr. Cavasser," a mechanical female voice resonated from the miniature speakers embedded in the walls of the spacecraft. As the safety door to the room illuminated with a soft glow and gradually opened, Cavasser entered the room, where he was met with metallic walls embedded with square containers. Beneath glass domes resided super robots resembling Iron Man. Due to his fondness for a certain narrative's android, Cavasser instructed the young girl to create 18 of these magnificent machines. "Sha, activate Mark 1 and Mark 2, he commanded with a snap of his fingers, a smile gracing his lips. "And please bring me a glass of juice." "Certainly, Mr. Cavasser," the mechanical voice responded promptly, ever ready to attend to his every whim, no matter how trivial. In an instant, 2 of the glass coffins illuminated, and with a hiss, emerged 2 imposing super robots, akin to Iron Man. Shortly thereafter, a mechanical arm delivered a glass of juice to Cavasser's hand. The convenience of intelligence brought him immense satisfaction, and he savored a delightful sip. The super-intelligent system, which Cavasser had named Sha, recognized the divine aura of its creator. As long as the essence of divinity resided within Cavasser, he would remain the supreme authority aboard this vessel. Celia was also granted a level 1 access, a privilege only subordinate to Cavasser's, allowing her to utilize most of the ship's functionalities. Cavasser had initially intended to bestow a privilege upon 3287 as well, but the young girl graciously declined. Cavasser initially believed that the little girl would utter something along the lines of "I promised to prepare the spaceship for you," but he was gravely mistaken. The girl's response was quite unexpected. First, she shot him a disdainful glance. Then with a hint of unparalleled arrogance, she casually remarked, "If I wish to do something, what does it matter if I lack the authority?" Chapter 12. Sorrow and the Music Box. In the vast expanse of the universe, a crescent-shaped colossal spaceship soared through the cosmos. Within its confines lay hundreds of rooms, each variety imaginable. The technological sophistication of this spacecraft was nothing short of astounding. In a remarkably spacious training room stood 2 imposing steel super robots, one clad in a vibrant red exterior, the other in a striking blue. Remarkably, both possessed elongated helmets with glowing blue eyes. Meanwhile, the adorable little girl, Celia, donned a loose-fitting casual outfit, cradling a bag of popcorn as she perched on a comfortable chair at the edge of the room, a small table laden with snacks and a glass of juice beside her. As Celia took a bite of popcorn and sipped her juice, her large eyes squinted with delight. After wiping her mouth, she raised her delicate, fair arm and cheerfully declared, "Mark 1 versus Mark 2. Round 1, ready, go?" No sooner had she spoken than the 2 super robots sprang into action. With a thunderous clash, the red Mark 1 and blue Mark 2 simultaneously unleashed energy waves toward one another. The rapid-fire red and blue energy beams collided in an explosive display. The gust from the impact caused Celia, seated at the room's edge, to squint her eyes. Both super robots leaped back, emitting faint purple flames from their rear jets, and vanished in an instant. The training room reverberated with the resounding clang of metal colliding. Each impact sent brilliant sparks flying, a result of the two robots' armored bodies colliding. Their swift movements rendered them almost invisible to the naked eye. Another deafening crash echoed as the two super robots reappeared, retreating and scraping their metallic feet against the ground, igniting showers of sparks. The training room, including its floor, was crafted from a remarkably resilient metal discovered by the little girl, designated 3287, on the planet Yashi. Both the red Mark I and Mark II bore pockmarked armor, adorned with countless scratches. Yet, astonishingly, these metallic wounds seemed to heal rapidly, revealing a memory-responsive alloy. As the crescent-shaped spaceship, previously hurtling through the inky void of space, gradually came to a halt, Celia curiously tilted her head, wondering why they had stopped. At that moment, a cylindrical structure emerged abruptly from the golden floor before her, featuring a glass vial at its apex containing a gently swirling, pale green liquid. Celia, the ceiling of this room is about to open. Would you prefer to exit this chamber or utilize the -34Y8 serum? The mechanical voice of the ship's superintelligence, Xiao, resonated through the air. Celia wrinkled her delicate nose and glanced at the red robot, Mark I, before pouting. I don't want a needle. It would hurt terribly. Never mind. I think I'll take a bath instead. She set down her popcorn and juice on the nearby table and skipped toward the training room's door, which opened automatically. As she bounded into the bathroom, the door closed behind her. The ceiling slowly revealed a circular opening, exposing the darkness of outer space. With astonishing speed, the red Mark I and blue Mark II shot forth, their velocity truly breathtaking. Unleashed in the void of space, the two super robots executed a flurry of extravagant energy techniques, heedless of the consequences. The blue Mark II swiftly retreated, grasping its left wrist with its right hand. Its left palm transformed rapidly, mechanical parts shifting seamlessly to form a long cannon glinting with silvery metal. A blue-white energy orb coalesced at the cannon's mouth. Laser cannon ready, Xiao's mechanical voice announced. The target was, of course, the distant red Mark I. Fire, the voice commanded, and a brilliant beam of light shot toward the red Mark I, engulfing it instantly and obliterating a massive asteroid, not dissimilar in size to Earth, floating several thousand kilometers beyond. The two super robots re-entered the spaceship through the circular passage in the ceiling, which then slowly sealed shut. With a soft thud, the red and blue robots landed. Their metallic exteriors crackled with arcs of electricity, with some areas showing signs of scorching. However, the damage appeared to be minimal. With a sudden clank, the metallic shell of the red Mark I opened, revealing a boy with an eccentric hairstyle, his expression one of sheer exhilaration. Cavasser. Cavasser twisted his wrist and neck nonchalantly as he approached the exit of the training room. He lightly touched his earlobe, where a small device was affixed close to his skin, primarily serving to connect with the highly intelligent Xiao. While it was possible to operate without it, proximity was essential. Otherwise, upon returning to the spacecraft, he would need to undergo a rescanning for identity verification by Xiao. Without glancing at the two super robots emitting white smoke, he instructed, Xiao, repair them and send them to the warehouse. Prepare a hot bath for me. I wish to indulge in a warm soak. Understood, responded Xiao's mechanical voice from within Mark I and Mark II, as the two super robots gradually sank into the ground. The door to the room automatically opened as Cavasser approached, a faint smile gracing his lips as he made his way to the bathroom. I wonder when the young one, 3287, will manage to fortify the training room to withstand the unrestrained assaults of the super robots. It is such a hassle to have to step outside to engage in combat. By the way, I heard from Celia that 3287 was once a girl in her 20s who, due to an experimental mishap, transformed her body into that of a young girl. Why does this evoke such an uncanny sense of déjà vu? Cavasser, with his chin resting on his palm, leaped into the spacious bathtub, relishing the moment as he shook himself free of the water. Come in, a little girl uttered from her small bed in her bedroom. Without turning her head, the door creaked open slowly, revealing Cavasser clad in a white bathrobe, his damp hair being rubbed by a towel as he sauntered in without a hint of modesty. He truly did not regard 3287 as merely a little girl, hence he felt little restraint. The girl, unfazed by his presence, was diligently preoccupied with the object in her hands. Is there something you need? She casually inquired. Oh, I merely came to inquire, Cavasser replied, his gaze wandering around the room, only to find the decor surprisingly mundane, leading him to grimace slightly. Not at all an endearing little girl. Are you? What is it? She retorted. I can't keep calling you 3287, can I? Surely you have a name? Cavasser scratched his head, pondering. Is that all? 3287's attention remained fixed on her object, and she casually replied, just call me AI. Oh, that evokes a stronger sense of familiarity, Cavasser murmured to himself. What? 3287, perplexed, asked. Nothing, Cavasser replied curtly, leaning in to examine the item AI was so engrossed with. What is it that has captured your attention so thoroughly? In her hands lay an old, metallic music box, adorned with peculiar and incomprehensible engravings, with patches of rust suggesting its age or perhaps its disrepair. It had a delicate metal handle that could be turned manually. It was sent to the lab for research. But no matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't open, so I took it for myself, AI explained unexpectedly. Caviezel paused, glancing at the worn music box, muttering softly. Is this a prelude to a theatrical release? Chapter 13. The Divine Power Utilization Device and the Cataclysmic Magnetic Storm. What did you say? AI looked at Caviezel quizzically, as he often muttered incomprehensible phrases. I meant to say, given its age, what merit does it hold as a collectible? It hardly seems remarkable, Caviezel remarked, rubbing his nose while stealing another glance at the antiquated music box. He was instinctively reminded of a similar music box from a Dragon Ball theatrical version. In the film Dragon Fist Explosion, No One Can Oppose Me, a music box discovered by an evil sorcerer contained the sealed essence of the formidable demon Hildergan. Heroically known as Tapio, his instrument, whether a soon or a flute, had the power to calm the tumultuous spirit of Hildergan, and he wielded the mysterious hero's sword. In that theatrical release, young Trunks accomplished feats that even Super Saiyan Goku could not achieve, cleaving Hildergan's tail with a single stroke. Such valor, such charisma, such spirit, how could one not marvel? Why is it that although both of us sport the same rooster hairstyle, he seems so much more dashing? AI placed the music box beneath her bed and, donning her slippers, remarked nonchalantly, I merely feel that this object harbors something I cannot bear to discard. Now, I must return to my work. Was it the sorrow emanating from the box that stirred her thoughts? AI pondered silently. Caviezel interjected, while I too wish for a swift upgrade of our spaceship. There is no need for you to work so diligently. Our boss is quite benevolent. He trailed behind AI, though his expression belied the joviality of his words. Having spent several days in each other's company, AI had grown accustomed to Caviezel's demeanor. As she walked through the corridor, she coolly stated, Please provide me with more of that energy. I believe I can swiftly devise a device for energy utilization. Certainly, there is an abundance of it. Just ask for as much as you need, Caviezel replied with a sunny smile, then casually extended his right hand horizontally. A cup of milk tea, please. Almost within a breath, a mechanical arm emerged from the wall, presenting a cup of milk tea in its metallic grasp. Coezier took the milk tea, gently blowing on the steam before taking a small sip, exclaiming, It's hot. The figure ahead cast him a fleeting glance, unable to suppress a quickening of their pace. Celia had finally finished her bath, or rather, her soak. Wrapped in a white towel, her ample bosom elevated the fabric, creating a striking cleavage that boldly stood out, the towel just grazing her hips, accentuating her rounded form. With her face flushed from the warmth of the bath, Celia languidly stretched, nearly succumbing to slumber in the soothing water. It was so delightful that she scarcely wished to return. As the little girl entered her bedroom, she untied the towel, revealing an even more breathtaking sight, a body with exquisite, porcelain-like curves. Due to her tender age, her skin was so soft it seemed one could almost extract water or milk from it. I should go find Brother Cassie, Celia mused slowly as she dressed. Suddenly, as she finished putting on her clothes, a startling thought struck her, and she clapped her hands, exclaiming, Oh no, I've forgotten to practice magic these past few days. Tilting her head in contemplation for a moment, she ultimately decided to seek out Brother Cassie for a brief, well first, just a little while, and then she would diligently practice her magic. Sister Shaw, where's Brother Cassie? Celia inquired, bouncing excitedly as she stepped outside. She also had a chip adhered to her earlobe, especially significant while inside the spacecraft. In laboratory number 6, Miss Celia, came Sister Shaw's characteristic mechanical voice. Thank you, Sister Shaw. With a childlike demeanor, Celia always regarded the emotionless, super-intelligent Sister Shaw as if she were human. Coezier sensed the presence once more and discovered that the aura, which had previously resembled that of a potential Super Saiyan 4, still lingered on the primordial planet. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. Regardless of whether that energy belonged to a Saiyan, it was evident that it could not survive in the vacuum of space, nor was there any spacecraft on that planet. Otherwise, after a month had elapsed, it would have surely departed by now. Caviezel did not fully envelop his consciousness in that space. Had he done so, his mind, if such a thing exists, would have effortlessly constructed the images scanned by his divine awareness, allowing him to directly perceive whether the essence belonged to the form and identity he anticipated. Instead, he merely employed his consciousness to grasp that aura in a rudimentary manner, merely capable of noticing whether it shifted or remained still. The reason Caviezel refrained from directly sweeping through with his divine consciousness or teleporting to investigate the situation can be interpreted as the complex and conflicted emotions of a devoted Dragon Ball fan. After a prolonged period of yearning for the original storyline, he was suddenly confronted with the unexpected appearance of a figure he had long idolized. Nevertheless, Caviezel reasoned that the distance was not great, and he would soon have the opportunity to confirm the truth with his own eyes. With these thoughts in mind, he followed AI into laboratory number 6. The door slowly shut behind them. Upon entering, He was met with a colossal apparatus that seemed rather incongruous with the advanced spacecraft surrounding it. Shaped like a tube, it resembled an oversized cannon. Its left end connected to a sophisticated computer, while the right end linked to a peculiar device that resembled some sort of container. AI walked straight over and opened the container. "Come on," AI said, her tone as unperturbed as ever, pointing at the empty vessel. Caviezel nodded slightly, raising his hand. A thread of divine power resembling colorful glass swirling around his fingers. With intent control, he carefully directed it into the peculiar container. Caviezel meticulously managed this divine energy, for it was the essence of the universe itself. Despite being but a wisp, its weight was formidable, pressing down with immense force. He could not afford to inadvertently strike the container. This notion had struck Caviezel a fortnight ago when he observed AI struggling to recharge the spaceship's energy. Although the vessel could draw energy from its surroundings while not in flight, a technology similarly applied to the 18 super robots, which had energy limits yet were virtually inexhaustible, spacecraft was meant to soar. Thus, Caviezel mused whether his divine energy could serve as a source of propulsion. The outcome was the complete failure of the spaceship's power system, which AI had painstakingly repaired. Following this setback, AI, the scientific prodigy, relentlessly pressed Caviezel for more of that energy, having sensed its immense latent power. If harnessed effectively as a fuel source, it could revolutionize interstellar travel, rivaling her past discovery of the eternal reactor in significance. This marked the sixth failure. Just as Caviezel sighed in contemplation, the spaceship suddenly jolted violently. Alarms blared within the vessel, red lights flashing, warning of an unforeseen, immeasurable magnetic storm. The flight path spiraled out of control, navigation systems faltered. "What is happening?" Caviezel exclaimed, instinctively glancing at the girl, AI, beside him. An immeasurable magnetic storm? Such unpredictable phenomena were indeed troublesome. AI furrowed her brow, likely contemplating that if only time permitted, she could fortify the spacecraft against any onslaught. It was embarrassing that a mere magnetic storm could disrupt her creation. "Display the star map," AI commanded, bypassing permissions, somehow conjuring a control panel from thin air. With rapid keystrokes, a miniature star map materialized before her. She grasped it with both hands. As she pulled, the star map enlarged into a three-dimensional projection, transporting her and Caviezel into the cosmos, surrounded by planets the size of basketballs or volleyballs, gently revolving. Suddenly, the spaceship shook violently once more, and Caviezel heard a gasp behind him. Turning, he saw Celia, for there were only 3 souls aboard this vessel. "What is the matter, Covey?" Celia asked, concern etched on her face as she cautiously approached Caviezel, clutching his sleeve tightly, her eyes wide in wonder at the three-dimensional star map surrounding them. AI, absorbed in her task, cast a glance at the celestial projection and coolly stated, "We should make an emergency landing at the nearest possible site." In an instant, all the planets on the star map were illuminated, locking onto a grayish-white planet. Safety coefficient is highest, Labubula planet. Initiate emergency landing? Chapter 14. The maiden standing amidst the piles of bones. Celia pressed her small face against the circular window of the spaceship, her eyes wide with astonishment as she surveyed the bleak landscape outside. It was far from a breathtaking vista. Rather, it presented a scene of desolation and decay. As they gazed down upon the planet from the void of space, only a dismal grayish hue was visible. Dust storms raged across the barren terrain. Remnants of crumbling structures lay scattered, and beneath the yellow sands, skeletal remains faintly protruded. Upon seeing this, Celia felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly withdrew her head. This was the Labubula planet where Caviezel and his companions had made an emergency landing. In truth, the descent of the spaceship had not been without its complications. The sudden onslaught of the magnetic storm had disrupted the navigation system intermittently. Nevertheless, they had managed to land on this planet, identified by the superintelligent AI, Xiaosha, as the safest option, despite its seemingly perilous nature. The ominous sky was intermittently illuminated by dark yellow lightning, likely a consequence of the potent magnetic storm that had wreaked havoc on the atmosphere, creating instability amid the swirling clouds. The winds outside whispered mournfully, as if lamenting untold grievances. The crescent-shaped spaceship glided close to the ground, eventually settling upon a relatively flat expanse with a sigh, akin to the exhalation of a great beast. The vessel finally came to a steady halt. Inside, Caviezel reclined in a soft chair, his head in his hands, muttering, "What a hassle. Xiaosha, redesign the flight path. Once this infernal storm passes, we shall set out." "Understood, Mr. Caviezel," Xiaosha's mechanical voice responded, and immediately, the hall was filled with a holographic projection of the miniature star map. Vast, expansive, resplendent. As a scanning process commenced, a red beam shot from their current location on the grayish-white Labubula planet, extending swiftly in a zigzag pattern, connecting with 5 or 6 planets of various sizes, ultimately locking onto a massive, verdant, life-filled world. Target enlarged. Caviezel pointed at the immense green planet, which was instantly magnified before him, taking on a size of approximately 1 cubic meter, resembling a brilliant emerald gently rotating in space. Cavasser stroked his chin, deftly maneuvering the projected emerald sphere, which spun like a top beneath his touch, pausing intermittently for him to scrutinize the simulated terrain upon its surface. This verdant globe was indeed their destination, the very locus of the formidable presence they sought. The sound of a door creaking open interrupted him, and the little girl, AI, entered with her usual impassive expression. Without lifting her gaze, she inquired, "Is the life detection device still non-functional?" The superintelligent system promptly recognized the address and replied in its mechanical voice, "Due to interference from the strong magnetic force, it remains inoperative." AI furrowed her brow, evidently displeased with the lack of control over the situation. "Curse this wretched magnetic storm." "Do not fret," Cavasser reassured her, handing her a glass of juice with a carefree smile. "Consider this a unique excursion. If you find it tedious, we can venture out later." He cast a sidelong glance at the somber, gray landscape outside and murmured, "It feels oddly like we are meant to be here." Time seemed to stretch as they reminisced about the desolate, grayish-white planet, Blalab, a place that evoked a profound sense of despair and sorrow. The air was thick with an oppressive panic, as if the entire planet were a mass grave. Scattered across the dark, crimson ground lay countless skeletal remains, with white skulls featuring hollow black eye sockets and broken rib cages, a grotesque tableau of decay, marred by tattered remnants of clothing on the verge of disintegration. In the center of this bone-laden expanse rose a slight mound, atop which was embedded a rusted sword. It stood defiantly against the fierce winds, a chilling wail echoing through the graveyard. Was it the wind howling or someone weeping? Time passed unmeasured, and without warning, the rusted sword began to tremble, as if responding to a mournful lament. Then, a gentle silver light enveloped it, and as the luminescence faded, the sword transformed into a girl, curled up and seated. She possessed silvery hair and was entirely unclad, with silver eyes that reflected the desolation around her. Slowly rising, she moved gracefully, the bones beneath her delicate feet cracking and tumbling, creating a stark contrast between her beauty and the grim surroundings. Unperturbed by the grim tableau beneath her, she descended from the mound and wandered aimlessly across the bone-strewn earth. "It has been 30 years, she murmured, her gaze vacant as she surveyed the devastation. A sight reminiscent of the apocalypse that pierced her soul. She remained there, as a dark golden lightning bolt rent the sky, illuminating her flawless form against the cruel gray backdrop, rendering her a tragic work of art. My grandmother spoke of a legend in our lineage, of a transformation into a divine sword. Those who awaken the potential of the sword are destined to forge an eternal bond with celestial beings, fighting alongside them for justice. Yet, where are these deities? They did not appear during my awakening, nor do they come now. This place lies in ruins, ravaged by those alien invaders. Even if I were to exterminate them all, what would it matter? This once beautiful planet is now lifeless. Why, after all these years, do you remain absent? Is the legend true? Will the prophecy come to fruition? In this state of utter loss, what meaning does my existence hold, other than to languish in slumber and wait in vain?" The silver-haired girl tilted her head back, speaking to herself, yearning to weep, yet finding no tears left. She had rusted, much like the sword that should remain untarnished. Her heart, once vibrant, was now fading, rendering her existence as a mere relic of forgotten significance. Alone, she stood in silence, unaware of how many times she had gazed at the once beautiful sky, now fading like her spirit. Suddenly, she spotted, far on the horizon, a crescent-shaped spacecraft descending through the black clouds, plummeting toward the ground. Those alien beings again. The silver-eyed girl's expression shifted, her eyes igniting with a fierce, unmistakable fury and hatred. Without a hint of emotion, she summoned an iron sword to her right hand and propelled herself toward the distant craft. Chapter 15. Angelia, the Awakening Sword. Angelia awoke, lingering in her warm bed for a moment before swiftly dressing and leaving her room. The 11-year-old's delicate cheeks were flushed from the cold as she rubbed her hands together and stepped outside, greeted by the expanse of pristine snow and a hint of green in the distance, prompting a blissful smile. Though impoverished, Angelia felt a deep sense of contentment. Occasionally, she would secretly harbor curiosity about life in the distant city, yet she was not a greedy child. Despite her youth, she possessed a remarkable understanding of responsibility, caring for her elderly grandmother, who was 95 and bedridden. Although she felt a twinge of guilt for her grandmother's condition, Angelia was grateful for their simple life, finding warmth in the simplicity of their happiness. Embracing the enchanting beauty of nature, she smiled sweetly and hurried back inside to prepare breakfast for her grandmother. Together, they would share a warm meal, listening to her grandmother recount familiar tales and legends. Each story captivated Angelia anew, especially the one about a warrior from their Blalab tribe who awakened as a divine sword, joining a great deity in a quest to vanquish evil and establish peace throughout the universe. Such a noble endeavor, worthy of admiration and envy. After their meal, Angelia would venture alone to gather firewood on a nearby hill 3 kilometers away, selling some in a town 9 kilometers distant, while keeping a small portion for warmth at home. Despite their meager existence, joy abounded. Everything seemed destined to remain serene, as it should have been. But then, a figure streaked across the sky, a rush of wind following in its wake. The silver-haired girl, wielding her iron sword, flew swiftly toward the site of the spacecraft's descent, her calm demeanor belied by a tempest of anger and confusion. Why? She thought. This planet has already suffered so much. Why must you come to destroy it further? Are all aliens so ruthless? Why? The silver-haired girl squinted her silvery eyes, which sparkled with a chilling brilliance. This time, I shall not allow you to touch anything here. Absolutely not. Little Angelia cheerfully carried the remaining firewood as she hurried home from the town. Today, the uncle who sold her firewood had given her an extra 100 rubles, yet Angelia, with keen attention, promptly returned the excess to him. Consequently, her spirits soared, and she hummed a melody, her steps lightened, as if the burden of the firewood had significantly lessened. The setting sun cast a beautiful silhouette of young Angelia on the ground as she trod upon her own shadow, transforming her journey home into a delightful adventure. However, upon her return, she was met with the sight of her grandmother's lifeless body. The firewood she carried tumbled to the ground with a clatter, and little Angelia stood at the threshold of her grandmother's bedroom, her expression frozen in shock. As the pool of crimson blood struck her eyes with its darkness, the remnants of flesh, sinew, and entrails lay scattered alongside the gnarled, weathered hands that resembled tree roots. In her grandmother's unblinking eyes, Angelia felt a sharp pain in her eyes. The horrific sights pierced her vision, causing tears to flow uncontrollably, as if blood were gushing from her heart and soul. Then came the throbbing headache, excruciating enough to threaten to shatter her skull. Pain radiated through her ears, nose, mouth, arms, chest, abdomen, thighs, and feet. But why did her heart feel so numb? Was it because her heart had already succumbed to despair? It felt as if she were plummeting into an abyss of silence, devoid of light and brightness. With no one to rescue her, perhaps those who could have saved her had already perished. She fell into a lonely chasm. When Angelia regained her senses, she was met with nothing but desolation, a world devoid of life, extinguished of all vitality. The sky was a deep black, the earth a dreary gray, lacking the white of snow, the green of forests, her grandmother, the town, and the warmth that once enveloped her. She stood atop a pile of ruins, a sword thrust into the very apex of the debris. Blood flowed down the blade. Beneath the sword lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless extraterrestrial beings had perished beneath her blade, their bodies forming a grim mound, their blood cascading like rivers, their faces frozen in grotesque expressions of terror, as if they had witnessed something unfathomably dreadful before their demise. Yet the little girl remained oblivious. She reverted to her bare, innocent form, gazing vacantly at the lifeless planet and the roiling black clouds above. This planet was on the brink of death. Angelia felt she too was nearing her end, she thought. Inside the crescent-shaped spaceship, Cavasil sauntered into the training room, stretching languidly, his visage unmistakably portraying a sense of profound ennui. Although he had established the training facility, his enthusiasm for physical cultivation waned significantly after the initial days. The divine structure of the Kaioshin differs entirely from that of mortal beings. They possess an unimaginable reservoir of energy inherently, a manifestation of the primal forces of the universe that underpins its very existence. Recently, sporadic flashes of the instincts and knowledge requisite for the Kaioshin have begun to emerge within Cavasil's divine essence, enlightening him about the cosmic origin that birthed the five Kaioshin. This origin stands as the nexus connecting countless parallel dimensions, serving as the fundamental source and pillar of all dimensional existence. The dimension in which Cavasil resides is the prime dimension, a unique realm among the multitude of parallel dimensions, where the five Kaioshin predominantly dwell. Cavasil is aware of the existence of parallel dimensions. In the narrative of his previous life, Trunks, a youth from the future, hails from a parallel dimension akin to the prime dimension. However, in his own realm, the formidable Super Saiyan Goku met an untimely demise due to a viral heart condition. Furthermore, Cavasil had perused a fan comic titled Dragon Ball Super Dimension Chaos, which now seems to suggest a plausible existence of such a scenario. Yet, one cannot help but ponder why every parallel dimension in Dimension Chaos features these so-called Kaioshin. As far as Cavasil knows, there are only five Kaioshin, who primarily operate within the prime dimension, opening pathways to other parallel dimensions only when necessary. Thus, should one assert that the portrayal of the Kaioshin within the narrative is merely a fade, a commonplace occurrence? Cavasil lightly scoffed as he gazed upwards, where the ceiling had transformed into a transparent vista. With a snap of his fingers, he looked up to witness the once opulent structure of the spaceship rapidly dissipate, revealing the scene beyond. The inky sky churned with dark clouds, and lightning flickered ominously. What? Cavasil's attention sharpened as he focused on a distant figure. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern objects clearly even several kilometers away. Approaching swiftly was a person. As he strained to see, the figure became distinct, a young girl with silver hair, stark naked. However, Cavasol's appreciation for beauty was overshadowed by the chilling gaze of the girl and the object resembling a long sword in her hand. Only 5 leagues away from the crescent-shaped vessel, Angelia's silver eyes glinted with a cold light. Raising the black longsword, an unusual silver glow enveloped her bare form, cascading over the blade in her grasp. The sword's energy surged skyward. In that moment, Angelia seemed to transform into a formidable demonic sword herself, the sword of death, the sword of slaughter, the sword of annihilation. With a fierce, frosty anger, she swung the longsword with all her might, unleashing a long arc of silver sword energy that streaked toward the diminutive crescent-shaped ship below. The silver arc of energy was astonishingly swift, akin to the chilling smile of death itself as it descended upon the vessel. Chapter 16. I am thy god. Inside the crescent ship's warehouse, Celia pressed her curious face against the glass enclosure, marveling at the array of Iron Man-like super robots. Numbered from 1 to 18. It was peculiar, despite Sister AI, who had mentioned her true age was actually in her 20s, stating that the final creation would resemble a human. Why did Brother Kashi insist on this design? Nonetheless, they were rather aesthetically pleasing. As Celia admired the robots, a sudden explosion erupted. The glass dome encasing the Red Mark 1 shattered violently, and a shadow zipped upward. Unbeknownst to her, a circular passage leading to the outside world had opened. A long trail of scorching heat followed from the Mark 1's glass enclosure to the entrance of the passage, a testament to the super high-pressure heat generated by its thrusters. What? Celia fell to the ground, a tuft of hair sticking up in bewilderment. What just happened? The sharp sword energy from the silver-haired girl was poised to strike the crescent ship. In a flash, a crimson figure surged from the top of the vessel, charging toward the silvery arc of lethal energy. Maximum power, energy shield. Cavathir, clad in his crimson Mark I iron suit, murmured softly, observing through the helmet's external view the silvery sword energy that was poised to cleave his head in an instant, undeterred by the impending threat. After all, such trivialities could scarcely bring about his demise. He had little to fear. In a flash of lightning, the elongated arc of sword energy, extending over 10 meters, struck an invisible energy barrier before him. A tremendous circular shockwave radiated from the point of impact, sending a whirlwind of dust and debris soaring into the air around the spacecraft. Hey, shouldn't we discuss what is transpiring? Cavathir had yet to catch his breath when he noticed the silver-haired girl had already soared to his front, her expression icy as she swung her sword at him. With a resounding thud, the miniature thrusters of his armored suit expelled high-pressure flames, allowing Cavathir to deftly evade the strike. He intended to voice his thoughts, but alas, another swing came hurtling towards him. Barely managing to evade, Cavathir's frustration bubbled over. Where had this silver-haired girl emerged from? Though her lack of attire might be dismissed as an unexpected boon, the fact that she remained silent while he attempted conversation was infuriating. Even villains are expected to boast a few lines, are they not? This sudden assault without a word or warning was utterly bewildering. A hint would have been appreciated. Cowizel does not believe that the young girl before him is incapable of understanding his words. According to what he learned from the Grand Kai, 1,000,000 years ago, a certain Grand Kai had grown weary of the myriad languages spoken by the denizens of the lower realms, which made his travels quite inconvenient. Thus, he chose to collaborate with the other 4 Grand Kais from different directions, even communicating with the primordial forces of the universe, to disseminate their language among the intelligent beings throughout the cosmos. Naturally, this was not a mere brainwashing implantation of language, but rather a process akin to hypnosis, whereby countless intelligent races across the universe gradually transformed their native tongues into the language of the Grand Kais through generations of evolution and wisdom transmission. Only when faced with calamities and possessing remarkable tenacity could certain races, nearly driven to extinction, manage to revive and develop a new language of their own. In their resurgence, they would inevitably encounter the universal language of the cosmos. However, most races simply perished without a trace, leaving no legacy behind. In Cowizel's perspective, the Namekians exemplify such a troubled yet resilient race, which is likely why the so-called Namekian language came into existence. Returning to the matter at hand, the silver-haired Angelia and Cowizel, clad in his crimson steel armor, are locked in an intense battle high above the ground. Each strike of their swords against Cowizel's metallic armor generates a stunning shockwave, rippling through the surrounding environment. Small mountains are shattered in the aftermath of their clash, with debris and dust swirling chaotically in the air. The battle is nothing short of cataclysmic. Every blow sends tremors through the earth. Cavathir extended his right hand, a brilliant radiance emanating from his palm as he bellowed. Do not presume that being unclad renders you immune to my wrath. A beam of light surged forth from his hand, targeting the bare, silver-haired maiden suspended in midair. The silver-haired girl maintained her frosty demeanor, casually flicking her black iron sword to deflect the energy wave shot from Cavathir's palm, which subsequently erupted in a thunderous explosion upon striking the distant mountains. Within his helmet, Cavathir silently grimaced, realizing he had instinctively diminished the energy output. The silver-haired Angelia, her expression icy, regarded the peculiar red extraterrestrial before her, finally articulating a few chilling words that seemed to freeze the air. Alien, depart, or perish. As her words faded, a sudden jolt coursed through her, and she swiftly turned to find a blue extraterrestrial, remarkably similar to the red one, had stealthily approached from behind, ensnaring her with a tight grip before she could evade. Cavasor cast a glance downward and beheld a young girl with chestnut short hair standing atop the spaceship, none other than the prodigious scientist aboard, AI. At that moment, the girl gazed coolly at the silver-haired maiden ensnared by the formidable Mark II, a super robot under her remote control, her brow slightly furrowed as if displeased. The azure alien-s body unexpectedly mirrored her own current state, cold as ice. A pang of anxiety gripped Angelia, and she instinctively sensed that the crimson alien behind her was poised to strike. Maintaining an expression of calm, Angelia, under the astonished gazes of Cavasor and AI, transformed seamlessly into a gleaming silver longsword. Her form diminished abruptly, allowing the slender blade to slip effortlessly from the powerful mechanical arm of Mark II, now hovering in midair, wedged between Cavasor and the super robot. As Cavasor beheld the silver longsword, which had transformed from the previously naked silver-haired maiden, it gradually morphed back into the form of the silver-haired girl. A surge of astonishment coursed through Cavasor's heart as he recalled the words of the Supreme Kai regarding a certain deity from 100 million years past, who had advocated for a universal language across the cosmos. It was said that the divine attendant of that illustrious Supreme Kai hailed from a mysterious and formidable race known as the Ancient Sword Clan. Just as the silver-haired girl brandished what appeared to be an ordinary iron sword and lunged forward with great speed, Cavasor swiftly exited the armored suit of Mark I. Floating effortlessly in midair, he extended a finger to gently touch the tip of her sword, freezing the moment in time. The iron sword, imbued with astonishing power, was halted by the mere touch of Cavasor's fingertip, unable to advance even a fraction further. On the top of the crescent-shaped spaceship, the little girl, Celia, gazed up at Cavasor, who was suspended in the air. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light resembling multicolored glass descended from the heavens, enveloping Cavasor in its ethereal glow. Bathed in this dreamlike luminescence, Cavasor appeared almost divine, an embodiment of the Supreme Kai's greatest reliance, harnessing the primordial forces of the universe. How beautiful! Celia, the little girl, had unknowingly dashed out from the spaceship, standing beside AI, her head tilted skyward, captivated by Cavasor, who radiated an aura of sanctity. Within the prism of 7 colors, Cavasor, with a gentle countenance and a hint of tenderness gracing his lips, released his grip on the sword's tip, grasping the blade instead. With a gentle tug, he drew the somewhat dazed silver-haired girl closer, striving to keep his gaze from wandering. He reached out with his other hand, lightly resting it on the silver-haired girl, Angelia's head. Instantly, vivid and somber images began to flash before Cavasor's eyes. A lovely girl with short red hair, clad in simple attire, was seen carrying a bundle of firewood along a path, with a breathtaking sunset painting the backdrop. Then came the vision of scattered corpses, familiar faces reduced to mere fragments upon the ground. The girl's heart shattered as she witnessed the transformation of her once vibrant red hair and cerulean eyes into a stark silver hue. The scene shifted to a landscape strewn with bones, where she found herself grappling with the meaning of existence, ultimately succumbing to a purposeless slumber, awaiting the prophesied arrival of a celestial being. Observing the naked girl before him, as her silver hair gradually reverted to red and her silver eyes transformed back to azure, Cavasor smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Join me as my companion." Chapter 17. God of Destruction Beerus, Tower of Warriors Tapi. 2 days later, the crescent-shaped spaceship soared into the sky once more. At the circular window stood the girl with striking red hair, her beautiful azure eyes gazing out at the ravaged landscape receding into the distance. Remnants of its former beauty lingered in her memory. Yet the land was now marred by bloodshed and desolation. A hand gently rested on Angelia's shoulder, and she, having returned to her red-haired, blue-eyed form, promptly donned a casual outfit aboard the spaceship. Turning her head, she noticed Cavasor also staring at the distant land, now a mere memory. Let go of the past. It will always remain behind us, Cavasor sighed, suddenly lost in thought, his gaze turning distant and unfocused, as if he were entranced. Angelia, oblivious to Cavasor's shift in demeanor, cast one last glance at her ravaged homeland, gently clasping Cavasor's hand and nodding slightly. Earlier, as Cavasor had connected with the primordial energy of the universe to soothe Angelia, not only had he gained insight into her heart, but a subtle bond had also begun to form between them, as if they were destined to be together. AI sat in a plush chair, a semi-transparent square screen floating before her. However, her gaze was not fixed on it. She was lost in thought, examining the intricate and beautiful patterns on the surface of a music box in her hands. The box, somewhat worn, bore the marks of time etched into its metallic exterior. Why not open it and listen? A voice chimed from behind her. AI did not turn, recognizing it as Celia's voice. She lightly traced the handle of the music box, shaking her head slightly. It won't budge. Really? Celia leaned in, curious, and touched the box with her finger. Is it broken? No, AI whispered. It appears to be sealed by some technique. Sealed, Cavusser's voice echoed from behind them. Celia turned to see Cavusser alongside the red-haired girl who had followed them onto the spaceship. Cavusser gestured. This music box must be under a seal. Angelia walked quietly beside Cavusser, her once vibrant spirit dulled by the influence of her silver-haired counterpart over the years. Now she was quiet and reserved, preferring not to speak much. AI glanced back at Cavusser and Angelia, her curiosity about Cavusser's true identity growing. The events that had unfolded on Angelia's planet. The enchanting spectacle of the multicolored light, and the mysterious technique of instantaneous movement, not to mention his ability to create a microdimension for storing items, only deepened the enigma surrounding Cavusser. Chairs, coffee table, beverages, Cavusser declared with a snap of his fingers. Instantly, 3 identical plush chairs emerged from the floor around AI's seat, while a small coffee table appeared in the center, adorned with a glass of orange juice, a cup of plain milk tea, a glass of milk, and a cup of coffee. Over the past 2 days, the super-intelligent Xiao Xia had almost memorized the dietary preferences of the 4 of them, allowing it to provide suitable food and drinks promptly. Please, take a seat, Cavusser encouraged as Angelia lingered behind him, guiding her to sit beside him. Meanwhile, Celia plopped down into a plush chair, joyfully sipping the milk from the table, her large eyes narrowing in delight. Cavusser lifted the original flavored milk tea and orange juice, offering the latter to Angelia. Taking a refreshing sip of the milk tea, which was somewhat hot, Cavusser relished this delightful experience. Even on the hottest days, he never chilled his milk tea, preferring its warmth. With a childlike demeanor, he placed the old music box on his lap and raised his coffee, savoring a delicate sip. Cavusser swiftly consumed a cup of milk tea, the warm liquid flowing down his throat and swiftly being broken down into various trace energies by the divine power within him, invigorating his entire being. He set down the cup and curiously pointed at the music box on AI's lap, wondering if it truly couldn't be opened. The handle won't budge no matter what method I use. AI took a small sip of her bitter coffee, accustomed to its flavor, which kept her mind alert. Oh, it does seem possible that it's that music box, Cavusser murmured softly. What? AI did not understand. Eureka! Celia suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at AI and Cavusser. If we transform Sister Angelia into a sword, we can easily slice off that stubborn handle. Just as Cavusser was about to make a sarcastic remark, a voice interrupted. Who goes there? His expression changed, and he vanished, reappearing protectively behind the 3 women. I was wondering who it might be. A hoarse, deep voice resonated. Before Cavusser's eyes, a dark blue light coalesced into a humanoid figure adorned with rabbit-like ears. This being possessed peculiar eye bags reminiscent of an elderly person, yet the elongated eyes shone with an undeniable brilliance, captivating all who gazed upon them. You are Cavusser, he stated, and Cavusser, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, astonished. You have awakened from slumber? I never expected to encounter the esteemed god of destruction during a casual stroll. The creature with rabbit ears slightly bowed to Cavusser and chuckled. I am Beerus, the god of destruction of this dimension. It is a pleasure to meet you. So, you are the god of destruction of this dimension, Cavusser realized, lowering his guard. The god of destruction serves as a counterpart to the Kaishin. In the vast expanse of parallel dimensions, there are only 5 Kaishin. While each dimension has its own god of destruction, the Kaishin governs creation, while the god of destruction oversees annihilation. The Kaishin undergo generations of succession. While the god of destruction sleeps repeatedly, their lifespan nearly infinite. Thus, neither can claim superiority over the other. However, the Kaishin is deemed the cosmic authority. The being named Beerus was evidently the god of destruction of this primary dimension. Kaishin? God of destruction? AI, overhearing Cavusser's conversation with Beerus, felt perplexed. Celia was utterly confused, while Angelia remained silently observant. It appears this lady is quite troubled by the music box, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. To AI's astonishment, the music box, which had been in her possession, had somehow found its way into Beerus's hands. He extended a finger, his sharp nail lightly tapping the music box. Allow me to lend a hand. Hey, don't cause trouble, Cavusser shouted, but it was too late. He knew that if the music box was indeed what he suspected, it contained nothing good. As for Tapio, did Cavusser look like someone who would be interested in releasing such a striking individual? Before the astonished gazes of Celia, Angelia, and AI, the handle of the music box began to turn on its own, releasing a melodious tune. A white light illuminated the music box, gradually revealing a tall figure within its glow. How is it that we all have rooster combs, yet this fellow appears so dashing? Cavusser muttered indignantly. Chapter 18. The warmth of watching the most beautiful sunset together a day and a half later, on a beautiful planet situated very close to Cavusser's destination. A crescent-shaped spacecraft landed on a lush green meadow. Cavusser gazed at AI and Tapio, seated on the grassy slope in the distance. Tapio, with his eyes closed, played his sun flute, while the little girl AI sat a few meters away, hugging her knees and quietly watching the sunset. The intense white light from the music box faded, revealing a young man with pink hair, adorned in peculiar attire, who appeared out of thin air. He held a sun flute in one hand and carried a sword on his back, exuding an aura of sorrow that seemed to transcend time. Upon seeing Tapiu, AI's heart skipped a beat. There was something familiar about this suddenly materialized man, perhaps a sentiment best described as loneliness. With a light chuckle, Beerus, the destroyer god, clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, "So, a soul has been sealed within this little entity. Hey, destroyer god, what are you up to?" Cavashir retorted, visibly displeased. "My name is Beerus, esteemed Kaiashin," he replied courteously to Cavashir. "TCH," Cavashir scoffed, moving closer to shake hands. "I'm Cavashir. It's a pleasure to meet you." Beerus smiled, saying, "If I inadvertently committed any discourtesy earlier, I would be most willing to make amends." He then raised his right hand towards the bewildered Tapiu, a deep purple light igniting in his palm. A powerful energy surged within the small sphere of violet light, perceptible only to Cavashir, who was also a deity. "Hey, what are you doing?" The little girl Celia, though unable to sense the terror emanating from Beerus's light, instinctively stepped forward, her sense of justice compelling her to protect the handsome young man who had appeared. Tapiu, too, could not perceive the danger posed by the purple light. Yet he felt an overwhelming pressure from the peculiar long-eared figure before him, rendering him breathless. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he experienced a suffocating grip on his heart, a fear more harrowing than the nightmares brought by the dreadful illusionist Hildegard. It felt as though this strange long-eared being could obliterate the world at will. Just as Beerus was about to unleash his accumulated energy, Cavashir seized Beerus's wrist. "All right, even if you're a destroyer god, please refrain from acting recklessly in my presence," he said, rubbing his temples. It seemed that every dimension's destroyer god was a source of great irritation for the Kaiashins. Destroyer gods are embodiments of destruction and chaos inherent to the cosmos, immortal and indestructible. While they cannot manipulate the fundamental forces of the universe as the Kaiashins do, their battle prowess is monumental, placing them at the pinnacle of warriors within their dimension. Perhaps only the rare fusion of Goku and Vegeta could rival them. Thus, destroyer gods tend to exhibit a carefree demeanor, their actions often reminiscent of mischievous children, which invariably vexes the previous Kaiashins to no end. However, unlike the Kaiashins, who possess lifespans of approximately 1,000,000 years, each destroyer god is virtually ageless, enduring countless millennia of slumber, their capricious nature mellowing with time. As for Beerus, the destroyer god of the primary dimension, his interest had shifted from mere destruction to a pursuit of culinary delights, evident from his continuous stay aboard Cavashir's spacecraft over the past day. The superintelligent system Xiaosha encompassed an extensive array of recipes, including those gathered from the Haytake planet and its surrounding celestial bodies. With Xiaosha's capabilities, crafting exquisite dishes was a trivial task. Honestly, Beerus grumbled, dismissing the energy he had conjured with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Tapiu, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped disaster, gasped for breath, cold sweat drenching his back. His heart raced, pounding like a drum, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the long-eared figure that had nearly left him faint. To his astonishment, this formidable being regarded him as an equal for the conversation, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the other three girls. "I never expected them to hit it off," Cavashir mused, shaking his head as he chose to ignore the budding connection between the two. He turned to see the red-haired Angelia quietly standing beside him, prompting a smile. "What are you standing there for? Let us take a stroll. The scenery on this planet is quite delightful." Angelia, having transformed into a sword and endured various gray experiences, now appeared markedly different from her once lively self. Even when not in her silver-haired, silver-eyed form, she stood, sat, walked, and ate in silence, quietly following Cavashir. Yet Cavashir often felt that she exhibited a dazed expression, likely a result of her long slumber in sword form, leading her mind to habitually remain in a state of detachment. To his surprise, he had encountered a girl possessing a legendary air of adorably foolish charm. However, in her transformed state, she had become a girl devoid of any notable traits. At present, Beerus lounged aboard the spacecraft, donning a white napkin around his neck, drooling as he ordered from Xiaosha. Celia, having played video games all night, was still fast asleep. As for Tapiu and AI, Cavashir could faintly hear the melodious sound of the flute from behind him. Did he not tire of playing by now? Thus, Cavashir felt justified as he led Angelia on an excursion. The natural beauty of the planet was truly remarkable, despite the absence of human life. The vast blue sky, wispy white clouds, endless green meadows, dense primordial forests, and majestic waves crashing against the shore were breathtaking. With Cavashir's abilities, traversing the globe posed no challenge. Noticing that Angelia's somber demeanor had lightened slightly, he smiled with genuine happiness, prompting an unprecedented smile from her in return. Cavashir guided her to witness the most beautiful sunset, the warm glow enveloping them emanating from his silhouette. Chapter 19. Arrival Kakarot. In the inky void of space, a peculiar crescent-shaped spaceship soared at an astonishing velocity, leaving a luminous trail across the dark cosmos. "Damn it, Beerus," I told you not to steal my barbecue. Do you want to fight? I love pudding too. Kawizir, with a swift kick, sent the mischievous deity Beerus flying as he attempted to sneak a taste of the pudding on his plate. Gradually, Kawizir scooped a portion with his spoon and savored it. However, Beerus, propelled through the air, transformed into a cascade of colorful light, only to reappear seated on the opposite side of Kawizir. He lifted a plate brimming with delicacies crafted from Landstrew meat and devoured its contents in one go. Then nonchalantly produced a toothpick from seemingly nowhere and began to pick his teeth. Do not be so stingy, Kawizir, he remarked. Caviezel let out a cold snort, his gaze locking with Beerus, igniting a spark of tension between them. Meanwhile, Celia lounged against the back of her chair. Observing the impending ninth battle over food between Caviezel and Beerus, her curiosity piqued as she turned to the seated Angelia. Sister Angelia, what are Brother Kashi and Uncle Beerus doing? Unfortunately for Beerus, his peculiar appearance had led Celia to categorize him as a middle-aged man. Angelia gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting an indescribable tenderness as she regarded Caviezel. It's merely a skirmish between two food enthusiasts, commented AI, who sat opposite Tapeu, sipping tea. The term food enthusiast was one frequently uttered by Caviezel, and AI found it vividly illustrative, hence she often used it to describe him. The god of destruction? Merely a glutton, in essence. AI and Celia were now aware of Caviezel's true identity, yet their understanding was shallow. Stemming from their limited perspective, they could not grasp the magnitude of the title god of destruction within this universe. For beings from Earth, a distance that would take millennia to traverse, their crescent-shaped spacecraft was rapidly closing in on their destination, that primordial planet, a world belonging solely to one individual. Exhausted from play, the lights within the spacecraft dimmed, and Celia, clutching snacks and drooling, fell asleep on the sofa. The superintelligent system thoughtfully provided a blanket, its mechanical arm quietly draping it over her. Tapeu watched the little girl AI, who was sprawled amidst a heap of mechanical and electronic components, his hand resting lightly on the flute at his waist. Accustomed to sleeplessness, he now yearned to simply observe this child. Tapeu had encountered AI long ago, in his dreams. During his slumber, he often heard a woman weeping, her whispers and heartfelt murmurs weaving through the thin veil between dreams and wakefulness, reaching deep into his soul. Upon being released by that peculiar long-eared creature, the first sight of AI confirmed for Tapeu that she was indeed the woman who had often cried in his dreams. Her sorrowful eyes unmistakable. With a gentle sigh, Tapeu felt an indescribable sensation within him. He rubbed his temples, slowly dissipating the fatigue. Should his consciousness succumb to slumber, the sealed demon within him, Hildur, could very well emerge. Although the pressure aboard this spacecraft was greater than that posed by the demon, embodied in the long-eared creature and the boy who claimed to be the god of destruction, Tapeu could not shake off the profound dread instilled by the demon. Moreover, he had never witnessed the true extent of Beerus and Caviezel's powers, leaving him oblivious to the fact that Beerus could easily overpower the demon he deemed invincible, and that Caviezel, despite his modest combat abilities, could annihilate the so-called demon with ease by channeling the primal forces of the universe. Gazing through the glass at the vast, star-speckled void, Tapeu suddenly recalled his brother, drifting alone in the cold, desolate depths of space, rendering him momentarily speechless. Angelia continued to follow Caviezel, observing him and Beerus, both clad in white bathrobes, engrossed in a card game of Caviezel's teaching called Do de Jeu. After several rounds, Beerus was astounded by the game. His interest peaked as he and Caviezel engaged in a fiercely competitive match. Yet, a hint of pity flickered in Angelia's eyes as she watched Caviezel's back. She had resolved to follow him, sensing a subtle connection of souls forming between them. Thus, despite Caviezel's seemingly carefree demeanor, Angelia understood that he harbored a deep-seated confusion within. While Angelia could not fathom the source of his bewilderment, her resolve was to remain by his side throughout his moments of uncertainty. This was her silent vow. The divine beings Caviezel and Beerus required no rest, and they engaged in an all-night card game, even playing mahjong and singing, oblivious to the excellent soundproofing within the spacecraft. 3 minutes until arrival at the destination, planet Relantis. Please prepare for landing. The mechanical voice jolted Celia awake, and as she rubbed her eyes and regained her senses, excitement surged within her. She dashed to the window, exclaiming, "What a beautiful planet!" Before her lay a verdant sphere teeming with life, radiating the essence of nature, resplendent amidst the dark expanse of the universe. Beerus supported his head with one hand while the other scooped pudding with a spoon, murmuring, "Ah, so that's the reason. It seems this fellow possesses a level of power that ranks among the highest in the pantheon of deities. Why has he appeared so suddenly?" Just moments ago, Caviezel had been seated across from Beerus, but now he had vanished. The planet was indeed breathtaking, showcasing unspoiled wilderness, where beasts roamed the jungles and savannas, exemplifying the primal law of survival of the fittest. Cavalier materialized in midair, as a keen-eyed avian beast soared through the sky, its wings flapping vigorously as it darted towards what it perceived to be prey. With its formidable jaws agape, it prepared to feast, only to discover that there was nothing to consume. In a nearby forest, remnants of a dying campfire lay scattered on the ground, accompanied by an enormous pile of white animal bones. On the opposite side, a man with spiky black hair rested his head upon his hands. A dark red bandana, imbued with an unmistakable scent of blood, was tied around his forehead. A scar marred his cheek, lending a fierce and formidable aspect to his already handsome features. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Who? In an instant, he sprang up from the ground like a wild beast, instinctively unleashing his combat readiness, his entire body taut with tension. The realization that someone had approached him undetected struck his heart with dread as he lifted his gaze to the sky. There, he beheld a youth with an unusual hairstyle hovering in the air, gazing at him with an expression that was both peculiar and distorted, a blend of disappointment and relief. As if he were grappling with the absence of someone he yearned to see. "Who are you?" Bardock inquired, scrutinizing the seemingly innocuous boy before him, yet remaining ever vigilant. Covey-Sir gazed intently at Bardock, finally managing to utter, "Cockroach?" Chapter 20. Rampage. To be candid, based on the sudden and formidable aura he had learned about from his secretary, the East Kai, Covey-Sir was already 99% convinced that the figure before him was none other than his idol, Sun Wukong, also known as Cockroach. After all, the characteristics were unmistakable: the long black hair, the crimson fur, and the tail, all combined with an unparalleled combat prowess. It was impossible not to think of the dashing and flamboyant Super Saiyan 4. "Cockroach?" Bardock momentarily froze, then squinted, his expression inscrutable. He mused quietly to himself. Is this not the name of his newborn second son? While Bardock grappled with uncertainty, Covey-Sir in the air was experiencing a profound sense of frustration. With his keen perception, he could discern that the visage of the being below bore an uncanny resemblance to the idol he had long awaited. Yet, the classic attire and the red scarf atop the head, along with the scar on the cheek, all pointed to the fact that this was indeed Bardock, the father of Wukong. Thud. Covey-Sir touched down, although he was utterly perplexed by this bizarre turn of events, uncertain as to why Bardock had appeared at a time that seemed light years away from the original storyline. And even more baffled as to how the once formidable Bardock now seemed to embody the essence of a Super Saiyan 4th level, he felt compelled to engage in conversation. After all, Bardock was a character of significance within the narrative, and one could only hope for an autograph, though that remained uncertain. "Greetings." Covey-Sir endeavored to present himself as affable, no, perhaps more accurately, as approachable, or rather, as warm as the gentle spring breeze. Well, that was the essence of his intention. While Bardock did not entirely lower his guard, he sensed that this peculiar youth bore no ill intent. Consequently, he relaxed slightly, nodded in acknowledgement, and inquired, "Who are you?" As Cavasser was about to introduce himself and inquire whether Bardock's second son had been born, a sudden streak of radiant colors descended from the heavens, landing behind Bardock in a flash. Such an attitude is quite inappropriate, mysterious warrior. The individual before you is none other than the esteemed King Kai, the arbiter of cosmic order and a supreme being. Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, said with a smile. Bardock's heart sank. He was astonished that someone had approached him from behind without his awareness. The overwhelming aura this person emanated was unmistakable. Logically, such a powerful entity should not have been able to approach him without his detection of their energy signature. King Kai? Bardock did not turn around, instead focusing on Cavasser, who wore a troubled expression. He had heard of the King Kai, but had never encountered the term King Kai God, even in his extensive experience. Don't listen to his nonsense. I am merely one of the King Kais, Cavasser remarked, rolling his eyes. He greeted Bardock warmly, introducing himself as the East Kai, claiming dominion over the Eastern universe. Upon hearing this, Bardock felt little shock, merely a hint of surprise. He had ascended to the 4th level of Super Saiyan, his battle prowess unparalleled and unmatched. The once feared Frisia had annihilated their planet, Vegeta, and decimated the Saiyan race, but now, Bardock possessed the strength to obliterate Frisia countless times with a mere flick of his finger. Once one's power reaches a certain threshold, their perspective and mindset naturally elevate, rendering them less susceptible to intimidation by divine titles. Moreover, Bardock had never encountered the term King Kai in his numerous lives. It was akin to the moment Goku learned of the East Kai's identity, remaining unfazed. It was indeed a familial resemblance, in many ways. They were cut from the same cloth. Goku's latent talent, which blossomed late, was also inherited from his father, Bardock, a sentiment Cavasser would often reflect upon years later. However, when Bardock heard Cavasser's name, he visibly paused, as if he had encountered that name before. Pondering this, Bardock dismissed it, attributing it to mere coincidence, believing it could not possibly relate to his son, Kakarot, in this timeline. Bardock, he introduced himself, his voice somewhat stiff, as if he had not spoken in ages. Indeed, it is him, Cavasser thought to himself. The crescent-shaped spacecraft swiftly descended towards the surface, preparing to land. Honestly, why did my brother Covey have to rush out ahead? Celia mused, gazing at the stunning primordial scenery outside, yearning to explore, unaware that Cavasser could not contain himself and had teleported away. Such selfishness, not even bringing her along. Uncle Beerus was equally at fault for rushing out without considering Celia. Suddenly, a bright idea struck Celia. Her lively eyes sparkled as she formulated a plan, her mind racing with possibilities, and she dashed deeper into the spacecraft. In the main control room, the little girl frantically activated various operation screens, tapping away as shapes and text flickered across the large display. Although she had the super-intelligent Xiao Sha at her disposal, she preferred to handle things herself rather than simply instructing the AI. Tapiu sat nearby, watching the busy AI with a faint smile. He had spent most of his time with AI over the past few days and found himself quite fond of this seemingly young girl with a remarkably mature heart. AI was even contemplating creating a personalized resting pod for him to ensure his peaceful slumber. None of this was unexpected. Their fate had been set in motion when AI's fingers first touched the ancient music box in the year 3287, the moment she was created. There was an undeniable allure between them, a shared yearning for light amidst the suffocating darkness they both experienced. Gently, Tapiu retrieved his flute and began to play softly. Suddenly, AI, engrossed in her work, glanced outside and was startled to see a white Mark 7 super robot transform into a streak of light as it shot out of the spaceship. Tapiu followed her gaze, finding himself charmed by Celia, the adorably oblivious little girl who could hardly contain her excitement as she dashed outside, prompting a smile from him. But then, without warning, bang, bang, a violent tearing sensation surged through Tapiu's mind, chest, and abdomen, causing an overwhelming feeling of pressure to engulf him, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Even someone as resolute as Tapiu could not suppress a low, anguished cry as he cradled his head, his face pale and drenched in sweat. His teeth clenched as if they might shatter, his eyes reddened like a beast ready to bleed. AI sensed something was amiss and turned to see Tapiu's terrifying visage, her body trembling in shock at the sight. At that moment, Tapiu was far from his usual calm demeanor. He was enveloped in a terrifying aura, his features twisted in horror, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, yet his eyes retained a flicker of clarity. Run! Tapiu shouted with the last remnants of his strength, instinctively charging towards the exit without a moment's hesitation. Cavasser was on the verge of extracting intriguing information from Bardock when he sensed Celia's energy dissipating. Reluctantly, he turned to glance back, only to behold a white robot hurtling through the sky with remarkable speed. What could that be? Bardock too had noticed. Celia's energy signature was impossible to conceal from his perception. Yet, he found it astonishing that such a feeble energy output could propel such rapid motion. With that level of combat prowess, such speed seemed utterly implausible. At that moment, both Cavasser and the trailing Beerus were momentarily taken aback. Beerus cast an amused glance toward the direction of the spaceship's descent, remarking with intrigue, "It appears something captivating has emerged." The ominous and malevolent aura was palpable, prompting Cavasser to also gaze in that direction. Suddenly, a colossal shadow materialized in the air, revealing the form of a monstrous creature devoid of its upper body. Cavasser's expression suddenly changed. "This is bad. AI is still there." Chapter 21, Super Scion Bardock Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from behind, startling Celia inside the white super robot Mark 7. Turning around, she beheld a massive, peculiar creature with only 2 legs that had inexplicably appeared near their spacecraft. What is that? Celia's mind was filled with shock. Despite the distance, she could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from the enormous half-figure. On the ground, Cavasser soared into the air, gazing at the half-monster in the direction of Phantom Demon Hildergan. With his keen eyesight, he immediately spotted Tapio kneeling beside Hildergan's colossal foot. Sensing AI's presence still within the spacecraft, unchanged in strength or presence, Cavasser felt a slight relief. A powerful aura surged from Hildergan's lower body, flooding outward like a tidal wave, toppling vast forests and sending clouds of dust swirling into the sky. "What a racket," Cavasser muttered, slightly displeased, and called out to Beerus, who was chatting with Bardock below. "Hey, Beerus, don't get involved." "Huh?" Beerus looked up, seeming still half asleep. "What is going on?" Ignoring the playful Beerus, Cavasser smiled at Bardock, who was observing Hildergan's lower body from a distance. "So, can you handle it?" Bardock raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, letting out a cold snort. Then it settled. In an instant, Cavasser flew to Celia's side, wrapped his arms around her waist, and they vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Bardock dashed off with a loud bang, transforming into a streak of red light heading towards the half-monster. Bang! The red light erupted into a dazzling golden glow, accelerating once more. "Consider it a post-meal workout," Bardock thought. "Damn you, Hildergan. How dare you escape?" Tapio was filled with regret and frustration, forcing his weary body to rise. Gazing at the familiar, terrifying giant form before him, Tapio felt a bitter pang in his heart, realizing he had allowed it to escape. He should have remained obediently sealed within the music box. Being released was a grave mistake. Given Hildergan's terror, this planet would soon be destroyed, followed by the annihilation of the entire universe. In truth, Tapio had respected this so-called phantom demon. In these times, any creature with a bit of power often boasted about destroying or dominating the universe. Yet in the eyes of the five supreme Kai who govern the cosmos, they were merely slightly stronger, reckless grasshoppers. No matter how terrifying one might be, as long as they could connect with the primordial force of the universe and summon the radiant colors of the celestial light, the supreme Kai could crush and seal all existence. However, such laborious tasks were typically left to the destruction gods of that dimension, as the lazy supreme Kai preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tapio, unaware of these matters, was overwhelmed with despair. Instinctively, he reached for his Sun flute, hoping to seal the phantom demon Hildergan once more. But as if sensing Tapio's intention, Hildergan's gigantic tail whipped towards him. Swish! The sound of air being torn. Oh no! Tapio's pupils dilated as the massive tail loomed closer. Suddenly, a golden figure descended from the heavens. Bang! Bardock, resembling a deity engulfed in golden flames, seized Hildergan's tail tightly, coldly stating, "Your opponent is me." With that, he exerted tremendous force, his muscular arms twisting, sending Hildergan's massive lower half flying. Tapio stared in shock at the golden-haired figure before him. Who is this person? How can he move the phantom demon Hildergan with sheer strength? Hey! A voice called from behind. Tapio turned to see Caviezel supporting the little girl AI, along with the red-haired, blue-eyed girl Angelia. A white super robot, Mark 7, floated nearby, its feet barely touching the ground, with Celia inside. "Since you managed to escape without letting my ship get crushed, I'll spare your life," Caviezel said with a slight smile. Instantly, the four of them, including Caviezel, vanished into thin air, along with the crescent-shaped massive spacecraft. Bardock's punch aimed at the half-monster's abdomen, but it struck nothing. The creature's form had suddenly vanished again. Not again, Bardock scoffed, quickly analyzing the monster's abilities and threats. Swish! Hildergan's tail shot towards Bardock's face. Yet Bardock, unfazed, deftly dodged the strike by tilting his head. I see. It seems this monster can only become phantom when it attacks. Bardock's mind was clear as day. What's wrong, Bardock? Can't handle this trash. Beerus taunted from the ground, his tone dripping with provocation. Quit yapping. Bardock swiftly flew back a distance, coming to a steady stop, his eyes fixed on the approaching half-monster once more. The tail swung again. In a split second, something extraordinary occurred. Bardock readied himself, roaring in fury, and suddenly, he seemed to ignite into flames. His golden hair stood on end, transforming into a wild cascade of black, as red fur sprouted across his body. And his brown tail turned crimson. Instantly, he ascended to Super Saiyan level 4. The tail lashed out at Bardock. It was merely an afterimage. Bardock suddenly appeared directly above the half-monster, his right fist glowing with golden light. With a single, powerful punch, the dazzling golden light cascaded like a river from the heavens, descending with immense force, crashing down upon Hildergan's lower half. Chapter 22. Bardock vs. Beerus. How terrifying is Bardock's full-powered punch as a Super Saiyan level 4? If it directly struck the surface of this planet, which is 100 times larger than the Earth from Caviezel's previous life, it would be obliterated to the last hair. Moreover, even the complete form of Hildergan was defeated in the original story by Goku at Super Saiyan level 3 with a single dragon fist. How much more so? Now that it was only the lower half, and attacking it was Bardock, whose strength far surpassed Goku's Super Saiyan 3 in the original tale. Though Bardock's punch, honed through countless battles and bloodshed, may not possess the intricate finesse of his son Goku's dragon fist, which encapsulated a lifetime of martial arts mastery. Bardock's own combat prowess was nothing short of earth-shattering. His punch could easily shatter any obstacle in its path. However, Bardock's figure soared from above. Seizing a fleeting moment in time, a brilliant golden light erupted from his right fist, shooting towards the heavens and forming a golden beam that pierced the clouds. The sheer force of his punch caused the colossal planet to tremble. Though Hildergan was left with only his lower half, he seemed to sense the imminent threat of death, and unexpectedly began to roar from less than 10 meters beneath Bardock's right fist. On a nearby hill, Caviezel, Angelia, Celia, AI, and Tapio appeared out of thin air. Upon witnessing Bardock's distant figure and the cataclysmic punch he was about to unleash, Tapio nearly gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that a human could possess such power. TSK. Caviezel grimaced, feeling a headache coming on. Is he seriously trying to obliterate this planet with that attack? At some point, Beerus had floated into the air behind Bardock, shaking his head in astonishment but showing no intention to intervene. In truth, the entire sequence from Bardock's leap to this moment had transpired in the blink of an eye. The Bardock engaged in battle, or rather, the Scion warrior, wore a frigid expression, bathed in golden radiance, resembling a cruel celestial being draped in divine armor, presiding over death from above. What a punch it was! The sky seemed to dim beneath its might, and a profound silence enveloped the world. As if all existence had succumbed to this unparalleled blow, the golden beam traversed the heavens and the earth. Boom! A silent tremor reverberated through every corner. Following that was a furious storm, centered around Hildergan, rapidly sweeping outward, as countless trees, grass, stones, and river water were hurled into the sky, reminiscent of the most terrifying natural catastrophe. Yet, this disaster arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The earth soon regained its tranquility. Such power, even Celia, typically lively and talkative, was rendered speechless, as was the little girl AI beside her. The raw display of personal valor and sheer brutality was profoundly shocking for someone immersed in the sciences. She stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the devastation surrounding her, as if a hurricane of unimaginable force had swept through. Meanwhile, the more expressionless Angelia seemed unfazed, her mind occupied solely with Cavasil's matters. Observing Bardock suspended in the distance, Tapio felt a shock that words could scarcely convey. The might of this man's punch was simply unfathomable, defying all logic. Meanwhile, Hildgarn's lower half had vanished without a trace. In midair, Bardock glanced downward to see a disappearing, colorful whirlpool. Casting a sidelong glance at the disgruntled Cavasil on the distant hill, Bardock let out a soft hum. On the other side, Beerus floated elegantly with his hands behind his back. Ah, truly the esteemed god of destruction, he mused with a soft chuckle. Observing the unscathed group of Cavasil and others, their ship intact, starkly contrasting with the devastation that surrounded them, Beerus shook his head. To manipulate the forces of the universe at will is indeed enviable. Yet, his demeanor was languid, betraying no hint of such envy. Had it not been for Cavasil's timely invocation of the primordial forces to mitigate the impact of Bardock's punch, this planet might have been reduced to cosmic dust by now. Bardock's golden aura dissipated, reverting to his normal black-haired form. Hey, I must say, even in a brawl, one should exercise some caution. Must the noise be so thunderous? Our ship nearly met its end. Cavasil's disgruntled voice broke through, as Bardock turned to find him hovering beside him, a familiar sight he had grown accustomed to. Just as Bardock was about to respond, a foot unexpectedly struck his cheek, propelling him at light speed into the distance. He then beheld the distant mountains collapsing one after another, accompanied by the resounding roar of their demise. Dust filled the air. What on earth are you doing? Cavasil stared incredulously at Beerus, who had retracted his kicking foot. What is a plane? Beerus queried, perplexed, before suddenly swinging his arm to swat away an energy orb that had appeared before him, sending it crashing onto a distant island, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated it. Amidst the rubble of the shattered mountains, radiant golden light burst forth from the crevices of the broken stones, only to be forcefully expelled, shattering into dust in midair. The red-clad Bardock surged forth like a laser, propelling himself towards Beerus, who stood 7 kilometers away. Bang! A cascade of multicolored lights flashed as Bardock and Beerus collided fiercely in midair, akin to 2 meteors crashing together, causing the very air to tremble. The narrow eyes of Beerus met the cold gaze of Bardock, and both recognized the mutual desire for combat, sharing a knowing smile. Bang! 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 The dazzling, frenetic battle commenced, with punches and kicks flying, their strikes transforming into a meteor shower, igniting the air with heat from their friction. They fought in the skies, suddenly reappearing on the ground, fracturing the earth beneath them, only to vanish again, surfacing on the ocean where waves crashed violently, creating bottomless whirlpools. Bardock deflected one of Beerus's punches, using the momentum to swiftly retreat, while simultaneously unleashing an energy wave toward Beerus. With a disdainful grin, Beerus deftly swatted the attack back at Bardock, taunting, "Is that all you've got?" Unperturbed by the incoming strike, Bardock smirked, his body erupting with an even more intense golden aura. He caught the incoming energy ball, spun around to dissipate its force, and then hurled it back at Beerus with renewed velocity. In the next moment, brilliant golden light ignited from Bardock's hands. "Catch this," he laughed, as his hands transformed into a blur of motion, unleashing a barrage of golden shockwaves that followed the third energy ball towards Beerus. The density of the shockwaves Bardock unleashed was staggering. From a distance, they appeared as a colossal net of golden light, engulfing the space towards Beerus. Moreover, Bardock's onslaught did not relent. He continued to hurl shockwaves with wild abandon. Chapter 23, Standing Resolute Through Time, Part 2. The confrontation between Bardock and Beerus had concluded 4 days prior. After that day, Bardock, utterly exhausted and covered in wounds, plummeted from the sky and promptly fell into a deep slumber. As Beerus perched atop a distant hillside, hands clasped behind his back, he regarded Bardock with an air of satisfaction, a look of delight gracing his features. It seemed he had not experienced such a liberating battle in quite some time, albeit not entirely unrestrained. Save for Cavasil, the others were utterly astonished by the cataclysmic confrontation that day, deeply intimidated by the raw aesthetic of violence displayed by Bardock and Beerus. For the young girl, despite the vast conquests and invasions undertaken by the high-tech planet across many worlds and its extensive reach within the cosmos, she did not naively presume that the universe was thoroughly comprehended by her kind. Yet, she harbored a misguided belief that their understanding of the universe was remarkably comprehensive. No matter how vividly she imagined, she could never have fathomed that the power of individual life could be so terrifying. A single punch capable of rivaling the destructive force of dozens of super neutron bombs, utterly shattering her worldview. Celia, having grown up on a planet brimming with magic, had never witnessed a battle of such terrifying devastation. Her small face had turned pale with fright as she hid within the confines of Mark 7, too fearful to emerge. As for Angelia, she remained indifferent, perhaps due to her lack of emotional response, but also because of her own considerable strength, even in her sword-wielding form. While she could not match Bardock's Super Saiyan form, she retained formidable power. For Tapio, the realization that he had dispatched Hildreg with a single punch filled him with disbelief. He was finally convinced that the horrendous creature had truly vanished from within him. His hand trembled as he clutched the old music box tightly. Suddenly, a cool little hand grasped his own, startling Tapio. He looked down to see the girl, Aoi, on her tiptoes, placing her hand atop his, her expression serene, perhaps even with a hint of a smile. In that fleeting moment, a connection was forged. For days after their confrontation, as twilight set in, the spaceship rested in a valley. Under Celia's encouragement, Tapio set up a grill outside the craft to prepare a barbecue, while Aoi assisted him. The air was punctuated with intermittent booming sounds, causing the atmosphere to tremble slightly. However, Tapio and Aoi remained oblivious, while Celia, drooling and eagerly eyeing the succulent meat on the grill, was even less concerned. Those sounds emanated from a battle, Caviezel and Bardock clashing once more. Since that day, Caviezel had sought out Bardock for a duel. Unsurprisingly, without utilizing the primal forces of the universe, Bardock ruthlessly overwhelmed Caviezel, who, despite possessing abundant divine power, lacked the knowledge to effectively convert it into combat prowess. Thus, Caviezel found himself decisively outmatched. Bardock was taken aback. He had anticipated Caviezel to be of similar strength to Beerus, only to discover he was rather weak. However, Caviezel soon became persistent, urging Bardock and Beerus to engage in bouts with him, eager to hone his combat skills and unlock the offensive capabilities of his divine energy. Initially reluctant, Bardock believed that little progress could be made in a short span, yet the ensuing days left him utterly astonished. In merely 4 days, Caviezel, who could hardly withstand 10 blows at his baseline form, advanced at a meteoric pace. His combat prowess skyrocketing to the point where he could contend with Bardock's Super Saiyan first form. Bardock realized that only by transforming into Super Saiyan second form or beyond could he maintain a definitive advantage. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that Caviezel never seemed to tire. Not only did his divine energy vastly exceed the combat-oriented divine energy he displayed, but he also had the ability to effortlessly tap into the primordial forces of the universe. Thus, regardless of fatigue or the expenditure of divine energy, he could restore himself in the blink of an eye, nonchalantly resuming his assaults. With a resounding clash, Caviezel and Bardock, in his Super Saiyan first form, engaged in a protracted struggle. Suddenly, as Caviezel was propelled backward, he recalled Bardock's earlier words, realizing, indeed, Beerus had not unleashed his full power during their bout. Abruptly, Caviezel found himself startled, his expression one of exasperation as he beheld Bardock transforming into Super Saiyan 4, and he exclaimed in frustration, "Hey, if we're not fighting, then why transform into something so intimidating?" He quickly descended to the ground, exhaling deeply as he retracted his surging divine energy. In previous encounters, as twilight approached and Bardock wished to cease fighting, he would transform into Super Saiyan 4, decisively overwhelming Caviezel to conclude their skirmishes. Bardock too released a sigh, contemplating how rapidly Caviezel was progressing. Fortunately, Bardock had gleaned some understanding from Caviezel, realizing that he was merely unlocking the latent powers that resided within him. Else this rapid development would have been truly alarming. "Hey, Beerus," Caviezel turned to inquire, "during your duel with Bardock, how much of your strength did you actually employ?" Beerus paused, taking another bite of his juicy apple, and casually replied, "About 50% of my power, which is quite significant." 50%? Caviezer's tooth ached slightly. As night fell, the sky became a deep shade of darkness, and the celestial expanse, distinct from that of Earth, appeared even more vast and resplendent, captivating all who beheld it. Caviezel, Bardock, Beerus, Tapio, Celia, and the little girl Ai gathered around the campfire, indulging in a sumptuous feast of roasted meat. On this primitive planet, meat was abundant, and Beerus had returned from a flight with a mountain of ingredients, revealing his own gluttonous nature. However, at this moment, it was the true gourmand, Bardock, a member of the voracious Scion race, who was unabashedly devouring the meat. Celia watched in astonishment as Bardock consumed food with a ferocity that was nothing short of astounding. Was it possible for a normal person to eat with such reckless abandon? Surely, anyone who consumed this much would have perished. Yet, Caviezel remained unfazed, having read the original texts and understood the Scion's insatiable appetite. A lineage of true Epicureans who could not be satiated, even by the most extravagant feasts. "By the way, I haven't asked where you come from, Bardock," Caviezel remarked, discarding a bone and wiping his mouth, glancing at Bardock, who continued to stuff his face with meat. Bardock looked up, his chewing not interrupted. Casting a puzzled glance at Caviezel, Beerus, meanwhile, elegantly enjoyed his portions with knife and fork. Well, you see, I am the Kaishin. My subordinates discovered a substantial energy signature emanating from this planet, which is why I traveled such a distance, Kawizel explained, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. Bardock fell silent, swallowing the morsel in his mouth with a soft gulp, remaining quiet. Celia, somewhat slow on the uptake, did not comprehend the situation, her hair sticking up with a customary tuft. AI, who was handing meat to Tapio, remarked gently, if it's inconvenient to speak, then you need not. Bardock slightly lowered his head, remaining silent. I do not truly belong to this world. Or rather, I do not belong to this era. To clarify this, I must recount my origins and my homeland. Bardock's voice was low and resonant as he began to unveil the truth of his Scion heritage. Blood and fire. Fury and destruction flowed forth from his narrative. Thus, the last warrior sent to conquer the planet Kinesa, before his demise, struck me with a punch he referred to as the illusionary demon fist. After that encounter, I inexplicably gained the ability to see the future. Bardock's voice echoed, bringing to life the enmity between the Scions and Frisia, their battles and bloodshed, resonating in the ears of Kawizel and the others. Though I believed it impossible to survive the explosion, I found myself alive, awakening to a time long past on planet Vegeta, many years before the Scions arrived. Even before the indigenous Zufru people had appeared. Fueled by anger over my own weakness, I transformed into a Super Scion at the first level. Easily defeating what seemed to be Frisia's ancestor, Chilled. I commandeered their spacecraft and drifted through the northern galaxy, hoping to encounter my kin. However, after one fateful slumber, I awoke once more in an even more ancient time. Thus, I experienced repeated awakenings, only to sleep again after an unpredictable duration, continuously returning to earlier epochs. Even colliding with a star would result only in awakening, not death. After 2 years and 5 months following my third awakening, I attained the second level of Super Scion. 3 months after my sixth awakening, I achieved the third level, and during my last, the eighth awakening, over the course of 5 years, I reached the fourth level of Super Scion on a planet in the northern galaxy. By the seaside, the rising sun appeared as a crimson orb, bright yet gentle, slowly ascending from beyond the horizon. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, exploding into white froth. Bardock stood alone upon a rock, resolute and unmoving. Kawizel stood by the shore, gazing at Bardock's silhouette, repeatedly reflecting on Bardock's words from the previous night. This marked the 9th time, and I remain uncertain when this ordeal will come to an end. However, we Scions have never shied away from any challenge. Thus, even if we are destined to perpetually traverse the past, even if it leads us to the very inception of the universe only to perish, I harbor no regrets. For in that first moment, before all of this transpired, I beheld the vision of my son, Kakarot, vanquishing that scoundrel, Frisia. Therefore, even if this is the only way I must exist, it matters not. Cavashir silently gazed at Bardock's resolute silhouette, feeling an ineffable sense of desolation emanating from it. At this moment, he reaffirmed that his own timeline was indeed eons earlier than that of the original narrative, and although he was a Supreme Kai, it was unlikely he would ever witness the characters of that tale. The sight of Bardock's figure evoked an indescribable solemnity and commanded profound respect. Chapter 24, Return Voyage. Supreme Kai Realm, third update. In the sanctum where the fortunes, destinies, and primordial essence of the entire universe converge, the Supreme Kai Realm was born. This realm stands as the origin and nexus of countless dimensions and myriad timelines within the universe, transcending all temporal and dimensional boundaries, both sacred and exalted, vast and enigmatic. Within it, the primordial essence of the cosmos gave rise to 5 supreme deities, the Supreme Kais. They govern the universe, lofty and omniscient, surveying all beings, wielding unparalleled power. Yet, beyond all beings, there exists the universe. A few weeks later, after traversing multiple planets and relentlessly altering the ecological and topographical fabric of this star region, Cavashir's combat prowess ascended to a level comparable to Bardock's full power in the third stage of Super Saiyan transformation. However, further advancement proved exceedingly arduous, bordering on impossible. Cavathil, indifferent as he was, had nearly exhausted his drive. After all, his current form was not of flesh and blood. He could no longer relish the exquisite comfort of resting after an extreme workout, a sensation he once cherished in his past life. Thus, even though his combat power had increased, it bore little significance. His strength had remained unchanged, it merely manifested in a different form. Furthermore, Cavathil believed that the full power of Super Saiyan 3 was sufficient for him to show off during idle moments. It was time to return, wasn't it? As everyone prepared to board the crescent-shaped spacecraft, Celia naturally followed Cavathil wherever he went. Tapio also wished to venture to the realm of the Kaishins, seeking the aid of other Kaishins to locate his brother, who was still wandering in the far corners of the universe, hoping to rescue him from the clutches of Hildegard. AI, now thoroughly intrigued by these scientifically inexplicable matters, decided to accompany Tapio. As for Angelia, her presence was a given. However, Just as Cavathiel was about to step aboard the vessel, he noticed that Beerus had not followed. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Beerus, stretching lazily and yawning, replied nonchalantly, "I'm not going. There are countless gods of destruction across myriad dimensions. One cannot simply go wherever they please. You all go ahead. I intend to continue my slumber." Cavathiel paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he extended his arm and gave a thumbs up, the spacecraft's hatch slowly closing. "Until we meet again." The realm of the Kayashins. No language could adequately capture the beauty and sanctity of this land, where all glory converged, peace flowed, and hope was born. At this moment, on a high slope of the grand Kayashin planet, a rotund figure stood quietly with hands clasped behind his back. Behind him stood 3 other Kayashins, the meticulous North Kayashin, the combative South Kayashin, and the alluringly mature West Kayashin. Their expressions were grave. "What do you think?" West Kayashin Jexica inquired, her voice imbued with a magnetic femininity, yet tinged with deep concern. The Grand Kayashin remained silent, his half-closed eyes sparkling with a kaleidoscope of colors, piercing through countless dimensions, gazing into the profound depths of existence. After a long pause, he withdrew his gaze, returning to his ordinary, portly demeanor, and sighed softly. "Time is running short." The 3 Kayashins behind him wore heavy expressions, brows furrowed. "I didn't expect Kashi to plan his return so soon," West Kayashin Jexica murmured. The muscular South Kayashin interjected, "It should be the same anywhere, right? This is the entire universe." Suddenly, North Kayashin spoke up, a hint of perplexity in his tone. "Don't you find it strange? Kashi could easily teleport that distance. Why go through all this trouble?" The Grand Kayashin shook his head slightly, harboring a trace of doubt. He seems to struggle internally with accepting his own greatness. In the pitch-black universe, a white streak of light darted through the void, a crescent-shaped spaceship. After nearly a month together, Bardock had grown accustomed to the advanced technology aboard the vessel. Celia cheered as she dashed to the bathroom, inviting the young girls AI and Angelia for a soothing hot bath, before whisking everyone off to the entertainment room for ice skating, video games, and movies. Eventually, Cavathiel, Celia, AI, and Angelia reclined on lounge chairs. The simulated beach environment of the room, complete with realistic simulated sunlight and gentle sea breezes, created a perfect atmosphere, making it entirely fitting for Celia, AI, and Angelia to don their swimsuits and relax by the faux shore. Meanwhile, Tapio sat cross-legged, his sword resting on his lap, immersed in contemplation, while Bardock had dashed to the training room, activating the gravity device, reveling in the sweat of 800 times Earth's gravity. While AI idly perused a book, she suddenly noticed Cavathiel's unusual demeanor. "What's wrong?" she inquired. Cavathiel stared at the ceiling, his gaze distant, shaking his head slightly. "It's nothing." He then rose and walked towards the corridor. "I'm going back to my room." Angelia followed suit. "What's the matter with Brother Kashi?" Celia asked curiously. AI shook her head, her confusion mirrored in her expression. "He seems to be missing home?" Celia chuckled. "Aren't we on our way to Brother Kashi's home?" In the bedroom, Cavathiel lay on the bed. After a moment of reflection, he buried his head beneath the covers, exhaling a sigh. He missed home, his home from his previous life. He wasn't so carefree. At first, he might have treated it as a vacation, maintaining a positive outlook. However, he could not deceive himself. He could not pretend that it did not matter. How could it not matter? He could never return, never see his parents again. While not having to attend classes was a relief, he would no longer see his classmates, the girl he had once secretly admired, nor savor his mother's cooking. He felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, wondering how they perceived him now, whether he had perished, or after all, he could be considered as having soul transcended, yet his previous body had not come with him. As Cavathiel's thoughts spiraled, a warm, soft presence nestled beside him. A smile crept across his face, and he instinctively pulled the comforting form into his embrace, gazing into Angelia's beautiful azure eyes, filled with affection and tenderness. "Don't be sad," Angelia said, gently smoothing Cavathiel's furrowed brow. Cavathiel gently kissed Angelia's skin, reminiscent of jade, which immediately blossomed with a captivating blush. He pressed his lips against her arm, then her swan-like neck, followed by her cheeks, the tip of her nose, her forehead, her hair, and her soft, delicate lips. Nestled amidst the fragrant jade peaks of the young maiden, Cavathiel felt a sense of melancholy dissipate slightly. Angelia's voice, as soft as a kitten's, was irresistibly alluring. Her head nestled against her chest, her breath warm and fervent, rendering her body weak with sensation. Blushing, Angelia squirmed shyly. Cavathiel smiled faintly and pulled up the blanket. Chapter 25, Return Journey, King of the Gods Realm, Part 2, 4th Update. Cavathiel opened his eyes, feeling remarkably refreshed. In his embrace lay the bare young woman, Angelia, her supple body akin to a cloud or a gentle stream. Her skin was smooth as ice and pleasantly cool, making her presence exceedingly comfortable. The room was dimly lit, the bedding carelessly strewn, barely concealing the majority of their skin. On the floor, Angelia's swimsuit and Cavathiel's garments were haphazardly discarded. As Angelia slowly awakened, she resembled a newly stirred sprite. When her azure eyes met Cavasser's tranquil gaze, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. She reached out, causing the blanket to slip from her smooth arm, revealing her alabaster skin. She playfully tapped the tip of Cavasser's nose and caressed his brow, her eyes filled with a gentle affection. "Shall we rise?" Cavasser chuckled softly, his left hand gliding over Angelia's silky back beneath the covers, while his right hand tenderly grasped the youthful swell of her breast, kneading it gently. Angelia allowed his touch, her gaze fixed upon Cavasser's captivating eyes, unable to look away. Cavasser gently touched the glistening tip of Angelia's nose with his own, softly proposing, "Once we arrive at the realm of the Supreme Kai, shall we perform the ritual for you to become my divine attendant?" A faint smile graced Angelia's lips as she nodded in agreement. The two fell into a serene silence, embracing each other tightly, as if they had merged into one. The sensation of their embrace was truly enchanting, as if they could feel each other's hearts intertwining. This tranquil intimacy left both of them enraptured. Although Cavasser's divine form lacks internal organs, it bears a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary human. He possesses appetites and desires, yet these are mere facades, as long as he chooses to remain unfettered by such earthly cravings, abstaining from sustenance and carnal pleasures. They exert no influence upon him. To think that a majestic deity could be ensnared by the trivialities of mortal existence would be utterly ludicrous. Similarly, Angelia, while capable of indulging in food and romance, underwent a profound transformation upon awakening her sword physique. She is no longer encumbered by the typical tribulations of a corporeal body, embracing existence at her whim. Before her encounter with Cavasser, she spent countless 30-year spans devoid of sustenance or desire. Thus, for these two beings, corporeal pleasures are merely byproducts of their affection for one another. True ecstasy lies in the mere act of beholding each other. Legend has it that many years ago, a great celestial sovereign, who forged a pact with a maiden of the ancient sword clan, unified the languages of the cosmos, and quelled cosmic turmoil, was also an Eastern celestial sovereign. In the training chamber, under a staggering gravity of 800 times, the very air seemed to take on a dark crimson hue, appearing both fearsome and eerie, subtly distorted by the overwhelming force. Bardock, braced on one hand and inverted, bore a hefty block of blue and white metal, a rare ultra-dense substance, rendered astonishingly heavy in this environment. Sweat drenched his body, pooling on the ground beneath him, while his skin bulged with alarming veins. Yet, amidst this physical exertion, Bardock's mind remained remarkably calm and lucid. Throughout nearly a month of combat with Cavasser, he had witnessed the resplendent, kaleidoscopic power that emanated from Cavasser, experiencing its vastness, grandeur, and nobility firsthand. Words fail to encapsulate the magnificence of such an aura. Is this the essence of divinity? A flicker of enlightenment sparked within Bardock, whose thoughts remained eerily composed despite his extreme fatigue. Unbeknownst to him, his spiked hair glimmered with an almost crimson sheen. Cavasser and Angelia exited the room, where AI and Celia were seated in plush chairs, engaged in conversation, with Celia's chatter dominating the exchange, while AI responded sporadically. Cavasser, in high spirits, greeted them with a smile and plopped down beside AI, seizing a piece of fruit from the coffee table to munch on, casually tossing another behind him for Angelia to catch. "How is your time machine coming along?" Cavasser asked through a mouthful of fruit. AI replied with a hint of sarcasm, "You merely provided a name, didn't you? We're still only scratching the surface." "Well, having a lead is better than nothing." Cavasser chuckled, reflecting that if Bulma could create such wonders, surely their own prodigious scientific girl could manage as well. Little did he realize that AI had no reference point from Bulma's achievements. Bulma had conceived her time machine in a moment of despair, prompted by Mr. Popo to craft a device that could traverse time and save a world ravaged by androids. AI, on the other hand, only had Cavasser's whimsical suggestion to work with. Yet her remarkable intellect allowed her to make progress in such a short span. Just then, Tapiu emerged from the room, his pallor alarming. Approaching Cavasser and the others, AI gasped at his appearance and inquired, "What happened to you?" Tapiu shook his head, casting a troubled glance at Cavasser. "Hal Dagon hasn't vanished." "What?" AI exclaimed, sitting up in shock. Cavasser's brow furrowed in concern. "Hal Dagon's kind shouldn't have survived Bardock's punch. If he's back, we can just kill him again." Bardock's voice echoed as he entered, looking refreshed in a new battle outfit. Ignoring Bardock's brutish demeanor, Cavasser pondered, "I will consult the Grand Kaioshin when we reach the Kaioshin realm. He might have a solution." At that moment, Celia timidly interjected, raising her hand. "How do we get to this Kaioshin place?" Everyone turned to Cavasser, suddenly realizing he had never mentioned the location of the Kaioshin realm. They could not simply fly endlessly through space to arrive there, could they? "What are you all staring at?" Cavasser said, his hand holding the fruit suspended in midair, looking innocently bewildered. "You never asked me about it." Subsequently, the crescent-shaped spaceship, hurtling through the inky void of the universe, was enveloped in a prism of radiant light before vanishing from sight, as if it had never existed. Chapter 26, The Divine Maiden, Z-Sword. After a tumultuous shift in reality, the scene before them transformed entirely. A crescent-shaped vessel appeared in the soft lavender sky, gliding a distance before gently decelerating and landing on the verdant banks of a tranquil lake. As the hatch of the spaceship opened, Celia burst forth, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so beautiful!" The breathtaking landscape before them seemed to encapsulate all the splendor of the world, with a refreshing breeze that invigorated their spirits. Surrounded by the harmonious sounds of nature and an ethereal aura, AI, equally astonished, remarked, "I never imagined such a sight existed." "Ah, this is not the human realm," Caviezel interjected, scratching his head as he joined her. "This is the sacred domain." "Little Covey, knowing this is the sacred domain, why would you so casually bring outsiders here?" A voice, half-teasing, echoed from above. They looked up to see a woman, resembling Caviezel in hairstyle, floating gracefully in the air. Under the imposing gaze of the West Kaioshin, Caviezel obediently donned the Kaioshin attire through divine energy, responding, "Sister, bringing friends for a visit shouldn't be a problem, right?" Bardock and Tapiu stepped out from the ship, glancing at the West Kaioshin, Jessica, and nodding in agreement, recognizing her similar aura and demeanor to Caviezel. With a slight huff, Jessica scrutinized Caviezel's companions, but her attention sharpened upon seeing Bardock. "So, this is the super warrior that appeared in the main dimension recently?" Bardock appeared puzzled, not comprehending Jessica's words. "Wait, you know about this?" Caviezel asked, surprised, for he considered Bardock powerful, but still a mere mortal. "Of course," Jessica replied, shaking her head. "There are only about 10 warriors of his caliber in any given universe dimension, and since the main dimension is where we primarily operate, we couldn't possibly overlook his emergence. You, on the other hand, seem to be perpetually idle, with no idea of what's happening around you." 10. Bardock's heart raced. He had thought himself formidable. Yet there were over 10 others like him in this universe. Caviezel was equally astonished. There are a dozen in each dimension? His surprise was warranted, for in his previous life, the ultimate Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was renowned as the mightiest warrior across all dimensions. However, if each dimension harbored around 10 Super Saiyan 4 level warriors, what did that imply? Is this the divine attendant you have chosen? Suddenly, the West Supreme Kai, Jishika, floated before Angelia, scrutinizing her closely. A moment of realization struck her, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Is she truly a descendant of the ancient Sword Clan? Currently, it is the Blalab clan." Caviezel corrected her. Yet, the West Supreme Kai paid him no heed, continuing to examine Angelia with growing intrigue. "I never anticipated that the bloodline of the ancient Sword Clan still exists. Could it be that the prophecy of the Grand Supreme Kai might indeed come to fruition?" Jishika discreetly glanced at Celia, who was being pulled along, and at AI, who was equipped with an anti-gravity watch, though it proved ineffective here. And AI had to be carried aloft by Tapio, as well as Bardock, and finally at Caviezel, soaring through the sky. A sigh escaped her heart. "Little Kashi, must you truly bear all this? O Grand Supreme Kai, the future you glimpsed, is it indeed so? If a ritual is to be performed, let us proceed now. We shall take care of your friends for the time being." Regaining her composure, Jishika gestured towards Caviezel, who was beckoning Angelia from the heavens. In the sky, the group was flying in unison. "You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Angelia and I have some matters to attend to," Caviezel informed the others. Suddenly recalling something, he moved closer to AI and whispered, "Regarding the time machine, our elder brother, the Grand Supreme Kai, has conducted some research on time. I will take you to see him shortly. Perhaps we can glean some insights. What I seek is a time-traveling machine, not a dimensional travel machine." AI, being cradled by Tapio, rolled her eyes and retorted, "I know. Stop being so verbose." Caviezel remained unfazed and turned to the silent Bardock, saying, "By the way, Bardock, your situation is no different. Perhaps we should see if the Great Supreme Kai can assist you. You cannot continue to live back like this, can you?" Bardock hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. If this could resolve his troublesome predicament, he would certainly welcome it. "Very well, we shall take our leave for now," Caviezel chuckled, embracing the flying Angelia beside him, and surged off in another direction. This fellow, the West Supreme Kai, shook his head. The Great Supreme Kai lifted his gaze, peering through the pale purple sky. "What is the matter?" inquired the North Supreme Kai behind him. "The rift of causality is widening. It is likely to shatter soon," the Great Supreme Kai murmured, withdrawing his gaze with a heavy sigh. The North Supreme Kai fell silent, his heart weighed down, and glanced upwards in stunned silence. After a considerable while, he redirected his gaze and suddenly stated, "Caviezel has returned." "Yes, I am aware," the Great Supreme Kai nodded, having noticed it immediately. "Are we truly going to entrust everything to him?" The North Supreme Kai hesitated. "He is exceptional," the Great Supreme Kai replied, not wishing to elaborate further. "Brother, what exactly did you perceive?" The North Supreme Kai had asked this question more than once. "He is exceptional," the Great Supreme Kai reiterated. "But that burden is too great. It is a responsibility, as well as a destiny." A profound sigh escaped him. On the Great Supreme Kai's planet, there exists a well known as the Well of the Mother Goddess. This well connects to the very core and essence of the universe. It is a realm of resplendent, Multicolored glass, resembling a grand crucible that encompasses worlds, countless timelines, and the infinite universe, nurturing all creation. Each strand of the multicolored glass's primordial power bears the weight of mountains. Cavasher gazed upon Angelia, bathed in the resplendent hues of the iridescent divine light. He watched as her crimson locks gradually transformed into a regal burgundy, as a purple diamond mark emerged upon her forehead. He beheld the radiant colors of the iridescent light flowing upon her body, which was as pure as jade and unblemished. He witnessed her slowly opening her violet golden eyes, revealing a hint of a smile directed towards him. Then, he observed her suddenly morph into a figure of icy indifference, with silver hair and silver eyes. In the next moment, she transformed into a gleaming silver longsword, only to be reborn under the baptism of the iridescent light, becoming a divine sword that shimmered with the brilliance of myriad colors. Cavasel extended his hand, and instantly, the divine sword, brimming with an overwhelming sacred aura, glided gracefully into his grasp. As the sword settled in his hold, a warm and familiar sensation enveloped him, akin to clasping the hand of a beloved maiden. Gazing at the resplendent blade, he noticed an intricate pattern near the hilt, and upon closer inspection, he discerned a character resembling the letter Z. Is that your other name? Very well, henceforth, this form shall be known as Z. Cavasser raised the divine sword, enveloped in the resplendent hues of the rainbow glass, resembling a celestial being. Chapter 27. The Music Box and the Gem, 6th update. Some things, the more they are utilized, the more they become sealed. Bardock was struck by the last warrior of Kanasha, gaining the ability to foresee the future, yet the price was that he could never reach the future he envisioned. Instead, he would be incessantly sent back to the past, rendering him a person eternally unable to live in the present. Amidst the vast river of time, he gazed at the downstream scenery, yet could only swim upstream. The outcome might be his demise in the turbulent waters or a relentless ascent, ultimately devoured by the black hole at the source. No one can alter this, such is the might of the rules. The Grand Kaishin conveyed this truth to Bardock. Upon hearing this, Bardock merely chuckled lightly, showing no concern. From the very beginning, he had little expectation. For him, these matters held little significance. Engaging in combat with a formidable opponent seemed to be his only desire moving forward. By the way, dear elder brother, Cavasser suddenly inquired, scratching his head, how many years separate us from Bardock's original era? Kawizel remains deeply troubled by the passage of years between the original timeline and his current existence, feeling an insatiable need to uncover the truth. The Supreme Kai observes him with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend the significance of his inquiry. Bardock, too, gazes at Kawizel with a semblance of confusion. It's merely a question, out of curiosity. Is the power of those Kanashan warriors truly that formidable? Kawizel deflects. Though the fervent desire for understanding etched upon his face is unmistakably genuine, one must not underestimate the will of sentient beings. The Supreme Kai responds, shaking his head. Even the most seemingly insignificant entities possess the capacity for immense strength when their resolve is profoundly concentrated. Such intensity can resonate with the very fabric of the universe, invoking forces that yield remarkable effects. I surmise that the final warrior from Kanasha must have channeled the collective hatred and determination of his entire planet into that singular punch. A blow imbued with countless intentions. Kawizel was taken aback, instinctively recalling the first boss from the GT saga, Baby, a manifestation of the Zenkai's resentment. However, I can give it a try. The Supreme Kai of Time smiled gently, his rotund face exuding warmth. He addressed Bardock, young man. Could you perhaps open your mind a little? Allow me to glimpse into your experiences. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bardock replied calmly, sure. In truth, he was also quite curious about how far removed he was from the era he knew. The Supreme Kai of Time smiled softly, levitated, and placed his hand atop Bardock's head. As he closed his eyes, the divine essence within him radiated light, with multicolored divine energy swirling through his being. Scenes and sensations flowed from Bardock's thoughts into the consciousness of the Supreme Kai of Time. In an instant, he activated his abilities, sharply attuned to the deep sense of time and history embedded within Bardock's memories. The Supreme Kai of Time's mind transformed into a pair of divine hands, meticulously sifting through this profound sense of nostalgia, striving to clarify it. After a considerable duration, he concluded. The Supreme Kai of Time opened his eyes, and Bardock abruptly awoke, panting, as if he had just relived the experience, akin to a dream. How was it? Kawizel inquired eagerly. The Supreme Kai of Time pondered, ultimately estimating. Approximately 75 million years. How much? Kawizel was taken aback. The last flicker of hope extinguished mercilessly, dashing his desire to greet Goku. By a lakeside, Celia curiously circled around Angelia, inspecting her from head to toe, exclaiming, Angelia, why do I feel like you've changed so much all of a sudden? At that moment, Angelia's originally red hair and blue eyes had transformed into short burgundy locks and violet eyes, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. She smiled gently in response. her serenity unchanged, saying nothing. While they engaged in their idle chatter, on the other side, AI and Tapeu were strolling together. What do you plan to do? AI asked calmly, gazing at her toes. Tapeu fell silent, contemplating. Forget it. AI ceased speaking. Sometimes, no words were necessary for them to understand each other's feelings. As the two fell into silence, Kawizel suddenly flew in from a distance, landing before them with a thud. Come, Tapeu. Let us see if the Supreme Kai of Time has any solutions for the Phantom Demon. The Supreme Kai of Time frowned upon hearing this, murmuring, I have indeed heard of this. Really? Tapeu asked. Do you have a way to deal with Hildag? According to Casey, the so-called Phantom Demon was not particularly formidable. The warrior named Bardock could easily vanquish it. The Supreme Kai of Time shook his head, saying, however, since its lower half reappears within you after being destroyed, could we surmise that the Phantom Demon must be eliminated in its entirety before it can be truly vanquished? Kawizel articulated his thoughts. Indeed, I share that sentiment. The Supreme Kai of Time nodded. Then, can you assist me in locating my brother in the universe? Tapeu pressed eagerly. The Supreme Kai of Time was momentarily taken aback by the question. Cavasser shook his head, expressing his disagreement. Firstly, the universe is unimaginably vast. Even you cannot ascertain the whereabouts of your brother. This endeavor is a billion times more challenging than searching for a needle in the ocean. Even we, the Supreme Kai, could not possibly locate such a small music box in this expansive cosmos. Secondly, when Hilda emerged from within you, you displayed unmistakable signs of immense suffering, and your body exhibited the strain of a great burden being sealed within that music box. The passage of time has a negligible effect on you. You mentioned that when your brother was sealed away, he was still a youth. Even if we were to find the music box containing your brother's seal, we cannot guarantee that when Hilda emerges, he will not succumb to the overwhelming strain. Especially considering that the priest who sealed Hilda within you and your brother likely never contemplated the possibility of Hilda breaking free. Tapeu fell silent. The Supreme Kai also remained quiet, his serene gaze fixed upon the valiant young man before him. After a long pause, Tapeu exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the distant figure of the little girl, who was gazing earnestly at the Supreme Kai. He asked solemnly, would you kindly seal me back into this music box once more? He retrieved the aged music box from his bosom, its surface tarnished and reminiscent of tear stains. Cavasser sighed softly beside him as he witnessed the Supreme Kai accept the music box from Tapeu's hands. Tapeu stood at ease, the familiar old music box beneath his feet. When one prepares to truly let go, there is often a sense of relief mingled with a subtle melancholy, and at that moment, Tapeu felt this profound emotion. Come now, he murmured gently. Then, enveloped in radiant light, he surged toward the music box below. I wish I could see her one last time. Tapeu sighed within the brilliance. But suddenly, to his astonishment, he truly beheld the figure of the little girl. She wore familiar attire, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet her lips curved into a smile unlike any he had ever seen, as she rushed toward him with reckless abandon. As the golden light dissipated, Cavasser gazed at the unchanging visage of the antique music box, now adorned with a delicate aquamarine gemstone, shaped like a teardrop, as if someone's sorrow had fallen upon it. Approaching to retrieve the music box, Cavasser sighed inwardly. Since you have chosen this path, I shall assist you. The condition that initially prompted your assistance was, in essence, to grant you freedom, the very essence of what you deemed the most liberating moment, was it not? Chapter 28, Celia's hometown, 7th update. The crescent-shaped spaceship embarked once more. In the inky expanse of the cosmos, a streak of light akin to a shooting star illuminated the void. Yet this time, two souls were absent from the vessel. Celia cradled the music box, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister AI, brother Tapeu. Celia, with her innocent heart, cherished a pure bond with AI and Tapeu. Now, with AI and Tapeu sealed within the confines of the music box, it was tantamount to their demise, and Celia's sorrow was immeasurable. Beside her, Bardock observed the music box in Celia's hands, contemplating the profound respect he held for Tapeu, who had exhibited such valor in sacrificing himself for the sake of others. Reflecting on the equally selfless girl, AI, Bardock's gaze fell upon the faded surface of the music box, particularly on the pale blue teardrop gemstone, evoking memories of his beloved wife, Hanesha. Even his cold heart quivered involuntarily. Silently, Bardock turned away, binding a crimson cloth around his arm, and re-entered the training chamber of the spaceship, where he resolutely increased the gravity to 900 times. Cavasser gazed for a moment at the receding figure of Bardock, then turned his attention to Celia, who was sorrowfully mourning for AI and Tapeu. With a gentle sigh, he ruffled his hair and approached her, taking the music box from her hands. He then grasped Celia's hand and led her towards the corridor of the spaceship. Brother Cassie, where are we going? Celia exclaimed, nearly losing her balance as Cavasser abruptly pulled her away. To sleep, he replied without looking back. Angelia, return to our quarters and await my return. Angelia, who had been by Cavasser's side all along, nodded in understanding. Cavasser, with Celia in tow, navigated through a labyrinthine path until they finally arrived at the entrance of the spacecraft's storage room. "Welcome, Mr. Cavasser," chimed the voice of the superintelligent AI, Xiaosha. As the automatic door to the storage room slid open, Celia was perplexed by Cavasser's sudden decision to bring her to this place. Cavasser walked directly to a small glass cabinet against the inner wall of the room and opened it. With a soft murmur, as his words echoed, the glass cover automatically retracted. He positioned the music box onto its base, which then activated several small mechanisms that firmly secured the box in place. While the glass cover gradually returned to its original position, since they had chosen to slumber, they should be allowed to rest in peace. Cavasser stood quietly before the music box for a moment before pulling the ever-curious Celia out of the room. Truth be told, he was reluctant to see AI sealed away like this. A super-scientific genius capable of crafting anything. What a boon that would be. He had been counting on AI to help him construct his long-desired time machine. Yet, he never intended to regard AI merely as a tool. His aspirations regarding the time machine, and even the spaceship beneath his feet, were whims born of fleeting desires, wants that he simply seized. By the way, Celia, didn't you mention wanting to return home? Where's your home? Really? Early in the morning, Zichia had risen, washed up, and rushed to the courtyard to recite magical incantations, repeating them tirelessly until they flowed from her lips with effortless familiarity, bypassing the constraints of her mind to commit those intricate syllables to memory. As the sole individual from her village, and one of the few from the surrounding area, capable of entering the legendary mountains to practice, Zichia cherished every single day. These legendary mountains were known as the Pedora Mountains, also referred to as the Magic Mountains. Pedora was the name of an ancient grand sorcerer, revered as the progenitor of magic. Currently, Zichia was a sorceress, a witch, who, after completing her daily recitation of spells, began practicing simple magics she had already learned, honing her skills and striving for mastery. Time always seemed to flow swiftly when one was diligent. She wondered if their slightly absent-minded junior sister, Celia, had been found yet. Though gifted in magic, Celia's innocence was even greater than that of Zichia, who hailed from the countryside. It had been some time since Celia's mysterious disappearance, and Zichia worried about her well-being. After all, this magical prodigy was the very target Zichia aspired to surpass. The Magic Mountains were regarded as a sacred place by all who yearned for magic, drawing the world's most exceptional sorcerers. Each year, numerous magicians descended from the mountains to take on apprentices and impart their knowledge. Among them was a grand sorceress of unparalleled status, who freely guided the disciples of other sorcerers, who felt honored rather than aggrieved by her attention. This esteemed figure was known as Utu Waya, the recognized sorceress closest to Pedora, and receiving even a modicum of her guidance was the collective wish of all apprentices in the mountains. Thus, when news of Celia's mysterious disappearance reached the ears of the sorcerers and apprentices, they sought her whereabouts, hoping to gain Utu Waya's favor and benefit from her insights. After completing her morning tasks, Zichia organized her recent questions and confusions, preparing to seek out her mentor. She mused on how wonderful it would be if she could master flight magic, sparing her the hassle of running back and forth. In a deep, shadowy cave, the walls illuminated by magical lamps glowed as brightly as day. An elderly woman wearing a pointed wizard's hat carefully examined an enormous hexagram magic circle etched into the ground. Sighing repeatedly, "My dear apprentice, it is my fault that you suffer." Just then, a hidden magic circle on the cave wall suddenly erupted with light. The old woman gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Visitors from beyond the stars." Ancient texts, along with the elderly woman's own research, revealed that their world was a massive planet, with other intelligent civilizations existing beyond it, on a path winding through the mountains. Zichia stood in awe as she watched a colossal object plummet from the sky into the canyon beside her, the ensuing gust nearly whisking her clothes away. What could that be? Zichia's mind struggled to comprehend, and when she looked down, her astonishment only deepened. 3 figures were slowly ascending from the canyon's depths. Among them, one girl bore an uncanny resemblance to their long-missing junior sister, Celia. Chapter 29. Young man, your earrings are quite striking. After AI was sealed within the music box alongside Tapio, Cavasser felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He suddenly recalled his promise to return the little girl Celia to her homeland and entered the crescent-shaped spaceship, instructing the superintelligent Xiaosha to display the interstellar map. During their recent cosmic voyage, Xiaosha intercepted a myriad of electromagnetic waves and other signals throughout the journey, enriching her vast database with information. Though Xiaosha's original database was directly copied from the advanced technological planet Haytake, which was already extensive, her memory was nearly infinite, rendering the additional data inconsequential. Cavasser then brought up the star system where Haytake resided, magnified the view, and filtered for planets that were beautiful and suitable for human habitation and procreation. Finally, he summoned Celia to identify the planets one by one, ultimately locking onto a celestial body designated by Haytake scientists with a lengthy string of numbers. The crescent-shaped spacecraft shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors as it vanished within the sacred domain. Zichia was left in disbelief as she beheld the 3 individuals rising from the unfathomable depths of the canyon, her heart brimming with astonishment. These peculiar figures appeared remarkably youthful. She had only heard of such prodigious young magicians, like their genius junior sister, Celia. To the far left stood a young man with a red cloth tied around his forehead, a scar marring his face. His icy, fierce gaze and crossed arms made him appear somewhat intimidating. The young man in the center donned odd attire and sported a peculiar hairstyle, Cavasser decisively noted. With a long sword strapped to his back, exuding both quality and an ancient charm, though it was unclear whether it was merely ornamental, as Celia had seldom encountered sword wielders. As for the third individual, Celia rubbed her eyes, gazing intently at him, wiping her eyes again in disbelief, until Celia, feeling somewhat shy under her scrutiny, finally prompted Celia to exclaim incredulously, "Junior sister Celia? Junior sister?" Celia had been studying magic under her mentor Yutu Waya and rarely ventured beyond the mountain gates. Thus she was unaware of this nickname. "Celia, this young lady appears to recognize you," Cavasser remarked, observing the charming girl before him. I don't know her," Celia replied. Celia is quite innocent. She rarely steps out of her master's cave, and thus, it is unlikely that she would be acquainted with the myriad of individuals dwelling within these mountains. In fact, even now, Celia remains oblivious to the direction of her master's mountain gate. However, it matters not. As long as she appears within a 100-mile radius of her master, he will be able to sense her presence, and surely, he will come to retrieve her. Bardock, on the other hand, shows little interest in such matters, merely floating while casting a casual glance at the endless mountain ranges surrounding them. The distant peaks are shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery. Is that truly junior sister Celia? Celia initially doubts her recognition, astonished that the junior sister she has long imagined has suddenly descended before her. Curiously, she turns to Cavasser and Bardock, asking, "Are you friends of junior sister? My name is Celia, a disciple of Master Leonardo. I look forward to your guidance." With that, she politely bows slightly to Celia and the others. Tap, tap, tap. The trio of Cavasser lands softly on the mountain path. Cavasser smiles faintly and pats Celia's shoulder. "The junior sister you speak of is someone I happened to find by the roadside." Ignoring the visibly displeased expression on Celia's face and Celia's astonishment, Cavasser gestures towards the long sword slung across his back. "This is my companion, named Angelia, who is currently in slumber." A sword with a name? Angelia sounds like a girl's name, doesn't it? Sleep? Can a sword truly sleep? Celia feels her mind falter under the weight of such perplexity. Moreover, what could Cavasser mean by having found the junior sister by the roadside? Then, Celia turns her gaze to Bardock, who withdraws his eyes from the surroundings and coldly states, "Bardock." Celia finds the gaze of this Bardock fellow unsettling, which leaves her feeling somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, she notices the pair of Patra earrings that Cavasser has been wearing, and curiously inquires, "Cavasser, why do you wear earrings?" Having never encountered a boy with earrings before, she finds it exceedingly strange to see a man of Cavasser's stature adorned in such a manner. Cavasser was quietly inquiring how to reach his master when he heard Celia's words and smiled gently, lightly flicking the earring dangling from his earlobe. "This is a custom from our homeland," he said. Indeed, each generation of the Realm King typically wore such a pair of earrings, seemingly akin to clothing, gifted as small adornments by the mother goddess. It struck Celia as peculiar. She found it rather odd for a boy to wear earrings, and she couldn't help but wonder how they would look on her, for they were truly beautiful. Selena, however, was unfazed, although she had initially thought it strange for her brother, Caxi, to wear earrings all the time. Her extensive travels with Cavasser through the cosmos and visits to myriad planets and diverse races had rendered her indifferent to such eccentricities. As they walked, suddenly, a tiny chip embedded behind Cavasser's earlobe emitted a signal, and a mechanical voice of Xiaosha echoed in his ear. An unidentified life form is approaching rapidly. At a speed of 200 meters per second, of course, this was converted into the units Cavasser was accustomed to. Cavasser, however, displayed no signs of surprise. With his keen perception, he had long since sensed the presence. Bardock suddenly looked up to see an elderly woman clad in a magical robe and adorned with a pointed wizard's hat, gracefully suspended in midair, holding a staff. "Master!" Celia exclaimed joyfully as she gazed at the hovering sorceress. Upon seeing Celia safe and sound, the ancient mage, Yutu Wuya, revealed a smile upon her time-worn face. On the grassy ground, Yutu Wuya expressed her gratitude towards the young man for his care of her beloved apprentice. After listening to Cavasser recount the tale of how he had found Celia, Yutu Wuya took a sip of tea, her expression relaxing into one of relief. Cavasser, meanwhile, found amusement in recalling how Yutu Wuya had effortlessly conjured a tablecloth from thin air with a mere flick of her wrist, subsequently summoning an array of steaming dishes with a few casual gestures. Although he could achieve similar feats with his divine power, the peculiar allure of magic intrigued him, stemming from his life on Earth, where technology reigned supreme. Thus, in the ensuing days, Cavasser engaged in discussions with the elderly sorceress about the intricacies of magic, never revealing his true identity as a god of the universe, as he found little reason to concern himself with such matters. Bardock, having grown bored, retreated to the spaceship to pursue his training. On yet another clear afternoon, Cavasier and the elderly which sat upon the grass, conversing, with Cavasier primarily seeking her counsel on magical subjects. Yutu Wuya, grateful for the young man's role in rescuing her cherished apprentice, was warm and patient in addressing his inquiries. Just as Cavasier lowered his gaze in contemplation, Yutu Wuya could no longer contain her curiosity. Her eyes were drawn to the exquisite earrings adorning Cavasier's ears. Unable to resist, she reached out, exclaiming, "What business does a man have wearing earrings? Allow this old woman to try one." With that, she deftly removed the earring from Cavasier's right ear. Kawizel was lost in thought, oblivious to the removal of her earrings. Yet, deep within her subconscious, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged forth. It was as if a dreadful scenario, reminiscent of a past encounter, was on the verge of unfolding. Cavasier abruptly lifted his head, only to witness the elderly Utuya woman about to adorn her right ear with his earring. Chapter 30. Run. Oh dear heavens. Have you ever experienced the sensation of a thunderclap on a clear day? Do you know what it feels like when a million wild horses trample through your heart? Gazing upon the grotesque visage of this lecherous old woman clutching his precious patera earring, with the ornament perilously close to her withered earlobe, Cavasier felt as if the very heavens were collapsing around him. In an instant, a flash of thought struck the back of Cavasier's mind. Ah, it is on. The earring is now adorning that old crone's ear. So it is. I am indeed the illustrious and valiant 15th reincarnation of the former king of the old realm, a figure of elegance and irresistible allure. Now transformed into an absurdly grotesque old man, his bags under his eyes resembling tumors, a face as repugnant as that of Master Rashi himself. Is there truly any meaning left in this dreary existence? A wave of apocalyptic despair surged through Cavasier's heart, obliterating all hope and leaving him bereft. What is the purpose of human life? Although I have long ceased to be human, who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I destined to go? Living solely for oneself, existing only for one's own sake. Is this my fate? Am I to become the man who will be Hokage? Or perhaps the king of the pirates? Surely not. I am merely an ordinary youth, inexplicably thrust into this realm due to my fondness for Dragon Ball. It is already a misfortune that I did not transform into my beloved scion. Why, oh why, must I become such a hideously radiant old man? Prior to this revelation, I had managed to endure with remarkable resilience. Wait, please, give me a moment. What is this sudden carousel of memories? Explain it to me. Cavasier, dear brother. Oh, that voice. Could it be the little lowly Celia? You mustn't be disobedient. You should be addressing me as master now. What troubles you, Cavasier? By the way, what is my current state? Am I male or female? Or perhaps, when one reaches the age of the decrepit, gender becomes an inconsequential matter? Cavasier, please don't frighten me. What is wrong? Shall I ask master to return the earring to you? Wake up, please. Ah, little lowly, have you not realized? Your master resides within me now. Master, please return the earring to my brother. How ungrateful you are. It's merely an earring. Must you fuss over it so? Ah, that voice. It belongs to that wretched old woman. Indeed, I can't hear her because she is within me, yet it seems as though she is conversing with Celia. How utterly bizarre. Wait, just a moment. Cavasier suddenly opened his eyes wide. The old woman, whose face resembled a chrysanthemum, murmured. Cavasier struggled to swallow, inquiring about the situation. Utuya withdrew his hand, which was about to assist Cavasier in adorning himself with an earring. Ah, you are awake. He then tossed the earring to Cavasier nonchalantly, adding, put it on yourself. Brother Caxi, are you all right? Celia exclaimed, leaping from behind Utuya, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Cavasier. What exactly is happening? Cavasier felt slightly disoriented, yet it appeared that he had not merged into a harmonious existence with the elderly woman before him. What is going on? The old witch Utuya smirked, though her tone bore a hint of confusion. Just moments ago, you suddenly yanked off the other earring, tearing your earlobe in the process. Did you go mad all of a sudden? Yanked off? Cavasier instinctively reached for his left ear, only to discover that his earlobe had mysteriously vanished. He conjured a vibrant, iridescent barrier, which served as a mirror, revealing a conspicuous tear in the area where his earlobe had once been. To his astonishment, the wound emanated a kaleidoscope of luminous hues, yet no blood flowed from it. On the ground lay another earring. Ah, Kavisi, you were quite terrifying just now, Celia fretted. Upon witnessing her master donning an earring, she hastily yanked the other earring from her own ear, the motion so swift that it was barely perceptible. Her eyes grew vacant and hollow, a sight that evoked fear. Did such a thing truly happen? Cavasier mused, scratching his head and chuckling. Ah, how peculiar. Was it my stomach causing the commotion? He sighed with relief, recognizing the prowess of his subconscious which, realizing there was no time to reclaim the earring, had opted to remove his own instead. What was that old man in the original work thinking? Foolish as a pig. Wait, am I scolding myself? The following day, beside the crescent-shaped spacecraft, Celia expressed her melancholy. Kavisi, must we leave now? Are you really departing? Her sparkling eyes brimmed with reluctance. Cavasil's lips formed a slight smile as he cast a glance at the old witch, Utuuya, standing behind Celia. A chill crept into his heart. Remaining any longer might invoke an unstoppable narrative momentum, leading to an unforeseen calamity. Cavasil wished for no further misfortunes on this terrifying planet. Not that I'm afraid. No. Can I bid farewell to Sister Angelia? Celia pointed at the long sword on Cavasil's back. Oh, that? Certainly, Cavasil replied, patting the sword, which instantly shimmered with a prismatic glow. As the light dissipated, the tall and graceful figure of Angelia materialized. Utuuya's eyes sparkled with surprise at the sight. Goodbye, Sister Angelia. Goodbye, Uncle Bardock. Farewell, Kavisi. Celia, the microchip behind your earlobe is still functional. After the last adjustment, it can emit signals over vast distances. If anything arises, just say so, we will arrive promptly. Understood. Farewell. In an instant, the crescent-shaped spacecraft vanished into the horizon, plunging into the pitch-black cosmos, the infinite expanse of stars. Perhaps it would never return, or perhaps they would meet again. Who could say? In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the great Supreme Kai sat in solitude. Having done so for nearly half a year, his profound gaze pierced through the void, reaching the universe's deepest recesses. As the deity of all gods, he stood atop the highest peak, witnessing the most distant and varied landscapes, be they splendid or tragic, observing the ever-widening fissures in the void. The great Supreme Kai's eyes brimmed with compassion. Is it truly beginning now? From within those cracks, dark, ominous streams, tinged with a sinister purple glow, oozed forth, reminiscent of demonic ichor. Kavisi. A heavy sigh escaped his corpulent form. Chapter 1. The Tree of Spirit. How vast is the universe? The starry river sparkles. Yet where lies its terminus? The life forms of countless races burgeon and thrive within this boundless cosmos, engaged in an eternal cycle of conflict, obliteration, and rebirth, humble yet magnificent. The most extraordinary of all is life itself. As one delves into the annals of history, countless prodigies, like suns blazing in the sky, wield unparalleled might, traversing through time. Ascending to the utmost pinnacle of existence, unmatched across dimensions. The heaviest burden lies within the human heart. A single thought can birth a Buddha or summon forth a demon. Even the most insignificant life can unleash tremendous power, coalescing into an unstoppable torrent that can upend the annals of time. Yet, all of this unfolds amidst the cosmos. Dalala was roused from a gnawing hunger, struggling to open his eyes. The sky remained dark, but upon glancing up, he beheld the stunningly clear starry expanse, devoid of any haze, as if all had been stripped away. Indeed, everything had vanished. How many days had passed since that fateful moment? A fortnight? A month? A year? Regardless, such matters had become trivial. The world had begun to wither ever since the colossal tree had suddenly appeared in the distant north. Crops in the fields perished overnight. Once boundless green expanses and forests evaporated at a terrifying pace. The earth cracked like the palm of an elderly hand, desiccated and seemingly on the verge of death. Water slowly disappeared from the ground, and even the air grew increasingly unbreathable, transforming the once azure skies into a stark gray. Rumors circulated that even the seas had dried up, as if a chunk of flesh had been forcibly extracted from the land, leaving vast depressions. The seabed lay parched and fractured. This world was dying. Once robust and brawny, Dalala had now become a mere skeleton, his frame draped in a pallid, grayish skin. His sunken eyes were clouded and murky as he painfully moved towards a nearby stone, trembling as he leaned down. He parted his cracked lips, akin to a surface marred by countless blades, extending a tongue as desiccated as a withered twig to lick the cold stone. The stone was slightly damp. After laboriously licking the exposed portion of the stone, Dalala collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. He could endure no further. His vacant gaze remained fixed upon the celestial sphere above, a sight so beautiful that it rendered the grim reality of his existence unbearable. Am I the last living soul? He recalled the last time he perused the Kingdom's newspaper, which reported that witnesses claimed a few beings from beyond had cast the seed of that tree. How absurd. Were we merely treated as fertilizer for a tree? Dalala's eyelids grew heavy, and in a haze, he perceived dozens of white beams descending from the pitch-black sky. A meteor shower, perhaps? Dalala pondered as he watched these shooting stars swiftly dart towards the north, leaving behind faint, pale trails. Dalala expired. Surrounding him lay countless emaciated corpses, haphazardly piled upon one another, within this cracked seabed, resembling a graveyard. Zalt laughed heartily, soaring into the air with over 20 companions. Unperturbed by the notification of the last life form on this planet ceasing to react, they transformed into a streak of light, racing towards their destination. The northern region of this planet remained chillingly cold. Even with an energy shield during flight, the frigid air seeped through, chilling them to the bone. Yet Zalt's heart burned with fervor. The seed of the sacred tree had not disappointed them. Observing the once lush and vibrant planet in its current state, Zalt understood that the sacred tree had matured once more, bearing another harvest of sacred fruits. He wondered how many sacred fruits the Lord of the Sacred would bestow upon them this time. Zalt's heart swelled with warmth at the thought of consuming the sacred fruit. Each time he reminisced about the euphoric sensation that accompanied it, he found himself drifting into a state of blissful reverie. Although he had only tasted it thrice, the ceaseless surge of power it bestowed was utterly intoxicating, a delight that no earthly beauty could rival. Suddenly, a companion cried out in excitement, jolting Zalt from his musings. As he focused ahead, exhilaration surged within him. There stood a colossal tree, towering tens of thousands of meters into the air. This magnificent tree, lush and verdant, bore an abundance of fruit, presenting a stark contrast to the desolate landscape that surrounded it. As Zalt and his companions raced towards the tree laden with sacred fruits, a shadowy figure descended from the heavens like lightning, obstructing their path. "Who are you? Get out of the way," Zalt shouted, his eyes blazing with fury as he regarded the enigmatic figure. Without hesitation, he unleashed a crimson energy sphere towards the intruder. The other 20 or so companions paused momentarily, then, with cruel smiles, resumed their pursuit. To their astonishment, a dark silhouette flickered behind the stranger, lashing out like a whip, snatching Zalt's energy sphere and redirecting it back at him with tenfold speed. Boom! The force of his own attack struck Zalt, causing him to cry out in agony as he plummeted downward. "You scoundrel!" His companions gasped in shock. The mysterious figure turned to face them, revealing a crimson band around his forehead and cold, unfeeling eyes. In an instant, a blinding white light engulfed them, erasing all consciousness. As Zalt fell, he beheld the unfolding events above with disbelief, murmuring, "Spare me." Before he could finish, he saw a beam of light shooting towards him from the terrifying figure with the tail. Having effortlessly dispatched a few nuisances, the being, Bardock, displayed no change in expression. He turned his gaze towards the colossal tree that transcended reason, furrowing his brow. Is this the spiritual tree that Cavasser spoke of? Truly domineering. Chapter 2. The seal. This was a desolate realm, resembling a withered planet. However, to the north, an eerily vibrant giant tree thrived. Its lush greenery pulsed with life, while its roots sprawled outward like leeches, siphoning every nutrient from the dying world. Viewed from the endless cosmos, the planet, parasitized by this monstrous tree, appeared as a speck of sorrowful dust. Approximately 1 million miles away in space, a crescent-shaped spacecraft floated quietly. The cracked and fragile Earth below had been pounded into deep craters, each housing a spherical craft with open hatches. Among these pits, one spacecraft was notably larger, 40 to 50 times the size of the personal combat vessels, anchored firmly on the surface. Inside the massive spacecraft, in the main chamber, a colossal seat occupied the center. Flanking it stood 3 extraterrestrial warriors clad in uniform battle attire, each bearing unique and bizarre appearances. Yet, their expressions were grave, hinting at an innate fear and a hint of fervent admiration for the entity seated upon the grand chair. The being seated there, an alien with a cold, otherworldly visage, rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the desolate expanse beyond the viewport. This was the sovereign of the star system, the Holy King, Druli. His chilling purple-green eyes fixated on the horizon, while his fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest of his throne, betraying his growing impatience. After a moment's delay, his simmering fury intensified. Druli narrowed his eyes, icy glimmers flickering within their depths, sensing the tsunami-like pressure emanating from the Holy King. The 6 alien warriors flanking him broke into a sweat, yet they dared not utter a sound. "Lord Holy King, Zalt and the others should be returning shortly. Please, just a bit more patience," one of the warriors stammered, struggling under the weight of Druli's wrath. Suddenly, he caught sight of a glimmering light approaching from the horizon. "Ah, they're back," he exclaimed. At this, Druli's eyes narrowed once more, a dangerous gleam flashing within. "Who permitted you to speak in such a manner before me?" he hissed. The warrior, struck by terror, turned pale as his pupils dilated. Druli's piercing gaze shifted, and in an instant, he unleashed a radiant beam of purple-green light that pierced through the warrior's neck, a spray of green blood erupting as he crumpled to the ground. The remaining 5 stood frozen in silence. This transpired in mere blinks of an eye. The Holy King Druli was notorious for his capriciousness, and it was commonplace for him to execute subordinates on a whim. As they observed the approaching white speck, Druli felt an unsettling premonition. The distant light suddenly surged forward, drawing nearer with each passing moment, until it became unmistakably clear. A figure emerged, suspended in the air approximately 50 meters above them, within the confines of the vessel. Both Druli and his meticulously selected warriors possessed sharp eyesight, allowing them to discern the newcomer's features. The figure was a young man clad in peculiar battle attire, with spiky black hair, a red cloth band around his forehead, a cross-shaped scar on his cheek, and bronze skin, floating with a cold demeanor. "Ah, an unfamiliar face has appeared," Druli remarked with a slight smile, though his purple-green eyes remained devoid of warmth, brimming with malice and irritation. "Who are you?" one of the alien warriors demanded, stepping forward. The black-haired youth remained unperturbed, his icy gaze unwavering. "Strange fellow, have you seen my subordinates?" Druli inquired, narrowing his eyes at the hovering young man, his demeanor suggesting a condescending superiority despite his lower position. Bardock maintained an impassive expression, scrutinizing the peculiar alien below. The chilling aura radiating from this being echoed that of the despicable Frisia, igniting a surge of murderous intent within Bardock. With a thumb pointed backward, he coldly inquired, "Is that true you're doing?" As the imposing figure before him audaciously disregarded the inquiries of Lord St. King, the 5 cosmic warriors were immediately incensed. They soared into the sky, their hands radiating resplendent hues of blue, green, and purple. However, in an instant, a phantom flickered by. When they turned to look, Bardock had inexplicably shifted from their front to their rear. Then, with a series of explosive sounds, bang, 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 the 5 cosmic warriors, propelled by their own momentum, plummeted toward the ground. "I am inquiring," Bardock said, his face a mask of icy disdain as he regarded the individual before him. A mere creature of scant tens of millions in combat power who dared to wield authority in this star domain. "Did you plant that tree?" Drilly's expression darkened significantly, his voice dripping with cold disdain. "Ignorant fool, do you believe you are addressing whom?" Before he could finish his retort, Bardock raised a hand, nonchalantly unleashing a wave of energy that struck the colossal spaceship below. With a thunderous roar, a chasm far greater than the numerous surrounding craters materialized. As the dust settled, Drilly was revealed, arms crossed defiantly in a futile attempt at defense, his battle attire obliterated to nothingness. "You wretched being," Drilly seethed, veins bulging on his forehead and his eyes aflame with fury. "You are as good as dead." Yet again, his words remained unspoken, for Bardock seemed to have lost both patience and interest. He cast a cold glance at Drilly, raised 2 fingers, and with a mere flick of his wrist, an energy beam shimmering with a faint red glow struck the so-called Saint King with astonishing speed. Amidst the flames, Bardock pivoted, swiftly returning toward the enormous spirit tree. In his current state, he felt no need to transform into a super scion to deal with such a weakling. Once powerless against Frisia, who possessed less than 1,000,000 in combat power, Bardock could now annihilate him dozens, if not hundreds, of times over with a mere gesture. But what purpose did that serve? Planet Vegeta had long since been reduced to cosmic dust. Bardock sped through the void, his resolute visage betraying no hint of the tumult within. In the pitch-black expanse of space, the crescent-shaped spacecraft lingered. Cavathiel stood beside the quietly composed Angelia, surveying the 18 glass coffins that housed countless mechanical arms, diligently maneuvering an array of visible and invisible energy beams that danced around the 18 super robots. Cavathiel stroked his chin and casually inquired, "How much longer until completion?" 29 minutes and 42 seconds, Mr. Cavathiel, came the timely response from the mechanical voice of Xiao Sha. "Then we shall return later," he replied, leading Angelia out as the doors to the room slowly closed, locking with a series of intricate mechanisms, granting access only to those with the requisite authority aboard the vessel. Suddenly, Bardock materialized in the lounge, and with a resounding thud, a plethora of vividly colored, peculiar fruits cascaded onto the floor, stacking up to a height of approximately 1.5 men. Having mastered the technique of instantaneous movement imparted by Cavathiel, the divine Kaioshin, Bardock had grasped it in merely a few days. Unlike the half-baked instantaneous movement learned by Sun Wukong on the planet Yardrat, Cavathiel's instruction allowed Bardock to teleport without the need to sense a target. However, should one wish to focus on the aura of a distant individual before teleporting, it posed no significant challenge. Cavathiel's gaze casually swept over the peculiar fruits, quickly tallying their number to 177. "Ah," he mused. Beside him, Angelia displayed rare curiosity, examining the fruit, each the size of a human head. From Cavathiel's explanation, she understood that these fruits could only be born from a tree that had extracted the essence of an entire planet, capable of enhancing an individual's combat prowess, or energy, without any side effects. "This is the seed from the tree's apex," Bardock remarked, producing a green seed roughly the size of half a palm and tossing it to Cavathiel. "Thank you for your efforts," Cavathiel acknowledged, accepting the seed of the spiritual tree. Bardock waved his hand dismissively and turned to retire to his quarters for rest. Cavasier casually toyed with the seeds in his hand, casting glances at the spiritual fruit scattered on the ground. Smacking his lips, he could not resist the curiosity that lingered from his past life. He picked one up and took a bite, discovering its flavor to be quite delightful. Encouraged, he devoured 3 more and tossed 2 to Angelia, who only indulged in 1. Sighing in mild regret as he wiped his mouth, Cavasier lamented that, with his current divine form, consuming such delicacies merely appeased his cravings, failing to provide the exhilarating rush of burgeoning power he once experienced. As his divine attendant, Angelia, having undergone transformation through the primordial forces of the universe, shared in this sentiment. Shaking his head, Cavasier straightened up and extended his hand towards Angelia. Instantly understanding his intent, she radiated with a resplendent, multicolored light, transforming into a vibrant divine sword that Cavasier grasped firmly. Cavasier, wielding his long sword, casually sliced through the air with a nonchalant gesture. devoid of any imposing aura. In an instant, a dimensional rift materialized beneath the blade. Ever since the arrival of Angelia, Cavasor appeared increasingly fond of employing her capabilities. After all, who could resist the remarkable utility of our Angelia? With a swift motion of his hand, Cavasor sent a multitude of over 100 spirit tree fruits soaring into the dimensional rift. Following this, he held aloft a green seed, tossing it into the air. With a deft movement of his hands, a kaleidoscope of luminous colors danced between his fingers, conjuring ethereal illusions. An ancient character, inscribed with an enigmatic seal, struck the green spirit tree seed. Instantly, the seed's distinctive aura retracted, rendering it an unremarkable object. Cavasor subsequently cast it into the rift as well. Gradually, the dimensional rift sealed itself. Cavasor resolved, barring any extraordinary circumstances, not to unveil this peculiar entity during his tenure. In his previous life, he had deemed this spiritual tree to be quite perilous. Its addictive nature aside, the sheer cost of utilizing an entire planet as sustenance was rather intolerable. After all, he was a god of destruction. Was this entity opposing him? Did it fancy itself a destroyer? Nevertheless, the fruits it bore could still be consumed without concern for addiction, as he would not succumb to such a vice. Chapter 3. Planet Vegeta. In the inky blackness of the cosmos, the crescent-shaped spaceship floated. The mechanical voice of the ultra-intelligent Xiao Xia resonated. Countdown to the completion of the Mark series Super Robot Update and Optimization. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, completed. 18 coffin-like containers emerged from the walls of the room, gradually opening. 18 magnificent and formidable super robots, replete with a striking appearance akin to Iron Man, were revealed in their refreshed state. Cavasor surveyed these 18 super robots, crafted with what could be considered the pinnacle of technology in the universe, and marveled at their splendor. Based on the data derived from his inquiries with Bardock, along with his own analyses, these super robots possessed a strength equivalent to the second level of Bardock's Super Saiyan form prior to optimization, and had ascended to an unequivocal third level post-optimization. As for the reason why such a remarkable leap could be achieved through a single optimization, Cavasor snapped his fingers and instructed, "Activate the receiver." "Understood, Mr. Cavasor," came the mechanical response from within the 18 super robots, whose intelligence systems were all subsystems of Xiao Xia. With a series of clicks, the mechanical components on the chests of the 18 super robots shifted and rearranged, ultimately extending a transparent, crystal-like tubular object simultaneously. Cavasor extended his right hand, and simultaneously, vibrant, glass-like threads flowed and intertwined between his fingers, resembling serpents in motion. Precisely, there were 18 of them. With a flick of his fingers, these 18 radiant strands shot forth like meteors, each entering the crystalline tubes embedded in the chests of 18 super robots. The tubes gradually retracted, and the structure of the robot's chests transformed once again, ultimately revealing a diamond-shaped, luminous crystal within, where shimmering, multicolored lights danced. This was the divine power conversion device, a creation finally realized by the ingenious young girl before her departure, leaving behind the blueprints which were recently brought to fruition by the super-intelligent AI, Xiao Xia. Although the super robots were previously equipped with remarkably advanced eternal reactors, providing a continuous energy source, that energy had its limits. The evaluation of Cavasor's super second-tier combat prowess served as evidence of this. Conventional scientific methods could hardly enhance these robots' combat capabilities any further. Yet, Cavasor's divine power addressed this issue, retaining the original eternal reactor as a backup energy source. The girl ingeniously conceptualized and swiftly miniaturized the divine power conversion device to be embedded within the super robots. It is quite evident that the divine power utilization device crafted by the brilliant young girl could enable combat robots to unleash the strength of a Super Scion's third tier, while our divine master, Cavasor, could only manifest up to the second tier. This once again illustrates the question of the true significance of divinity. However, Cavasor harbored suspicions that the South Kaishin, with his grotesque physique, likely possessed combat abilities surpassing even the current Super Scion for Bardock. One must not inquire as to why the divine power infused within the robots appeared minimal at first glance, for although it may seem scarce, it is, in fact, a compressed version. Furthermore, divine power is remarkably durable. For instance, should Mark I commence emitting waves at maximum output, equivalent to the Super Scion 3 level, it could potentially continue unceasingly for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Cavasor has yet to perceive any diminishment of the divine power within him. Even during his training sessions with Bardock, given that these super robots are equipped with divine power conversion devices, it follows that this spacecraft is equally advanced, having long since replaced its primary power system with energy derived from divine power, resulting in a remarkable surge in the speed of the crescent-shaped vessel, akin to a shot of adrenaline, and its performance remains remarkably sustained. However, certain internal features of the ship, such as lighting, environmental control systems, and training rooms, continue to draw energy from the eternal reactor. The final aspect, unrelated to Cavasor, is a substantial collection of unfinished blueprints pertaining to theories of time and space left behind by a young girl, an overwhelming sight for Caviezel. As for practical applications, they are primarily utilized in communication. While interdimensional conversations remain a distant prospect, long-range communication across the cosmos is certainly feasible. Caviezel had mentioned this to Celia during their farewell. Nonetheless, Caviezel harbors the belief that, according to the storyline, the young girl AI and Tapio may yet have the opportunity to see the light of day again, with Tapio possibly freeing himself entirely from the shadows cast by the phantom beings. Likewise, the scientific prodigies Bulma and AI are likely to devise a machine for interdimensional communication in no time. However, he suspects he may not witness such advancements, as he doubts he will live to see that era. 75 million years is truly an unbearable span. As for the ancient character from the original work appearing in the timeline, it is likely due to his being sealed within the Z-Sword. Each time Caviezel gazes upon the serene and beautiful profile of Angelia, he dismisses such notions. There is no way he would allow Angelia to perish because of him. Caviezel's lifespan is limited, and it is certain that Angelia's is as well. Upon the death of an awakened ancient Sword Clan member, they exist in the form of a sword body, which explains the Z-Sword's inadequacy in the original narrative. Of course, Caviezel is not entirely certain whether the Z-Sword from the original tale and the quiet girl by his side are one and the same. Yet, the aged figure from the original states he was sealed within the Z-Sword by an evil entity, which understandably unsettles Caviezel, as he narrowly escaped becoming that very old man himself. Feeling a sense of unease, he made his way to the lounge. "Master," Angelia greeted him. "Mr. Bardock seems to have something to say to you." Initially, Caviezel felt compelled to uphold the egalitarian ideals from his Red Flag society. But when a strikingly beautiful young lady addresses him as master, he found himself unable to correct her. Despite Angelia's quiet and somewhat aloof demeanor, her voice is soft and carries a hint of feminine allure, prompting Caviezel to accept her address without objection. Returning to the matter at hand, "Bardock is looking for me?" Caviezel questioned, perplexed, for Bardock, a quintessential scion, is typically preoccupied with training and combat. "What? You say you are familiar with this star region? The vicinity of your planet Vegeta?" Caviezel was truly astonished. He had always believed, right now, the Milky Way hasn't even a scrap of significance. So how could planet Vegeta suddenly emerge at this juncture? Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed through Caviezel's mind. 75 million years. Surely, such a duration would suffice for humanity to shed its primal instincts. Not to mention it barely scratches the surface of Earth's history, let alone the vastness of the galaxy. No wonder he felt something amiss after learning about the 75 million years. Indeed, this was quite unsettling. "Are you certain?" Caviezel asked, gazing intently at Bardock. Bardock pointed to a beautiful planet racing past outside, and replied nonchalantly, "That planet is the one my team is responsible for conquering." Caviezel fell silent for a moment before raising his head to inquire, "Do you know about Vegeta? Fine. Let's head to the control room and open the star map for me." Moments later, this crescent-shaped spacecraft, traversing the dark expanse of the cosmos at an astonishing speed, vanished amidst a dazzling display of multicolored brilliance. Chapter 4. The Azure Planet. Humans are indeed creatures that can be gradually influenced by their environment and subconscious. For Caviezel, distances spanning light years, be it a few, dozens, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, can be traversed in the blink of an eye. The barriers of planets, star rivers, star domains, and galaxies are mere distances on a chessboard for one as formidable as the king of all kings. Take, for instance, the North King, whom Caviezel previously entrusted with the task of searching for Earth in the Northern Universe. The North King expressed that even he would require several pauses to conduct a complete mental scan of the Northern Universe. It is crucial to remember that he referred to the entirety of the Northern Universe. Indeed, what is the Northern Universe? It encompasses an infinite number of parallel dimensions. Countless northern parallel dimensions fall within the realm of the Northern Universe. As an entity of equal stature to the North King, the East Kings, Caviezel's hesitance and reluctance stemmed from the bewilderment of an ordinary being suddenly elevated to the status of a deity. Awakening to find himself inexplicably transformed into a lofty divine being, Caviezel felt a profound unease lurking within, a sense of disorientation. Thus, he endeavored to overlook his newfound, astonishing abilities. To be candid, he initially felt somewhat adrift and panicked, unsure of what had transpired, rendered helpless. It was difficult to accept that he had suddenly become grand and omnipotent. However, after days of experience, having traversed the realms as a deity, enveloped in the resplendent power of divinity, Caviezel gradually began to acclimate to his exalted status. Consequently, the journey to the planet indicated by Bardock took but a mere blink of an eye. Outside the magnificent, colossal planet, a crescent-shaped spacecraft abruptly materialized amid a swirl of vibrant light, plunging swiftly into the atmosphere, creating a searing wave of heat as it barreled toward the surface. With a thunderous impact, the immense shockwave dissipated, stirring dust into the air as the crescent-shaped vessel landed steadily upon a rocky highland. The hatch opened. Caviezel, bearing his sword, gazed into the distant scenery. It was dusk, and a colossal crimson sun graced the horizon, captivating in its beauty. He inquired, "Is this planet Vegeta?" Upon their exit, Angelia transformed back into sword form, resting upon Cavasser's back. As a sword, it naturally required a wielder to nurture it. Communicating with the divine energy within Cavasser was indeed the most effective means of fostering Angelia. Bardock silently stepped outside, leaping several hundred meters into the air, where he floated serenely, his calm gaze surveying the surroundings. He lifted his head, contemplating the expanse of the sky above and the faintly shimmering stars that adorned the twilight. Suddenly, with a sharp motion, Bardock accelerated, transforming into a streak of white light as he plummeted toward the ground. With a thud, Bardock landed firmly on the earth. Cavasser, slightly perplexed, gracefully leaped forward, effortlessly covering a distance of several dozen meters to land beside Bardock. He observed as Bardock bent down to pick up a stone roughly the size of a head. With an expression unchanging, Bardock's hands began to emanate a radiant white light, and the stone was soon enveloped in a series of grinding sounds reminiscent of teeth being sharpened. As he released the energy from his hands, the stone, once the size of a head, was compressed to half the size of a fist, its color deepening in hue. Cavasser gently stroked his chin, observing with quiet contemplation the peculiar behavior of Bardock. Bardock lifted a stone, approximately the size of half a fist, and deftly juggled it in his hand before grasping it firmly. With a flick of his wrist, the stone transformed into a fleeting shadow, crashing down towards the ground. Strangely, it produced little sound, leaving behind a black hole the size of a half fist. Peering into it revealed an abyssal darkness, profound and unfathomable, devoid of any visible bottom. As Caver stared at the stone he had cast aside, he gently closed his eyes, attuning his senses to something beyond the tangible. Upon reopening them, he inquired, "Is there any particular significance to the distance of approximately 1,000 meters?" Bardock, with his eyes now shut, exhaled softly before revealing, in his characteristically cold and unyielding tone, "On the previous occasion, specifically the 7th, I ventured back to a more primordial timeline, a moment when I returned to planet Vegeta. I resolved that in my next and subsequent returns, should the opportunity arise to revisit this place, I would replicate the action I just undertook. As fate would have it, at that very depth of 1,000 meters, I unearthed the stone I had just discarded." Bardock's expression remained unwavering. Cavasser was taken aback, realizing that Bardock was indeed verifying his continuous return to the past. Cavasser suddenly pondered, "How did you find such a small stone?" Bardock cast a casual glance at Cavasser as he walked back, replying, "Just a little trick. I left a fragment of my energy within that stone, making it easily perceptible." In the control room of the Crescent Moon spaceship, Cavasser remarked, "Bardock, you previously mentioned that you had a young son sent to another planet." With that, he unfurled the star map, causing the room to dim automatically, transforming the map into a holographic projection that evoked a sense of being amidst the cosmos. Cavasser casually picked up the central point representing their current location, planet Vegeta, and inquired, "Do you remember the coordinates of the planet he was sent to?" Bardock crossed his arms in silence. Had he been the man he was before traversing time, he would have coldly dismissed such trivial information as unworthy of his concern. However, after enduring numerous experiences, his state of mind had undergone a subtle transformation. At this moment, he chose silence in response to Cavasser's inquiry. "Don't know?" Cavasser expressed a hint of disappointment. Whether it was the later alterations that led to the emergence of the galaxy or other reasons beyond Cavasser's imagination, he had come to realize that the time separating him from the original narrative was merely 75 million years. Thus, according to conventional reasoning, for a planet like Earth to evolve from its origins to maturity, that duration should be insufficient. This implies that even now, Earth, a mere aggregation of soil, must indeed exist. Just as Cavasser was grappling with his disappointment, Bardock suddenly lowered his hands and walked toward one end of the holographic star map. As he walked, he spread his arms, performing a gesture of pressing his palms together, and instantly, the entire star map was reduced in size by several magnitudes. Cavasser was taken aback. Bardock casually manipulated the star chart, which seemed to respond to his movements as though it were a virtual spacecraft navigating through the cosmos. Soon, under Bardock's adept guidance, a virtual pale blue planet emerged beneath his fingertips. With a swift motion, Bardock grasped the delicate orb and, addressing the visibly elated Cavasser, remarked, "Our cosmic coordinate system differs from the one on your vessel, but this should be the one. This is it. This is it." Cavasser's voice was tinged with palpable excitement. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the still impassive Bardock and mused, Old Bardock, it seems you are a man of hidden depths. You feigned disdain for that underwhelming offspring, yet you have meticulously memorized the location of the planet to which he was dispatched. TSK, Xiao, please relay the coordinates of this planet to me." Cavasser commanded with unruffled composure, pointing at the pale blue virtual planet in Bardock's hand. "Certainly, Mr. Cavasser," came Xiao's mechanical voice, promptly reporting the current coordinates of Earth. Cavasser promptly closed his eyes, briefly calculating the coordinates provided by Xiao. With a snap of his fingers, a radiant, multicolored light enveloped the crescent-shaped spacecraft that was soaring through the pitch-black void of space. In the next moment, a serene, azure planet silently rotated into view amidst the dark cosmos. Chapter 5. The Namekians? Whether influenced by his memories of Earth from a past life or the depictions of Earth in comics, Caviezel had never entertained the notion that Earth could be a realm of interstellar civilization. However, reality proved him mistaken. Observing the diverse array of aliens bustling along the streets, Caviezel was filled with astonishment. Yet, since Bardock had assured him that this was indeed the planet assigned to his second son, Caviezel harbored no doubts that it would serve as the future stronghold of the Dragon Ball warriors. Moreover, the first glance at this cerulean planet from outer space instilled in him an undeniable certainty that this was the place. To his surprise, the previously underdeveloped planet in the North Galaxy possessed such advanced civilization in this era. Even Bardock, typically reserved and succinct, was affected by the atmosphere of this remarkably modern city. After all, the Scion tradition dictated that infants born with insufficient combat power be dispatched to planets lacking in high-end combat capabilities and advanced technology. While Scions were ferocious, they had not descended to the point of sending their offspring to planets teeming with formidable combat power. It was not out of compassion, rather. Such an act would be imprudent. It was far more practical to assign these underpowered infants to address the issues of lesser planets. Throughout the eons, the rise and fall of civilizations was a commonplace phenomenon. Caviezel waved dismissively, slightly irked by Bardock's disparaging view of his own Earth. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding the North Galaxy, prompting him to inquire of Bardock. Do you know, Bardock, that in this era, there is no concept of a galaxy? I am curious if, in your previous experiences, there was ever a time when the universe was devoid of galaxies? No galaxies? Bardock furrowed his brow slightly. As I mentioned before, during my last venture, I ascended to the 4th stage on a planet within the North Galaxy. Ah, I see, Caviezel mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Glancing up at the sky, he felt a sense of oppression, as if a thin veil of gray had descended upon him. Currently, Caviezel and his companions find themselves in the 87th District of the United Government, located in the bustling west city of a planet known as Blue Star. This world boasts an advanced technological civilization that made a remarkable leap into the interstellar age several centuries ago. Fortunately, within the nearby star regions, there exist no planets possessing a significantly superior technological prowess, nor are there tyrants akin to Drilly or Frisia who dominate through overwhelming personal strength. Consequently, Blue Star has thrived in the interstellar era, experiencing a steady and prosperous development. Moreover, due to its exceptional planetary environment, Blue Star has gradually become a favored vacation destination for many distinguished extraterrestrials, with peculiar spacecraft frequently traversing its atmosphere. Of course, while extraterrestrial vessels are permitted to enter Blue Star, they must do so under the vigilant surveillance of the planet's United Government security system, landing exclusively in designated docking areas for off-world guests. Friendly spacecraft from allied planets are typically connected to Blue Star's governmental systems, allowing for prior reservations. Upon entering the atmosphere, these vessels undergo a brief inspection by the global security apparatus, enabling them to land at any docking point across the planet. The crescent-shaped spacecraft of Caviezel and his companions was docked at the west docking square of Zone 87, left there through the channels of its predecessors. Simultaneously, the grandeur of Caviezel's vessel, often described as sophisticated and high-end, rendered it conspicuously prominent amidst the myriad of spacecraft, akin to a colossal titan amidst its peers. It was unmistakably the conveyance of a distinguished cosmic figure, thus prompting an exceptionally courteous demeanor from the official reception staff. As for the notion of carelessly abandoning such a vessel, which embodied the brilliance of one of the universe's foremost scientists, a young girl, Caviezel felt no pressure. Not to mention the security forces of Blue Star, or the fact that Little Shah would never allow any entity other than Caviezel, Celia, Angelia, or Bardock to board the ship, as if the 18 Iron Men of the 3rd Super Scion level on board were mere illusions. Hence, Caviezel cheerfully donned his sword and strolled through the streets alongside Bardock. It must be said, the civilization now known as Blue Star, Earth, was remarkably advanced. Reminiscent of the future world from Caviezel's previous life, with towering edifices standing tall, and the streets bustling with vehicles that Caviezel had never encountered. Above, a network of tubular structures crisscrossed the sky, within which spherical objects zipped by, likely akin to public transport. Higher still, an array of peculiar yet seemingly luxurious flying machines traversed the air, presumably belonging to various magnates and affluent individuals. In essence, the atmosphere was vibrant, with the streets lined by an abundance of grand shops offering a plethora of goods, ranging from food and clothing to educational materials and recreational items, catering to every conceivable need. A multitude of extraterrestrial beings, in hues of red, yellow, blue, and black, with diverse features such as single eyes, multiple hands, and long horns, meandered through the streets. Caviezel even caught sight of a hermaphroditic alien gliding gracefully past him. While he was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, he soon noticed a crowd gathering by the roadside, drawn to some event. I did not expect to encounter such a scene here, Cavasir mused, realizing that his stay was merely for a brief resupply. With that thought, he ambled over to join the gathering. Bardock, having been dragged out by Cavasir under the pretense of a balance between work and leisure, had no particular interest in the matter but followed along, as no combat was afoot. Upon reaching the crowd, Cavasir took to the air, selecting a vantage point to observe the focal point of attention. There lay a middle-aged man on the ground, presumably a local of Blue Star, bloodied and battered, curled up and groaning in pain. Beside him knelt a young boy, tears streaming down his face, silently mourning the plight of the injured man. Bardock, disinterested, stood at the rear of the crowd with his arms crossed, his expression as perpetually stoic as ever. Occasionally, he glanced skyward, his fingers gently tapping on his arm. Lost in thought, though the nature of his musings remained a mystery, Cavasir possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing, quickly piecing together the unfolding events from the hushed whispers of the onlookers. In essence, akin to the beleaguered characters in One Piece tormented by the celestial nobility, this unfortunate middle-aged man from Blue Star had merely crossed paths with a disgruntled offspring of an extraterrestrial lord, becoming an unwitting scapegoat. It appeared that a neat stack of banknotes lay atop him, presumably the compensation offered by the affluent youth after venting his frustrations. However, the middle-aged man clearly showed signs of having endured more pain than he could sustain, teetering on the brink of death. A young boy, who had ventured out with his father for a pleasant shopping day, found himself on the verge of collapse upon witnessing such a scene, trembling and dazed. Cavasir, reflecting on the boy's misfortune, contemplated retreating. Just then, a diminutive figure emerged from the crowd, offering a friendly smile to the dazed child. The small figure crouched down, placing its tiny hands gently upon the middle-aged man's body. Suddenly, an extraordinary radiance emanated from its hands, and within a few breaths, the man's injuries astonishingly healed. The crowd erupted in astonishment, while Cavasir stood transfixed, fixated on the benevolent figure that had performed the miraculous healing. With green skin, peculiar antennae adorning its forehead, and a uniquely flamboyant attire, the child bore the unmistakable traits of a Namekian. "Thank you immensely for your life-saving assistance," the middle-aged man exclaimed. Having fully recovered from his near demise, overwhelmed with gratitude, he knelt before the green-skinned extraterrestrial, while his previously terrified son, now realizing the gravity of their savior, scrambled to stop the green-skinned benefactor from slipping away, stammering incoherently, caught between tears and laughter, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. The onlookers murmured among themselves, marveling at the sudden appearance of the green-skinned alien and its miraculous powers. Yet, in this day and age, peculiar or remarkable extraterrestrials were not uncommon. So while they were astonished, their curiosity waned. The Namekian child waved dismissively, indicating that such gratitude was unnecessary. Ultimately, the father and son departed, casting reluctant glances back as they left, and the crowd gradually dispersed. "Excuse me, are you a Namekian?" Just as Cavasir exhaled in relief, the small green figure turned upon hearing the inquiry, spotting a human with an unusual hairstyle and a sword at their back, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Startled, the Namekian child felt a shiver but, adhering to the inherent simplicity of their kind, nodded and spoke in fluent, melodious galactic standard. "I am Deba, from Namek." Indeed. Cavasir felt a surge of joy, realizing that despite the absence of science, a Namekian had manifested. It was well known that Namekians were the creators of the Dragon Balls, an astounding artifact of immense power. Of course, Cavasir was also aware that scions were not originally from planet Vegeta and might currently be hiding in some obscure corner of the universe in their primal forms. Yet here stood a living Namekian, a tangible connection to the legendary race, even if a mere pat on the head sufficed. "What are you doing?" young Deba exclaimed, swatting away the hand that had unknowingly reached toward his head, visibly displeased. Cavasir sheepishly withdrew his hand, feeling a faint chuckle emanating from the sword on his back. Flushing slightly as he rubbed his nose, Deba regarded Cavasir with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. The Namekian had engaged in exchanges with Blue Star inhabitants before, assisting them with various interstellar navigation challenges, so he found nothing peculiar in Cavasir's recognition of his identity. In fact, Deba had sneaked away from a delegation sent by his people to Blue Star, a thought that reminded him that his kin were likely searching for him by now. Just as he pondered this, several green-skinned Namekian adults, sporting antennae, descended from the sky, landing gracefully beside the young boy. Passers-by merely glanced curiously at the aerial spectacle before resuming their activities, accustomed to such phenomena. Among the newly arrived Namekians, a seemingly authoritative figure looked at Deba, who was sheepishly averting his gaze, with an expression of exasperation. This child, a prodigy of the Dragon Clan, was indeed a source of considerable pride. But his mischievous antics often led to chaos, and now he had audaciously boarded a spacecraft to Blue Star. As the adults prepared to ignore Cavasir and depart, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked the question that burned in his heart. He gazed earnestly at young Deba. "Are you familiar with the Dragon Balls?" "Dragon Balls?" Deba paused mid-flight, intrigued by the query, perhaps drawn in by the mention of dragon. They are 7 orbs that, when gathered, summon a dragon capable of granting any wish. Cavasier explained earnestly, the dream dragon, to be precise. Observing the expressions of Deba and the other Namekians upon hearing the term Dragon Balls, Cavasier surmised that they were likely unaware of such artifacts at this juncture in time. Suddenly, he recalled that the Galactic Federation had yet to emerge. What could have led him to make such connections? Cavasier chuckled inwardly, deeming it absurd. One of the burly Namekians accompanying the leader shook his head, clearly dismissing Cavasier's assertion that a wish-granting Dragon Ball could exist as mere fantasy. Even the most imaginative Namekian could not fathom the existence of such an object, for the notion of wishes being granted contradicted the natural laws of their universe. Anything a person desires? Young Deba's eyes sparkled with interest, revealing a glimmer of ambition lurking within the depths of his innocent gaze. Cavathiel distinctly sensed that the Namekian child before him not only possessed considerable combat prowess, but also harbored a rather restless spirit. It was evident that this prodigious offspring of the Dragon Clan, embodying the 3 major abilities of the Namekian race, could become quite formidable once his restlessness took hold. As later records by the descendants of the Namekians would reveal, the great sage Elder Deba, the creator of the wondrous Dragon Balls, lamented throughout his life the missed opportunity to meet the individual who had first mentioned Dragon Balls to him as a child. Chapter 7. Is my treasure there? Have you already decided to leave? Cavathiel cast a sidelong glance at Bardock, swirling the wine in his hand, the jade-green liquid gently rippling within the exquisite crystal glass. Bardock nodded, gulping down a mouthful of red liquor, casually wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. The red-haired girl, Angelia, like a diligent maid, sat beside Cavathiel, promptly pouring more wine for him from an elegant flask. Bardock, however, was less concerned with etiquette, pouring and drinking freely, unabashedly devouring the mountain of food laid out before them. At that moment, they were situated in a luxurious hotel built above a shimmering sea. The opulent establishment floated serenely in midair, surrounded by the gentle caress of warm breezes, while white seagulls and various beautiful sea birds flitted about. Occasionally, a crest of white waves would roll over, and fish frolicked beneath the surface. What a splendid scene. Most patrons indulged in luxury at such a high-end venue precisely for the idyllic beauty it offered. Yet, amidst this splendor, the sound of snapping chopsticks pierced the air, as those around them recoiled in horror at Bardock's savage eating habits. Although the cost of dining here was substantial, money had long ceased to be a concern for Cavathiel. Suddenly, at a nearby table, a red-skinned alien warrior exploded in fury, sending a blue star youth flying with a single slap. In a cacophony of chaos, the youth hurtled backward like a projectile, crashing into several tables and chairs before slamming against the wall, momentarily sticking there like a poster before crumpling to the ground. The blue star youth, an ordinary person, could hardly withstand such a blow from a warrior of that caliber. He felt as though his insides had shattered, the metallic taste of blood filling his nostrils, as he coughed violently, tears streaming down his face, trembling and writhing on the ground as if torn apart. In truth, if the hotel's wall had not been constructed from exceptionally hard material, it would have surely caved in from the impact. Humph, utterly oblivious, scoffed the red-skinned warrior, disdain evident in his expression. This blue star boy was far too foolish to provoke him, courting his own demise. The crowd murmured, speculating about the implications of such a confrontation, and whether the blue star was foolish enough to challenge the warriors from their planet yet again. What are you whispering about? The warrior's keen ears caught the mutterings, igniting his temper. He glared with his bulbous green eyes and bellowed, "Are you tired of living?" The crowd fell silent. While some inhabitants of the Blue Star practiced martial arts, the majority placed greater value on technology. Thus, despite their disdain for the brutish red-skinned warrior, they chose to remain silent, aware of their inability to contend with him. Furthermore, these savage beings often traveled in packs. To offend one was to invite a horde of wrathful brutes. Hence, the wise Blue Star citizens opted for silence. The sound of clinking glasses suddenly rang out, drawing every gaze to a white square table where a youth with an unusual hairstyle clinked glasses with a young man sporting spiky black hair. They both tilted their heads back, downing their drinks in unison, wiping their mouths afterward, while the red-haired girl promptly refilled their glasses. "You." The warrior's murderous glare shifted toward Cavathiel and Bardock, his expression darkening. In the vastness of the cosmos, uncertain if they would meet again, Cavathiel raised his glass. Feigning ignorance of the warrior's wrath, Bardock also lifted his glass, silently clinking it with Cavathiel's before downing the contents, declaring, "Until we meet again." The warrior's forehead pulsed with fury. The audacity of these three to act as if he were invisible was infuriating. "So, you three are dissatisfied with me, Ani?" he sneered, his eyes glinting with malice as he cracked his knuckles ominously. At the back, the Blue Star youth, nursing his wounds, sat on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, particularly from the swelling on the left side of his face, crimson and bruised, oozing blood. He glared at the crude warrior's back, anger and resentment swirling within him, his body quaking with the urge to retaliate. yet he felt utterly powerless against such might. Bardock stood, gazing up at the transparent ceiling that revealed the azure sky above. Kid. Ani the warrior lunged forward, aiming a punch directly at Bardock's face, his fist ablaze with white-hot energy. Bardock swiftly untied the red cloth from his arm, wrapping it around his forehead and securing it at the back of his head, the wind lifting his hair as he prepared. Ani's punch missed entirely, his balance thrown off as he registered Bardock's sudden appearance behind him. With a casual spinning kick, Bardock sent Ani hurtling out of the room at an incredible speed, disappearing into the distant horizon. The crowd erupted in astonishment, only now grasping the gravity of what had transpired. What just happened? That powerful warrior was defeated so easily. Where did he go? Did he just fly around the Blue Star? The Blue Star youth, trembling, rose to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. He abruptly turned to look in the direction of the trio, 2 men and a woman, who had remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them. At this moment, only the girl with the crimson short hair and the boy sporting an eccentric hairstyle remained. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that not only did the girl possess an alluring charm, but the boy, too, radiated an air of noble mystery with every gesture, igniting a profound sense of fascination. Suddenly, the young man from the Blue Star noticed that the enigmatic boy was gazing directly at him. A jolt of anxiety surged through the Blue Star youth, his heart racing solely due to that singular glance, his nerves taut with tension. He observed as the mysterious boy placed a hand on the shoulder of the girl beside him. Then, the Blue Star youth caught a fleeting glimpse of what appeared to be a flash of sword light beside the mysterious youth, followed by the sudden emergence of a rift in the air. The enigmatic boy pointed his right hand towards him, and from the rift, a shadow surged forth, rolling to the ground at his feet. It was an unusual fruit. The earlier crimson-skinned creature was still alive. Didn't he wish to eliminate it himself? Try eating this fruit. The mysterious boy's voice floated lightly in the air, and he then wrapped his arm around the waist of the girl with the crimson hair, vanishing into thin air. The Blue Star youth stood in a daze, staring at the fruit on the ground, before extending a trembling hand. Crunch. He took a bite. Crunch. Another bite. Crunch, crunch. Crunch. He devoured it voraciously. A visible blue-white light erupted from his entire being as he maniacally gnawed on the spiritual tree fruit, his face contorted in a grotesque expression, accompanied by an unhinged laughter. Chapter 8. Go and Seek. Cavasser Ling gazed down from the lofty heights, surveying the cerulean sphere below. The azure planet, silently rotating in the enveloping darkness of space, appeared to emanate a soft blue luminescence, reminiscent of crystal, akin to exquisite jade, truly enchanting. Cavasser suddenly felt a twinge of melancholy. Was there truly no way to partake in the unfolding narrative? For someone like Cavasser, a devoted aficionado of Dragon Ball in a past life, arriving in such a dreamlike realm, yet being unable to witness firsthand the exhilarating history that once stirred his very soul, must surely be the greatest of regrets. Cavasser rubbed his temples, bearing an expression of helplessness. Angelia floated by his side, as serene as ever. Bound by a divine contract with Cavasser, she could faintly perceive the tinge of frustration simmering within him. At this moment, they both hovered outside the atmosphere of the blue planet, one embodying divine essence, the other possessing the nature of a sacred sword. The vacuum of space posed no hindrance to them. Although the blue planet was fortified by an extensive satellite defense and surveillance system enveloping its atmosphere, under Cavasser's seemingly omnipotent divine power, no means could detect Cavasser and Angelia's presence unless it were another deity. For instance, at this very moment, an extraordinarily advanced microsatellite drifted by them. Had one been able to observe closely, they would have seen continuous waves of detection radiating from the satellite, scanning the vast sector of stars ahead with astonishing speed. Yet, as it approached Cavasser and Angelia, it peculiarly veered away, as if alive, circumventing them before returning to its original trajectory behind them. In the eyes of Cavasser, a mist of iridescent colors swirled, and his gaze pierced through the layers of atmosphere, surveying the splendor of this beautiful planet, its oceans, forests, lands, flying birds, roaming beasts, cities, towering skyscrapers, and intricate road networks. What might this world look like 75 million years hence? The Earth of the original narrative surely did not possess the technological advancements that we see today. Indeed, 75 million years is an unfathomably long span of time. Even the esteemed king of the gods would not endure such a duration, merely a fleeting fragment in the vast river of history. Enough time for civilizations to rise and fall multiple times. Suddenly, Cavasser's gaze became fixed upon an enormous docking area, where a colossal spacecraft rested, crescent-shaped. A flicker of recognition ignited in Cavasser's eyes, and as he stroked his chin, a memory from a previous life surfaced. Of a novel entitled One Piece, I Am the Devil. After pondering for a moment, a smile crept across his face, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. In the heart of Blue Star, at the headquarters of the Alliance government, stood 3 towering white edifices resembling spires. The 2 flanking towers were slightly shorter than the central white tower, the tallest of them all, which boasted a spherical protrusion at its apex. The location of the federal president's office. From that height, It was said one could behold the entire panorama of Blue Star. These three white towers represented the zenith of power on Blue Star, serving as the most fortified bastion of the planet's defense. Constructed from rare, ultra-durable cosmic minerals, they were designed to withstand assaults from violent cosmic warriors. No matter how formidable their energy shockwaves, these towers would remain unscathed. Not a single hair would be harmed. Moreover, while the interior environment of the White Towers resembled that of governmental buildings elsewhere on the planet, albeit more opulent, every inch of floor, every wall, every corner was under the vigilant surveillance of an intricate monitoring system. Should any anomalies arise, humanoid mechas would instantaneously emerge from the ceiling, walls, or floor. These sentinels were security robots with combat prowess second only to that of the federal president's elite guards. They were imbued with the most stringent and comprehensive directives, leaving no room for deception. Any hint of wrongdoing would result in immediate subjugation and capture. Countless cosmic thieves and interstellar assassins had met their downfall here in the past. However, today, a blue figure descended from the sky with a whoosh and a crash, creating a massive circular crater at the entrance of the White Tower. The ground collapsed, and the force of the descent startled those entering and exiting, momentarily leaving them dazed. The debris from the impact even struck some luxurious flying vehicles, causing them to emit distressed sounds. What on earth is this? Those who frequented this place were no ordinary individuals. They were either high officials or titans of industry, and they were immediately incensed. They turned their gazes toward the center of the crater, where a blue humanoid robot began to levitate slowly. Its sleek contours, cold iron armor, and elongated blue eyes emitted an eerie glow. Below its feet and from its descending palms, nearly invisible jets of compressed heat were forcefully expelled downward. Moreover, a blue longsword adorned with iridescent patterns was sheathed across its back. As onlookers struggled to comprehend the situation, a series of miniature thrusters extended from the robot's back, and with a resounding boom, it transformed into a streak of blue light, darting into the interior of the White Tower. What is happening? Block it. An invasion. Upon entering the hall, the blue robot stirred a multitude of individuals within, triggering a cacophony of alarm bells. Alert! Alert! Unknown life form has invaded the headquarters. Unknown life form has invaded the headquarters. The red beams of light swept over the blue robot, which had abruptly halted in the center of the hall. With a series of mechanical clicks, humanoid mechas emerged from the floor and walls surrounding the blue robot, their heads illuminated with warning red text. And an array of weapons emerged, countless dark gun barrels aiming directly at the blue robot. Warning! Cease resistance. Surrender immediately. The humanoid security mechas intoned in a cold, mechanical voice. Yet the blue robot paid them no heed. It raised its head, its elongated blue eyes flickering. Optimal route confirmed, no life forms detected. A radiant white light enveloped the blue robot, and as beams of white energy accurately targeted every security mecha present, the robot propelled itself upward with tremendous force. If observed from afar, one would witness the blue robot ascend hundreds of floors of the White Tower almost instantaneously, shattering the ultra-durable cosmic mineral flooring as it did so. Miraculously, it avoided colliding with anyone in its path, ensuring no casualties. With a resounding crash, the blue figure burst through the floor, emerging just outside the federal president's office. At the entrance stood 4 highly trained super warriors, the president's elite guards, ready for confrontation. Halt! One of the guards, his face set in grim determination, charged forward. The blue robot extended its arms, its thrusters roaring to life. With a thunderous impact, it barreled into the 4 guards, crashing into the office's reinforced doors and shattering them to fragments. Chapter 9. The beginning of legends. The doors to the Blue Star federal president's office were violently blown open. Cries of alarm erupted from the government officials inside, dressed in formal attire, as they were struck by the flying debris, blood gushing from their wounds, leaving them in disarray. The president's 4 elite guards were sent tumbling, rolling like rag dolls before colliding with the walls, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. The federal president, having set aside documents concerning a colossal meteor approaching Blue Star, maintained his composure as he observed the blue mech advancing steadily into the office. He was acutely aware of the invasion. As the strongest bastion of the entire Blue Star defense system, the federal headquarters was enveloped by a hemispherical early warning network, which would immediately report any detected anomalies. Initially, he had assumed the intruder to be a minor threat, but he had not anticipated such a swift breach. It was infuriating. The technical department's boasts about their humanoid security mechas seemed utterly unfounded. How could these elite guards be so easily dispatched? The president simmered with anger, his expression tranquil as a still lake, as he regarded the approach of the blue mech and calmly inquired, "Who are you?" The defense network had instantly identified an unknown life form, confirming that this mech was indeed sentient. Moreover, this sudden arrival, having ascended from the lowest tier of the White Tower to hundreds of levels above without causing harm to anyone in between, suggests that this individual harbored no intentions of destruction. A minister beside the president, pale-faced, attempted to speak but was silenced by the president's piercing gaze. It appeared that everyone was quite compliant. A voice unexpectedly resonated from within the blue mech, belonging to a youthful man whose tone bore an air of nonchalance and irreverence. The components of the blue mech's front began to shift and rearrange, akin to discarded garments, revealing the interior of the mech. A young man with an unusual hairstyle emerged, smiling. "Clearly, you are not a native of our blue star," the president remarked, his expression shifting subtly with surprise, though he maintained a composed demeanor. "Oh, you can tell?" Carvisier replied, glancing at himself, bemused. "From an outward perspective, I resemble your earthlings, or what you now refer to as blue star denizens." The president shook his head, gently tapping his fingers on the table. "It is your aura. Each planet's inhabitants possess a distinct essence. Regardless, the residents of Blue Star could never exhibit your particular demeanor. Even if Carvisier himself did not consciously reveal it, figures of authority like the Blue Star president could discern the turbulent uniqueness beneath his seemingly ordinary exterior. An essence that evoked an unattainable sense of superiority. "You are quite intriguing," Carvisier remarked as he surveyed the others present. Realizing that none dared to interject under the president's authoritative presence, it seemed the president had trained them well. "Let us be succinct," Carvisier said, pausing momentarily before continuing with a smile. "For personal reasons, I suddenly felt compelled to leave a mark on this planet before my departure, in a manner that ensures its legacy endures for many years to come. After much contemplation, I concluded that only legends could achieve such a feat." He winked at the president and spread his hands. The president stared at him, struggling for a response, finally uttering, "Huh?" Carvisier scratched his head, realizing that mere words might not suffice. "Well, let us proceed with something more substantial." "Very well, Mr. Carvisier." In the distance, underground, a colossal crescent-shaped spaceship had mysteriously appeared. Suddenly, a vast signal network radiated from the vessel, enveloping the entire Blue Star in an immense, invisible dome in the blink of an eye. All inhabitants of Blue Star bore witness to this extraordinary moment as they continued their daily routines. Every screen within their line of sight abruptly shifted to reveal the young man with the peculiar hairstyle. "Greetings, residents of Blue Star," he said with a courteous smile. "Oh, but is that not your president beside me? Now, under the esteemed witness of the president, I wish to present a small gift to those caught in the mundane. First, this humanoid robot standing behind me. Believe me, it is crafted from the pinnacle of technology known to the universe. Its primary function, of course, is combat. To enhance the persuasiveness of my words, let us allow this charming super robot to perform a brief demonstration. Are you aware of the colossal meteor approaching our planet? Yes, the one currently displayed on the screen. Rest assured, you are not dreaming. This footage is directly retrieved from the Federation's archives, entirely credible. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. President? Now, let our super robot commence its performance." At that moment, all Blue Star inhabitants, including the president, stood in stunned silence, witnessing an astonishing spectacle. The blue super robot surged forth from the Federation's white tower, soaring into the sky and into the inky abyss of space, transforming into a radiant beam of light, and collided with the enormous meteor, nearly half the size of Blue Star itself. In a thunderous explosion, a sensation akin to the Earth splitting engulfed the inhabitants, as the distant cataclysm reverberated across Blue Star. Remarkably, the blue super robot returned unscathed. Throughout the entire episode, the global screens remained uninterrupted, as disbelief washed over the crowd, mirrored by the president's own astonished expression. To be candid, Carvisier himself pondered whether his display was excessively grand for these Navi Earth ancestors. In addition, "I would like you to watch a video." Instantly, the global screen switched to reveal footage of Carvisier and his companions at a seaside restaurant. Barbaric alien warriors confronted the beleaguered youth of Blue Star, and a rolling fruit from the spirit tree made its appearance. The world watched as the Blue Star compatriot consumed the bizarre fruit, his muscles swelling, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, his face contorted in fervor and ferocity. The scene shifted to the shoreline, where the youth, grinning maniacally, unleashed a fiery glow from his right fist, conjuring a tempest as his punch became a shooting star, obliterating the red-skinned warrior in a single blow. Shock rippled through the crowd. A previously ordinary person, merely by consuming that strange fruit, could vanquish such a formidable foe? Many fixated on the screens, eyes wide and breaths quickening. Suddenly, the youth reappeared, smiling as he conjured a multitude of those peculiar fruits, which eerily floated above his palms. "Next, I shall leave behind this super robot and these fruits, which you have already witnessed the effects of. If fortune smiles upon you, life shall become quite interesting. Would it not? But these are merely inconspicuous trinkets aboard a colossal crescent-shaped spaceship. Should you possess ambition, seek them out. I have left everything within, including the super robot and the fruits, or perhaps that grand spaceship itself, to attain your desires." The Namekian, Batty, who was poised to depart Blue Star, gazed at the spaceship's monitor, astonishment etched across his face as he murmured, "Isn't that the individual?" Chapter 10, A Call for Help. The great king of the otherworld gazed into the depths of the void for a long while, finally releasing a deep sigh. It is truly about to begin. From the profound abyss, The chain that had been fracturing incessantly suddenly shattered, transforming into fragments that left behind a dark, ominous opening. At the other end of that abyss, a colossal, swirling, terrifying eye of darkness was unveiled. Having left the Crescent Moon spaceship on Blue Star and entrusted some necessary matters to Little Shah, Cavasser intended to hitch a ride with Angelia to take a leisurely tour of the current Namek. The Crescent Moon spaceship was merely a whimsical creation of his, so he felt little reluctance in abandoning it on Blue Star. Moreover, by leaving the ship behind and making slight adjustments, he could not only offer a modicum of assistance to the characters he once cherished as a devoted Dragon Ball fan, but also indulge in his mischievous desire to playfully tease the protagonists across the expanse of time. To infuse a touch of novelty into the future of Earth, Cavasser deliberately left behind tales of super robots and the fruits of the spirit tree, which would, aided by the Crescent Moon spaceship hidden deep within Blue Star, flourish on this azure planet. Approximately 75 million years later, Little Shah herself would proactively deactivate the spaceship's cloaking system, lifting the formidable magnetic field surrounding it, awaiting the arrival of the most restless souls on Earth at that time. Of course, during those 75 million years, Cavasser would not selfishly hoard everything. He permitted some super robots and portions of the spirit tree's fruits to be scattered by Little Shah across various locations on the planet, to be discovered by fortunate individuals. Even certain high-tech inventions from the spaceship could circulate, all bearing the emblem of the Crescent Moon, a testament to the ancient legend from many years ago. Just imagine, when Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa arrive on Earth, only to find Goku, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo clad in battle suits far superior to their own. Their expressions would surely be most amusing. Of course, Cavasser was aware that Goku and Piccolo would likely not don such battle attire. At the very least, when Goku and his former idols viewed the recordings and three-dimensional videos he had left behind, showcasing their own pretentious and grandiose moments, their expressions would be equally riveting. Well, in truth, Cavasser, who felt increasingly distanced from the original narrative, was indeed finding ways to occupy himself. Lastly, Cavasser particularly instructed Little Shah to ensure that 75 million years hence, Earth should not be situated in an excessively advanced technological state, at least not to the point of entering an interstellar era. For, in such a scenario, the Scions, or rather the cosmic colonizers, would surely no longer regard Earth as a low-level, easily conquerable realm. How then could the great cockroach ever be sent to Earth? It is essential to remember that it was precisely because Earth was perceived as a low-tier planet without conquest difficulty that the Scions felt secure in sending an infant of inferior potential there. If Kakarot had not been dispatched to Earth, how could he have been discovered by Gohan? If Kakarot had not been found by Gohan, how could he have fallen into the ravine and struck the back of his head? If Kakarot had not struck his head, how could he have transformed from a brutal Scion into the kind-hearted and wise martial arts master Goku? If this world lacked such a Goku, what right would it have to be called the Dragon Ball universe? Thus, Cavasser would absolutely not allow such an occurrence. Even if he could not witness the legend unfold with his own eyes, he would not permit any misalignment of events due to his negligence. The scenes from those black and white comics had once evoked the purest emotions within him. The entire Dragon Ball saga unfolded like a magnificent symphony, vibrant and invigorating. Each time Cavasser listened to the theme song of Dragon Ball Kai, he was reminded of the feelings he experienced while watching Dragon Ball in his youth. Especially during his viewing of Dragon Ball GT, despite his myriad scoffs and disdain towards the plot, the grand finale captivated him. When the seemingly deceased Goku lifted the immense blue and white orb from the depths, his weary yet resolute black eyes surged above the horizon, gradually drawing one in as the piano notes of the theme song began to play. Kowizel was profoundly moved at that moment. He had never quite understood the ending of GT, yet he watched it with tears in his eyes. Particularly poignant was the scene where Sun Wukong returned to Kame House, sparring with Krillin before being knocked down. Krillin, astonished, turned to Master Roshi with a hearty laugh, and when he turned back, Sun Wukong had vanished, the waves erasing his footprints in the sand. This atmosphere, which seemed to obliterate Sun Wukong's existence from the world, made Kowizel's heart tremble, leaving him with a bittersweet sensation. He admitted to being rather sentimental. After Sun Wukong rode off on Shenron, Xiaofeng discovered his tattered blue martial arts uniform on the ground. This garment bore the marks and glories of its owner's battles, and as Xiaofeng held it in bewilderment, Kowizel felt equally lost. Like Xiaofeng, he questioned, wasn't he Wukong eloping with Shenron? Though the official meaning eluded him, these scenes and fragments transformed into a lingering sadness, a sense of loss, and a sigh that entwined within Kowizel's heart, difficult to dispel. How did I end up reminiscing about such melancholic matters? Kowizel shook his head and gracefully picked up a piece of pink pastry, savoring it. Angelia gently poured him a cup of hot beverage, which he accepted with natural ease, taking a sip with a calm demeanor. If one were to observe the picnic-like scene of Kowizel and Angelia from a greater distance, they would see them in the top cabin of a swiftly flying spaceship, specifically, the returning spacecraft of the Namekians. With Kowizel's extraordinary divine power offering protection, the two of them appeared remarkably composed, hitching a ride in a manner that others might find astonishing. It seemed as though Kawizel was inherently suited to a life of indulgence, content to languish in ease. While he might receive failing grades in combat, an assertion he frequently emphasized, as the East Kaishan was not adept at fighting, a task better suited for the South Kaishan, his enjoyment of life's pleasures would undoubtedly earn him a perfect score, an SSS level that soared beyond expectations. Kawizel was gradually attempting to embrace his newfound existence with a sense of ease and contentment. After all, who could blame him for becoming nearly invincible as the god of the realms upon his arrival in this world? He, too, felt a sense of innocence in this matter. He had merely wished to be a scion, engaging in battles against monsters to gain experience, perhaps even experiencing the thrill of transformation and the occasional outburst of anger, all while sporting a striking golden mane. Just as Kawizel contemplated the intricacies of life, a mechanical voice emanated from the microchip embedded behind his earlobe. Mr. Kawizel. A signal from 30 million light-years away was received just 1 second ago. Kawizel was momentarily taken aback as he swallowed the pastry handed to him by Angelia. Deliberately taking her fingertip into his mouth, and with a playful twinkle in his eye, he winked at the quiet girl with the crimson short hair. Analysis, all right. As a superintelligence, Xiaosha almost simultaneously relayed a message from the distant reaches of another universe. Kasi brother, please come save us. Kawizel's expression suddenly transformed. Celia. The author predominantly aligns with the original work, only finding slight agreement with GT due to its conclusion. However, they largely disapprove of most theatrical adaptations, particularly the Broly films. Take the Broly series as an example. The official narrative evidently derived the legendary Super Saiyan from the phrase in the original work about the once-in-a-millennium legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, in the recent chapter concerning Bardock, it is asserted that the legend of the Super Saiyan originated from Bardock's journey to the past. Is this not a contradiction? Thus, should Broly appear in this narrative, his characterization will merely reflect a mutated Super Saiyan, as the legend of the Super Saiyan within this tale adopts the interpretation from Bardock's chapter. Chapter 11. A world of despair. Kawizel's pupils constricted sharply, transforming into needle-like slits, revealing the profound shock within him. Beside him, the red-haired Angelia silently gazed at the planet beneath, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. At that moment, they were suspended outside the atmosphere of a colossal planet, observing from above. Upon receiving Celia's distress signal transmitted from the crescent-shaped spacecraft far away on Blue Star, Kawizel, without a moment's hesitation, summoned his divine power, expending energy for a super long-distance instantaneous movement across the starry expanse, arriving at this location. Due to personal habit, whenever Kawizel utilized instantaneous movement to another planet, he typically materialized outside the planet's atmosphere. Taking a moment to admire the breathtaking and magnificent panorama of the planet against the backdrop of the dark cosmos before leisurely descending into the atmosphere. However, this time, the planet that unfolded before their eyes was not as he had anticipated. Originally, when they departed, it was a beautiful, vibrant world, Celia's home planet, but now it appeared shrouded in a dark shadow, its visage drastically altered. A wave of decaying, frenzied, negative energy emanated from the black veil that enveloped the planet. Kawizel felt a weight upon his heart. What has transpired? Angelina inquired, unusually vocal, for she could genuinely sense the subtle unease lingering within Kawizel's soul. Kawizel raised his hand, slightly shaking his head, his expression grave. The profound divine power surged within him. Kawizel opened his divine eyes, and suddenly, they erupted with a dazzling spectrum of colors, radiating brilliant beams of light that pierced the shadows enveloping the planet's surface. Sweeping across the continent, the unease that had been stirring within him for many days finally erupted. After wandering through the cosmos and gradually accepting his identity as the god of the realm, it was the first time he truly felt the weight of the responsibilities that came with the title. Thus, at this moment, he wielded his powers and divine authority without hesitation. Although combat was still somewhat foreign to him, he had begun to master his abilities in other domains. Moreover, when the necessity for battle arose, he could simply descend and unleash the primal force of the universe to crush his foes. Celia sat wearily by the campfire, its flickering light illuminating the pallor and melancholy upon her delicate features. The shadows of her and Zishia danced upon the stone walls of the cave, swaying gently with the breeze. The crackling of the firewood was both haunting and exhilarating. Celia glanced at Zishia, whose vacant and lifeless eyes evoked faint memories of the spirited discussions they had shared about magic, her enchanting visage radiating vitality. Yet now, that face bore only emptiness, terror, helplessness, and a subtle despair. Zishia, Celia whispered softly, but Zishia merely shifted her gaze slightly, stiffly turning her head to face Celia. Taking a few deep breaths, Celia struggled against the immense anxiety and panic swelling within her, the sting of tears and the urge to cry weighing heavily on her heart. She silently urged herself to remain strong. Biting her pale lips, Celia reassured the still-dazed Zishia. It's all right. There is hope. This world still holds hope. I have already sent a message to Brother Cassie. He will come. He will come to save me, to save us, to save this world. He is powerful. He is a god. Celia trembled as she spoke. At the cave entrance, the sky outside was shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. A golden bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the cave for a fleeting moment, reflecting the madness brewing in Zishia's eyes. Hope. Zishia's gaze turned frenzied. Her once melodious voice now sounding grating and harsh. This entire world has descended into madness, and you dare speak of hope? Everyone seems possessed by demons, driven to insanity, wreaking havoc and slaughtering one another. You still cling to the notion of hope. The air is thick with the chilling, terrifying breath of demons, and dark, dreadful specters roam freely. You utter the word hope? Even your master, the great Utu Waya, succumbed to despair and perished while divining the state of the world today. And you still speak of hope? Celia's face turned ashen under Zishia's fierce interrogation. Her mouth opened, yet no words escaped. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Another golden thunderclap reverberated outside. Celia shivered, feeling the protective magic of the cave falter against the terrifying black aura that seeped in, a chill creeping over her. As if the demon's breath were invading her sanctuary. Zishia's face contorted in a grotesque expression, a blend of laughter and tears, her once beautiful eyes swirling with dark mist. Fixating on Celia. Celia, there is no hope left in this world. It is crumbling. Despair has engulfed us. The world is sinking beneath the demon's breath. The sky is withering. The earth is dying. The forests are rotting. The seas are tainted. This world has been corrupted by the black breath of demons. Everyone has become a monstrous, senseless creature. Like putrid, decaying flesh. Zishia laughed maniacally, tears streaming down her face, the swirling black mist in her eyes mingling with gray despair. There is no hope left, Celia. Do you understand? There is no hope. Even this cave of Master Utu Waya cannot shield us from those horrors. We will become like those outside. We will. We certainly will. This world is dead, Celia. No one can save such a world. Even the gods are powerless. There is no hope left. Celia, sitting on the ground, gradually scooted backward, her face pale as she murmured, "Please, stop saying that." Just then, Zishia's voice abruptly ceased. The black mist in her eyes reached a fever pitch, then began to flow from her eye sockets like dark blood. A sinister wind swept into the cave, and black shadows surged forth. Terror flickered in Celia's eyes as her complexion drained of color. Zishia was enveloped by the black shadows, the spherical dark mist consuming her form, her hands flailing helplessly. Ah! A shrill scream echoed from the depths of the black mist. Celia's heart quaked violently. No matter how strong she tried to be, an overwhelming sense of despair surged within her. Regret and self-reproach flooded her mind. No matter how frightened or helpless she had felt before, she should never have sent that distress signal, should never have dragged Brother Cassie into this calamity. Celia's mind felt as though it were tearing apart. On one hand, she believed Brother Cassie could save her. On the other, she was gripped by an immense fear of this strange and hopeless world, feeling that her call for help was a burden to him. At that moment, the black mist contracted and expanded, morphing into a humanoid shadow with two crimson orbs for eyes, pulsating with a maddening light. It emitted an eerie, ghastly laugh, devoid of language. And Celia felt that merely gazing upon this creature would plunge her into disarray, her heart swirling with chaotic emotions, unfamiliar and violent feelings surging from within. These foreign emotions filled Celia with dread. "Is it my turn?" she whispered inwardly, finally succumbing to despair. Time seemed to slow as she murmured in her heart, "Master, Celia is coming. Please do not blame me, for I have not practiced magic in several days, having wished to take a break. Brother Cassie, it seems fortunate you could not arrive in time. I long to send you another message, to tell you that the previous one was merely a jest, that I am doing well, that Master taught me a fascinating spell today, and that I have finally found a friend aside from you, Sister Ai, Sister Angelia, and Uncle Bardock. Her name is Zishia. Do you remember Zishia? She is the girl we met when we visited my hometown. She has been kind to me, and we often discuss magic together." As the black mist drew closer, the frigid madness in its blood-red eyes chilled Celia to the bone. "Have my eyes turned black as well?" she pondered, and hot tears began to fall. "You must not come." Celia gradually closed her eyes, her tears cascading down. But just then, a radiant beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens. The radiance emerged so suddenly, without any forewarning, its grandeur overwhelming, fierce, sacred, and resplendent. I beheld it, truly beheld it. That familiar, warm figure, akin to a celestial deity. In the remote, pitch-black expanses of the universe, countless dimensions intertwine and overlap, while innumerable fragments of space drift and collide. How many years have passed? Hundreds? Thousands? Or perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions? No one knows. And no living being can venture into this realm. This space-time continuum is exceedingly unstable. Suddenly, a glimmer of light slowly emerged from this abyss-like darkness, an ethereal, weakly shimmering, multicolored glow. It dazzles like an aurora at the edge of the heavens, exquisite and magnificent. It sways like a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, fluctuating in this realm of time and space, flickering in and out like the tides of a black hole. Cavasor stood in a daze. Had I not followed the leader and his companions to fill the void? Why am I still alive? A fragment of divine essence. Cavasor drifted through this tumultuous tide of time and space, his emotions fluctuating wildly, lost, bewildered, utterly perplexed. Where are you, leader, Sister Jessica, Old South, Old North? Are you alive? Bardock, are you still here? If tears could flow, perhaps my face would be drenched by now. And you, Angelia, how fare you? Time passed. The iridescent essence of divinity flickered and vanished amidst the undulating currents of time and space, teleporting away. In the underworld, thick yellow clouds rolled ominously. At the entrance to the Hall of Yama, a long line of souls extended far beyond the gates. Dreadful spirit officers, both horned blue and red-skinned, donned in formal attire, maintained order, occasionally reprimanding unruly souls attempting to cut in line. It was a relentless task. When an entire dimension's beings perished, their souls inevitably drifted to this realm of the dead. The spirit officers, though no longer susceptible to fatigue, found the monotony of their duties quite exasperating. At that moment, a red-skinned officer, adorned with black-framed glasses, suddenly spotted a vibrant, iridescent soul hovering midline among the spirits. A colored soul? How remarkable. Yet, why does it lack a corporeal form? The red officer's heart skipped a beat. Hey you. Yes you. Are you new here? Don't you know you need to queue? The blue officer beside him pointed directly at the suddenly materialized soul, demanding answers. While the blue officer acknowledged the peculiar appearance of this colored soul, he felt no particular alarm. After all, they were well aware of the hierarchy associated with Lord Yama and the various kings of realms. For instance, should that character known as Ribrice from the Western King's domain show up, they wouldn't dare to obstruct him. However, the presence before them was unmistakably unfamiliar. As the red officer finished processing the blue officer's inquiry, he observed the iridescent soul swiftly coalesce into a figure, a youth with an eccentric hairstyle. The youth's indifferent gaze swept over the red and blue officers, causing them to feel as if plunged into an icy abyss, their very souls seemingly frozen, their spectral forms trembling uncontrollably. Just as they sensed their essence nearing collapse, the pressure vanished abruptly. They looked up to find the youth had vanished. The red and blue officers exchanged horrified glances, both recognizing the shock and disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes. A mere glance had nearly shattered their very beings. Meanwhile, Lord Yama was diligently at work, perusing the life records of the souls awaiting judgment, rapidly stamping them with decrees. Your crimes are excessive. Descend to hell. You once saved an entire nation. Ascend to heaven. You have taken the lives of 9,633 individuals. Descend to hell. Amidst this efficient adjudication, a voice suddenly resonated near him. You are the current Lord Yama, are you not? Who? Startled, Yama looked up abruptly to find a young man floating before him. Arms crossed, observing him with a serene expression. Kawizel furrowed his brow slightly, pondering in silence. How is it that the current king of hell and the spectral messengers of the underworld fail to recognize the attire of the Supreme Kai? Nevertheless, he chose not to reveal his true identity and continued to inquire of the king of hell. Pray tell, how many years have passed since the great upheaval in the realm of the Supreme Kai? Cavasol was acutely aware that a fragment of his divine essence, or rather his soul, was adrift in the crevices of dimensional shards, and that an extensive period had undoubtedly elapsed outside. Moreover, as he scrutinized the figure of the king of hell before him, a flicker of familiarity stirred within him. The Supreme Kai of the universe? The great turmoil. The king of hell wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Unaware, Cavasol furrowed his brow in dismay. That great battle had made such an uproar, gathering countless super warriors from dimensions across the universe, including the last-minute arrival of Bardock, who had ascended to become a super scion god, nearly causing the entire primary dimension to tremble, obliterating countless nascent dimensions at the fringes. The 5 Supreme Kais, standing atop the multitude of dimensions, had all perished in that cataclysmic clash. It was a conflict of monumental proportions, marked by tragic heroism, which rendered the holiest of realms, the Supreme Kai realm, into utter disarray, fracturing it into innumerable shards scattered across countless parallel dimensions. How could posterity remain ignorant of such events? Who are you truly? If you are a departed soul, then you ought to respectfully acknowledge the king of hell's displeasure. He had myriad souls awaiting judgment. And who was this individual? Unaware of the king's pressing duties? At that moment, an overwhelming pressure surged toward the king of hell. His blood-red visage turned ashen. The chill of despair enveloped his being, as an incomprehensibly formidable aura descended upon him with an unyielding and irrefutable force. This oppressive presence was beyond anything even the great King Kai could muster. The king of hell howled in silent turmoil. As Cavasol squinted, realization dawned upon him. The being before him was none other than the king of hell from the original Dragon Ball series. What then was the situation on the planet Ziflu in the northern galaxy? The king of hell felt a wave of icy dread, trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing the youth's inquiry, his mind was besieged by a cacophony of expletives. What on earth was that insignificant planet? I am the king of hell, not the Supreme Kai. How could I possibly be privy to the affairs of some obscure planet? Moreover, even the Supreme Kai would hardly have the leisure to monitor every planet's circumstances. Kawizel seemed to have grasped the situation, still furrowing his brow as he issued a direct command. Examine the death records and ascertain if there have been any recent developments concerning the Zafir star. Have any Scion souls reported to the underworld? And what of the Zafir people? Oh, very well. The King of Hell responded, momentarily taken aback, then, drenched in cold sweat, began to sift through the records. Aware that the imposing figure before him was not someone he could afford to offend, the king conducted his search with remarkable efficiency and promptly reported, indeed, in the preceding years, primarily the souls of Zafir people and Scions have reported to the underworld. However, 2 years ago, there was a sudden influx of Zafir souls, as if all the Zafir individuals had simultaneously come to report. It appears that the Scions had established their foothold on Zafir star several years prior, and 2 years ago, they seized the opportunity presented by the full moon to annihilate the Zafir people. One might ponder, that entity named Baby must have been unleashed 2 years ago as well, correct? Kawizel nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable. Just when Yen Wang thought this esteemed individual had further instructions, the young man suddenly vanished, as silently as he had arrived. Without a trace of energy fluctuation. Although it was terrifying, his aura did not seem malevolent. Rather, it inexplicably instilled a sense of submission within me. As Yen Wang pondered these thoughts, cold sweat continued to bead upon his brow. In the realm of the Universe Kings, the young East Universe god, Xian, along with his divine attendant, Jebet, floated through the air. A look of deep concern etched across Xian's face. He was at a loss regarding the whereabouts of the egg that sealed the demon Maiden Bu, cunningly hidden away by that sly Babidi. It was infuriating. Should Maiden Bu re-emerge, the entire universe would be laid to waste by this formidable adversary. Xian expressed his worries, embodying the weight of responsibility and duty that came with his title. Until Maiden Bu was vanquished, he could find no peace. However, should Maiden Bu truly return, the young universe god would likely find himself even more restless. Jebet followed Xian's slow ascent, remaining as silent as ever. He longed for the ancient era described in the records, a time when the universe gods genuinely ruled the cosmos. A wistful expression crossed Xian's visage. But he shook his head. Even the universe gods of that age might have struggled against Maiden Bu. After all, even the mightiest grand universe god had been defeated by that wretched fiend. Reflecting on that harrowing past, Xian could not help but feel a pang of sorrow and trepidation. Alas, may more super warriors arise in the universe. Jebet, please inform the Grand Universe God to keep a vigilant eye on potential warriors within the jurisdictions of his 4 Universe Kings. Understood. As Xian and Jebet soared further away, a dazzling spectrum of colors suddenly materialized in midair, coalescing around a radiant core to form the figure of a young man, none other than Kawizel. He gazed with a troubled expression at the distant silhouettes of Xian and Jebet. Despite being aware of his Prot G's shortcomings as depicted in the original text, he could not suppress a feeling of disappointment. Had the universe gods truly fallen to such depths? The insignificant Maiden Bu, a character whom even Super Saiyan Goku could not defeat, could sweep aside all the universe gods? A wave of sorrow washed over Kawizel as he shifted his gaze to another part of the Supreme Kai realm, once the site of the Mother Goddess Spring. It now stood as a towering peak. In the days prior to the full-scale invasion of the negative universe, under the leadership of the Grand Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kais united their efforts to seal the Mother Goddess Spring, the gateway to the source of the positive universe. In order to safeguard its very essence from the encroaching darkness, atop the mountain, a flat expanse revealed an ancient sword hilt protruding from the rocky face, the blade embedded firmly in the summit. Many years had passed since then. The hazy silhouette of Kawizel emerged beside the hilt of the sword. With a complex expression, he crouched down, silently gazing at the familiar hilt and its intricate patterns. Angelina, why does your hilt bear the letter Z? I am uncertain. It seems that in the legends narrated by my grandmother, our ancestor, who once followed the ancient deity, bore AK. It appears to be a distinctive trait of your lineage. Kawizel slowly extended his hand, yearning to once more caress the familiar hilt of the sword. Yet, his hand seemed to pass through as if there were no obstruction at all. He stood in a daze. Kawizel gazed at his hand, which shimmered with a nebulous array of iridescent hues, resembling ethereal wisps of smoke. Kawizel felt that he should be shedding silent tears at that moment, yet inexplicably, he broke into laughter. How could I cry when I am already a mere shadow of my former self? The tears simply refused to come, damn it. Wait for me, Angelia, I shall surely extract you. Kawizel murmured gently to the hilt of the sword. In the past, to prevent Angelia from following him to her demise, Kawizel resolutely sealed her within this mountain. The only condition for breaking the seal is that the one who draws the sword must possess the blood or lineage of Bardock. Kawizel straightened up and surveyed his surroundings. The realm of the Supreme Kai was no longer what it once was. It was no longer whole. This was a beautiful planet, and in its heyday, it flourished with an extraordinary splendor. The planet was encircled by 3 stars, which never set, resulting in a perpetual daylight that rendered the nights non-existent. Save for the moment when that emblem of dreams manifested. Long ago, it was indeed that very phenomenon that had plunged this planet into an almost cataclysmic crisis. The weather was fair and bright. The ethereal silhouette of Cavasor materialized above the horizon, untouched by the splashing waves, with the sea breeze failing to stir his hair. In this moment, he was devoid of physical form. This visage was merely an illusion conjured by his divine essence. Without lingering, Cavasor had come to Namek for a purpose. Sensing a unique life force on this planet, his figure abruptly vanished. The waves continued to crash rhythmically, as they always did. The Grand Elder sat regally upon his vast white chair, gazing at the young member of his race, Neru, before him, his heart brimming with pride. Neru was an exceptional warrior, possessing immense potential. The Grand Elder planned to unlock Neru's power when he reached a critical juncture in his development, thus ensuring that the Namekians would possess a formidable super warrior. Even if malevolent extraterrestrials were to invade Namek, Neru would be more than capable of safeguarding their home. However, in recent years, the Grand Elder had frequently glimpsed harrowing visions of the future in his dreams. These were vivid scenes of devastation, where Namek was shrouded in an apocalyptic aura, with the earth cracking and the skies filled with thunder and lightning. Such visions filled him with profound concern. Could Neru truly protect Namek? Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek. Startled, the Grand Elder opened his weary eyes to find a luminescent youth floating before him. Having appeared unbeknownst to him as one of the most distinguished figures in Namekian history, the Grand Elder possessed formidable perception. Yet he was alarmed that he had sensed nothing upon this youth's arrival, though he appeared devoid of malice. Who are you? I am a Kaioshin from many years past. Cavasor replied with a gentle smile, revealing nothing untoward. The Grand Elder's young attendant, Neru, regarded the suddenly materialized Cavasor with uncertainty, instinctively bracing himself. No one was permitted to threaten the Grand Elder. Neru, please step outside. The Grand Elder's aged voice resonated. Neru looked between Cavasor and the Grand Elder, who was now eye level with the ethereal figure, before finally acquiescing with a respectful nod, yes, and then descending the central passageway. Kaioshin, the Grand Elder's ancient. Murky eyes fixated on Cavasor. Suddenly, a peculiar glimmer ignited in his gaze. You have arrived. Though the Grand Elder's voice remained frail, it resonated with an unusual cadence. Cavasor immediately sensed something amiss regarding the Elder, who appeared to have undergone a transformation in demeanor. Do you recognize me? He inquired, perplexed. Of course, the Elder chuckled, letting out a thoughtful hum. Was it not you who informed me of the Dragon Balls all those years ago? You were the one, Cavasor recalled. Remembering a peculiar little being from Namek he had encountered on Blue Star, whose name seemed to be either Dick or Digga. Yet, how could that small creature have metamorphosed into the Grand Elder before him? More importantly, how could this being have survived for over 70 million years? As if sensing Cavasor's bewilderment, the Elder spoke. I passed away many years ago. However, after creating the Dragon Balls, I was continually curious about your identity. And, Supreme Kai, have you ever encountered the Dragon Balls? Your tone back then suggested familiarity. Thus, as my lifespan waned, I left a fragment of my consciousness hidden within the bloodline of my descendants, which would only awaken upon encountering you once more. The Elder, or rather Dick, gazed intently at Cavasor and continued, now it makes sense. Cavasor mused, contemplating the extraordinary capabilities of the Namekians. Yet, he shook his head and replied, I have never seen the Dragon Balls. My knowledge stems from glimpses of the future that I inadvertently witnessed. Of course, he was merely fabricating a story. Elder Ganetra found it curious that the esteemed Elder had not issued any directives for quite some time, especially regarding the delivery of the Dragon Balls to the Elder's peak. The Namekians held a unique sentiment toward the Dragon Balls. They took immense pride in these miraculous orbs, yet it was precisely because of them that their planet had nearly faced total destruction many years ago. Consequently, the Namekians had long sealed away the Dragon Balls, refraining from their use. Was the Elder truly intending to summon Purunga? Despite the peculiarity, the inhabitants of Namek could never defy the Elder's commands. Thus, Elder Ganetra, accompanied by the three mightiest warriors of their tribe, hastened towards the Elder's mountain peak, carrying their 4-star Dragon Ball. Upon arrival, Elder Ganetra softly spoke, gazing at the slender, towering peak that lay ahead, where the Elder resided at its summit. The will of our ancestors has just descended, yet he has completely departed. The Elder sighed softly. His eyes regained their former luster, indicating that the lingering essence of Dick had finally dissipated upon encountering Cavasor. Cavasor, seated in midair with his eyes closed, nodded gently, releasing a soft sigh. Even the genius who created the Dragon Balls could not escape the relentless tide of history. He had perished eons ago. The Elder studied Cavasor's ethereal form for a long moment before hesitantly asking, This form of yours cannot be your true physical manifestation, can it? Indeed. My physical body was annihilated over 70 million years ago, Cavasor responded slowly. He then opened his eyes to behold 7 aged Namekians, each cradling a massive Dragon Ball. Floating outside, the Dragon Balls have arrived. Come forth, eternal dragon. following a resonant invocation in the Namekian tongue. The once unchanging sky above Namek transformed into a deep, inky black, as night once again enveloped this ancient planet after many years. In the obsidian heavens, golden lightning flickered like serpents in the dark. The 7 gathered Dragon Balls gleamed brightly, suddenly erupting in a dazzling display of golden light, from which a colossal golden beam surged skyward like a mighty tree. Purunga. The elders from various villages gazed in awe at the imposing dragon, their expressions one of astonishment. In the Namekian language, Purunga signifies dream. Seated in the rear chamber, the elder remained with eyes closed, leaving one to wonder whether he was truly gazing upon what the Namekians revered as the dragon of dreams. State your desires. Any wish shall be granted, Purunga's grand. Resonant voice echoed through the sky. Mr. Caviezel, what is your wish? Inquired the representative among the 7 tribal elders, turning to Caviezel. Caviezel did not disclose his identity to the elders, merely stating his name. However, these Namekian elders could sense the peculiar reverence or perhaps awe that their grand elder held towards this enigmatic young man. So, this is what the so-called Dragon Balls entail. No wonder they possessed such extraordinary powers. Caviezel's figure remained elusive and ethereal, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity and insight. Since the moment he summoned Purunga, he had been gazing intently at the Dragon Balls and the emerging Purunga, eventually nodding in realization and murmuring to himself. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very fabric of truth. Mr. Caviezel? The tribal elder inquired once more. Wishes, Caviezel replied, lifting his gaze towards the colossal dragon, Purunga, whose eyes were as crimson as blood. He pondered that when it fulfilled the wishes of those who summoned it, those eyes would likely blaze with a brilliant red light. Kasi, do not follow us. Why not? I am a supreme Kaitu. There is no need for you to accompany us to our demise. If it is indeed a death march, why are you going? We may perish, but you must not. Ridiculous. What do you mean? Because only you can ultimately put an end to all of this. You must survive. Why must it be me? Why me specifically? Yes, it must be you. Is there no other solution? There is. What is it? We die together. Now, speak your wish. Caviezel was pulled back from distant memories by the voice of Purunga. He ceased to gaze upwards at the dragon and, with his eyes closed, softly expressed his singular wish. I desire to be reincarnated. To be reborn on the planet Vegeta in the northern galaxy, becoming a scion. This is a task beyond the capabilities of the afterlife. They lack the power and the right to grant me such a rebirth. However, Purunga, I am aware that you possess the ability to fulfill this wish. The tribal elder, taken aback by Caviezel's words, promptly recounted them verbatim to Purunga in the Namekian language. I comprehend. It is indeed a simple desire, Purunga's resounding voice echoed, and his crimson eyes ignited with a brilliant red glow. In that instant, Caviezel felt an invisible force enveloping his divine essence. The ethereal manifestation of his divine power vanished, leaving only his resplendent, multicolored divine essence in its wake. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this radiant, kaleidoscopic light was intertwined with 4 other similar lights, each shimmering in a spectrum of colors. The divine essence dissipated from the location. 004 Caviezel in the distant planet Zafru, now referred to as Vegeta, 2 years prior. On a fateful night, the Scion tribe residing in the desolate northern part of Zafru finally instigated their uprising, launching a ferocious assault that swiftly obliterated all prosperous cities on the planet. That night marked the culmination of a decade-long lunar cycle, a blood-red evening where towering, savage giant apes wreaked havoc upon the self-proclaimed civilized Zafruans. The air was thick with the smoke of battle as these crimson-eyed titans unleashed devastating energy waves from their bloodied maws, ruthlessly dismantling the cities and pride of the Zafruans. 2 years have elapsed. The Scions, once derided by the Zafruans as crude and primitive, after annihilating their foes, adeptly inherited their advanced technologies. Over a year ago, the Scion King, utilizing Zafruan technology and establishing contact with extraterrestrial beings, orchestrated the conquest of several valuable planets, transforming them into development zones or vacation spots for those cosmic lords, provided they compensated the Scions with adequate rewards in technology, treasures, or equipment. Gradually, the reputation of the Scions spread among the elite of the cosmos, culminating 9 months ago when an underling of a cosmic entity named Frisia approached King Vegeta. Henceforth, the Scion warriors donned a unified battle attire. King Vegeta and his queen welcomed 2 princes into their lineage. Standing before a grand window, gazing into the overcast sky, King Vegeta remained stoic, hands clasped behind his back, and inquired with subdued curiosity, "What is the battle power of my sons?" The first prince has a battle power of 1, while the second prince possesses a power level of 2103, reported the individual behind him with utmost sincerity. King Vegeta's stony visage revealed no emotion. He simply nodded and coldly declared, "The second prince shall be named Vegeta. As for the first prince, let his mother bestow a name upon him." "Understood. You may leave," Vegeta gestured dismissively, as the individual respectfully departed. He pondered, "To name the second prince after our Scion planet, it appears King Vegeta holds him in high regard. It is no wonder, as the second prince boasts an impressive battle power from birth." "Wait," King Vegeta suddenly called out. Is there anything else, Your Majesty? The individual turned back, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, King Vegeta slowly instructed, locate a distant lower-tier planet. On your hints, send the first prince there. Yes, the individual nodded and exited. King Vegeta lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, recalling the detestable yet formidable figure with two pointed horns and purple lips. Vegeta the Queen's servant gently roused the weary queen, who lay in bed, having momentarily lost herself upon hearing the name of the first prince she had named. Huh. Oh, the name the queen turned, reaching out to caress the two newly born lives. Such fierce little eyes, she mused, observing her spirited offspring. She then placed her hand on the chubby, rosy face of her slumbering first son, overwhelmed with affection. Kawizzle, I shall name you Kawizzle. Do not harbor resentment against your brother, nor should you oppose him. It is Mother S' fault that your battle power is merely 1, while your brother S is 20. 000. It is entirely my inadequacy. The queen murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your Highness, it cannot be your fault. It is simply the first prince's lack of talent. The second prince's potential is remarkable. He will undoubtedly become the mightiest warrior of our scion lineage. He shall be our pride. The old servant consoled. The queen lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes glistening with cold fury as she retorted, silence. The servant promptly fell silent, aware that despite the queen's frail appearance following childbirth, her notorious temper and formidable presence were well known. Many a subordinate had met their end at her wrath. After leaving the two princes in the nursery, the servant departed. The first prince, who had been peacefully slumbering in his cradle, gradually opened his eyes upon the servant's exit. Indeed, the dragon has granted me a royal lineage. Kavizure opened her large, innocent eyes, secretly pondering to herself. However, what I desire is not this. Fortunately, I realized it early and discarded all those innate combat abilities to my younger brother while still in the womb. Speaking of which, Kawizzle turned his head and beheld the little one in the adjacent crib, his brother in this life, gazing at him with wide, expressive eyes. A mix of emotions washed over Kawizzle. He felt a sense of nostalgia, a hint of disbelief, and a touch of amusement. Prince Vegeta, he mused. Who would have thought you would become my brother? I had previously pondered what posture I would adopt to mock a genius warrior of royal lineage. Should the reincarnation be that of a lowly fighter? Kawizzle gazed at the sci-fi-inspired dark metallic ceiling, his mind preoccupied with calculations. By a stroke of misfortune, his combat power had dwindled to a mere 1. Yet, there was little he could do, back then. His ignorance regarding the unit of their combat power values had left him unable to ascertain his own strength, if memory served him correctly. Vegeta was born in the year 732 of the Earth Age of Peace, while Goku came into the world in 737. This meant that it would still be 4 or 5 years before Kakarot would be born. However, he feared he might not live to see that day, for his father would likely discard him. This weakling with a combat power of just 1, to some remote planet, much like the future to Bull. Oh, foolish brother. Generally speaking, it is highly improbable and unsuitable for a child of merely a few months, not yet a year old, to walk. The reason it is deemed unsuitable is that premature walking could adversely affect a child's healthy development. Yet, scion children evidently do not adhere to such norms. This very distinction is why the ancient Zephyrans regarded scions as savages. From their civilized perspective, a complete life must encompass the stages of childhood, adolescence, youth, middle age, and old age. Any absence of these phases renders life incomplete. Conversely, the scion race is astounding. They remain in a youthful and vigorous state for the majority of their lives, only experiencing rapid physical decline in the final years before death. It seems they embody the very essence of their boastful identity as a warrior race, existing solely for battle. Scion children exist on an entirely different level compared to Zephyran children. While scion youngsters are already sprinting about with wild abandon, their Zephyran peers remain confined to their cribs, gazing wide-eyed at pacifiers. When scion children are already engaged in boisterous brawls, their Zephyran counterparts can only crawl pitifully on the ground, with a few fortunate ones managing to wobble a few steps, though their parents would never permit such behavior, deeming it detrimental to their development. Even if those wild monkey's children were already fighting, it was still deemed unacceptable. At this moment, the royal guards of the prince were gazing intently at their elder prince, Kawizzle, with bright, watery eyes, filled with envy as they watched the second prince, Vegeta, leisurely soaring through the air. Was this fellow an idiot? Kawizzle thought darkly as he observed the younger prince frolicking effortlessly above him. The elder prince was indeed pitiable, clad in white battle armor, while his guards sympathetically regarded him, reflecting that anyone would feel immense pressure with a prodigious brother like the second prince. Moreover, the elder prince's own aptitude was considerably lacking. Little did they know that Kawizzle's combat power of 1 at birth was a result of his own decision in the womb to relinquish his strength to the illustrious Prince Vegeta, whose identity he was unaware of at the time. It had been over 10 months since his birth. Would his beloved father ever consider sending away his inept son? Kawizzle pondered in boredom. He was not truly lacking in talent. Rather, this fellow simply had no desire to grow stronger at the moment. His singular destination was Earth. He resolved that in this life, he would fulfill the wishes of his previous life, alongside the warriors of Dragon Ball Z, gradually increasing in strength. Presently, Cavasor exhibited a battle power akin to that of a mere infant among the lower-class Scion warriors, which naturally led everyone to regard him as a waste. After all, he bore the noble bloodline of the Scion royal family. Young Vegeta was oblivious to these intricacies. He simply relished the feeling of superiority in front of his seemingly invincible older brother. This sensation was extraordinary, for his older brother had always instilled in him a sense of intellectual inferiority, which was difficult for the prodigious young Vegeta to accept. His pride was deeply wounded. Finally mastering the art of flight, he yearned to diminish his brother's arrogance, proclaiming himself the strongest genius. This was also thanks to Vegeta's youth. He was still unaware that battle power was the ultimate truth of the Scion race. He remained preoccupied with how his brother appeared more mature and intelligent than he was. In summary, dear child, you are still too young. With his youthful visage and spiky black hair, Cavasor sighed and made his way back to his room through the corridor. In midair, young Vegeta looked down proudly at his dejected brother, lifting his chin and letting out a soft hum of satisfaction. Suddenly, however, he felt a hand slap his back. Do not be too pleased, my foolish brother. It was the voice of his older brother. Young Vegeta turned in shock, only to see Cavasor gazing at him with a gentle expression, patting his shoulder before vanishing in an instant. He was suspended in midair, bewildered by how his brother had disappeared. Young Vegeta's mind momentarily froze in confusion. Cavasor's movements were swift, and his angles were impeccably chosen. Thus the guards below remained utterly oblivious to the happenings above. For someone of Cavasor's caliber, even with a mere combat power of 7, he could effortlessly employ the technique of aerial dance or teleportation. For a truly profound master, even the slightest hint of energy could be harnessed to unleash a staggering 1000% of its potential. Cavasor considers himself to be a proficient master of flight and teleportation, and the terrifying control he wields over his physical strength and inner energy, granted by his divine essence, is truly formidable. Whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang. 3 crimson fireballs plummeted from the starry sky like comets, crashing down at the designated landing site of the prepared spacecraft. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 spherical single-soldier combat spacecraft slowly opened their hatches, and after a surge of heated air exchanged, 3 Scion warriors clad in battle attire emerged. Bardock, concealed in a corner, gazed intently at the familiar figure from a distance. He is now a battle-hardened Scion warrior, yet the Bardock of today is not the one I once knew. Quasir sighed, fully aware that even if he possessed foreknowledge of future events, certain occurrences were beyond his ability to prevent. Some things were destined to transpire, much like the countless possibilities that sculpted innumerable parallel universes. 2 months later, Quasir found himself ensconced within a spherical spacecraft, its destination, the planet Doria. Undoubtedly, the indigenous inhabitants of Doria boasted a maximum combat prowess of merely around 100. Even the most inept Scion warriors could effortlessly vanquish foes of such limited capability upon reaching adulthood. With a whoosh, the spherical vessel was enveloped in flames of crimson hue, hurtling forth into the abyss of the inky black cosmos. 006 Kakarot. Over 4 years later, Vegeta once again gazed skyward at the profound, dark expanse of the starry night, his expression as inscrutable as ever. 6 months prior, his younger brother Tabul, scarcely a year old, had been thrust into a spherical spacecraft and dispatched to some remote corner of the universe, perhaps never to return. Much like that individual from 4 years past. Where has father gone? Why is he absent today? Young Vegeta pondered, his curiosity piqued. Ordinarily, at this hour, his father would undoubtedly be urging him to train or imparting combat techniques. Clad in his battle attire, the customary garb of all Scions, along with a striking red cape, young Vegeta stepped outside with an impassive demeanor. Along the way, he encountered 2 other Scion youths, similarly attired in battle gear. Prince Vegeta, the bald boy Nappa, who had been mocking the lowly warrior Raditz, immediately bowed in deference upon the prince's approach, his earlier arrogance starkly contrasting with his newfound humility. Young Vegeta dismissed him entirely, as if he were invisible, and walked past Nappa and Raditz with an expressionless countenance. To young Vegeta, the world contained only 2 types of individuals, those who were utterly inferior to him, and those who would inevitably become inferior. The 2 he had just encountered clearly belonged to the former category, being nothing more than complete failures in his eyes. Unfazed, he strode into his father's chamber, where he heard the unmistakable sounds of feasting. Who could it be? Concealed behind a pillar, young Vegeta cautiously peeked out, incredulous at the sight of a rabbit-eared extraterrestrial seated at the far end of the long table, indulging in a lavish banquet laid out before him. Underfoot lay the proud head of King Vegeta, the former ruler, now reduced to a position of servitude. Father. Young Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. His small fists clenched tightly in response. On the planet Canesa, amidst the cacophony of destruction, towering buildings crumbled under the relentless assault of colossal, hellish apes. Once a realm of beauty, abundance, tranquility, and peace, it was mercilessly ravaged by these monstrous beings. The cries of the people echoed as they ran, resisted, struggled, wept, roared, mourned, bled, and succumbed to despair, meeting their demise in the chaos. We were utterly defenseless. Perish, alien fiends. This is the curse of our world. Illusions of the magical fist. High above, the destructive deity Beerus observed with a bemused interest the scene below, where the last indigenous warrior delivered a fateful blow to Bardock before his end. He mused to himself, "Ah, so this is how this unfortunate soul became a vessel for the collective wrath of all beings on this planet." With a yawn and a stretch, Beerus decided it was time to return to slumber. He glanced sleepily at his newly acquired attendant, Whis, and said, "Let us depart, Whis." "Yes, Lord Beerus," Whis responded, swiftly concealing the drink he had just retrieved from the ground behind him. Cockroach, Di Frisia, a scion warrior, adorned with a red cloth tied around his forehead, stood within an immense purple energy sphere. His gaze distant as memories of a young man who bore his likeness flashed before him. Cockroach, as the scion warrior and planet Vegeta faded amidst the resplendent fireworks, an unnoticed glimmer shot forth into the inky abyss of the universe. Within a spherical spacecraft, a baby with spiky black hair curled up, sleeping peacefully. Fly away. Cockroach, has he mistakenly arrived on Earth? Old Sun Wukong, bearing a bamboo basket on his back, though aged with white hair and beard, still walked with a steady gait, traversing the mountain path with remarkable agility. The day was splendid, with everything enveloped in tranquility. Whenever he thought of his master, who, despite his advanced age, possessed a heart brimming with youthful fervor, Old Sun Wukong would resolutely remind himself, "I am not yet entitled to grow old." What is that? As the foremost disciple of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Ten, Old Sun Wukong had achieved unparalleled mastery, with his energy harmoniously unified and an extraordinary grasp of the surrounding chi, making him one of the finest martial artists in existence. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted something plummeting rapidly from the sky. A meteorite? Over the years, Old Sun Wukong had witnessed much in the bustling cities of the Federation, so he was not entirely isolated from the world. The type of martial artist who lived secluded in the mountains had virtually vanished since the Queen of the Federation had initiated a global martial arts movement 32 years ago, establishing the Martial Artists Guild. Even his legendary master, Wu Tian, had, under the Queen's directive, eagerly joined the fray, drooling at the prospect of excitement, though it seems somewhat irreverent to speak of his master in such a manner. Once the martial arts deity acknowledged this new order, martial artists worldwide gradually embraced the guild, joining various dojos. As the martial arts deity, Master Roshi's influence and charisma within the martial community were indeed unparalleled. Contemplating this, Old Sun Wukong swiftly made his way to the site of the meteor's descent, arriving at a vast, circular crater. What could it be? It didn't resemble a rock. It's open. Having trained in martial arts his entire life, Old Sun Wukong's eyesight was exceptional. Even from a distance, he discerned movement. Was there someone there? In the center of the crater, a small child clad in animal skin emerged from a spherical object, swaying unsteadily before gazing around in confusion, only to faint. As a kind-hearted traditional martial artist, Old Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the basket and carefully descended the slope of the crater. At the bottom, he found the child had indeed lost consciousness, but what caught his attention was a tail. He marveled at the sight of a fluffy, brown tail protruding from the child's backside. Years prior, beastmen and half-beastmen had already coexisted peacefully with humans on Earth, so Old Sun Wukong was not particularly taken aback. Although the child resembled a human, the monkey-like tail was somewhat peculiar, yet he thought little of it. There's another one. Peering back into the spherical object, he noticed a naked infant curled up within, adorned with spiky black hair, sleeping soundly. Were the two of you abandoned? With a sigh, Old Sun Wukong cradled the two children, one on each side, and leaped out of the crater. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the child in his left arm, donned in animal skin, slightly opened his eyes and murmured inaudibly, "Excellent, touchdown," while triumphantly clenching his tiny fist. More than 4 years prior, before he was sent away from planet Vegeta, Cavasil had quietly trailed Bardock, imprinting the essence of his wife, Angelia, in his memory. Although he was later dispatched from planet Vegeta to the distant planet Doria, Cavasil could still occasionally sense Angelia's essence from across the cosmos. Thus, it was only natural that, one day, 3.5 years later, he detected another presence mingling with Angelia's aura. At that moment, Cavasil realized Angelia was pregnant. 10 months later, when the faint new presence separated from Angelia's essence, Cavasil understood that planet Vegeta was being obliterated by the fiend, Frisia, and that Kakarot, or Sun Wukong, was soon to be sent to Earth. Consequently, Cavasil, not hesitating to expend all his energy, executed a long-range instant transmission and conveniently hitchhiked with the slumbering Kakarot. What could be better than that? Although he was reluctant to be seen as a grandson, seeking to successfully apprentice under the old turtle hermit was the most straightforward, stable, and legitimate course of action. The reason for Cavasser's reincarnation is rooted in a desire to fulfill an aspiration from his previous lives. Yearning to train alongside Sun Wukong and the valiant warriors from the original tales of Dragon Ball to cultivate his skills and grow stronger. In his former existence on that earth, he was confined to a monotonous routine of schooling and work, with little time to indulge in whimsical daydreams, deemed frivolous distractions that squandered both time and life. However, in this new realm, no one shall hinder him from pursuing his true passions any longer. Krillin's opportunity to apprentice under Master Roshi undoubtedly stems from his connection to the Little Lin Temple. Given Master Roshi's esteemed status, it is improbable that he remains unacquainted with a martial arts sect as significant as Little Lin Temple. Perhaps there are untold stories linking the abbot and the esteemed nun, intertwining their destinies in ways yet to be revealed. Kawizel, brimming with confidence, endeavored to divert his attention from the elderly Sun Wukong, who was insistently attempting to feed him from a bottle. "You old codger, remember this well," he mused. "Goo goo goo, little goo. I am the one who goes goo goo goo. By the way, when exactly did that rascal Goku tumble down the valley?" Kawizel, with an expression of impatience, propped the small Wukong, or rather, the still diminutive Kakarote, against the wall beside the bed with his foot. The little Kakarote, wearing a fierce countenance, incessantly flailed his fists and legs, presumably yearning to deliver a forceful blow to the loathsome figure before him. Although aware of the character he would later embody, the present situation was undeniably vexing. "Should I suffer a slight disadvantage and personally cast you down by accident?" Cavasol lay serenely on his bed, deep in contemplation as he stroked his chin. Little Kakarote was utterly unable to escape, firmly pinned against the wall, his short limbs flailing helplessly. "Kasi, have you been bullying Goku again?" came the gentle yet aged voice of old Sun Wukong from the doorway. "I'm not bullying him. It's merely this little rascal attempting to bully me, only to be gently subdued by my hand," Cavasol retorted with a dismissive wave, turning his head with an expectant expression. "Old man, don't you have any whimsical thoughts of carrying Goku in a backpack for a delightful stroll in the mountains today? Perhaps near the valley or something of the sort?" "Not at all, why do you ask?" Old Sun Wukong replied, still wearing a kind smile. Regarding the titles exchanged between them, Cavasol declared, "I am Cavasol, and I can't remember much else. Also, I refuse to call you Grandpa. Don't even think about it, old man." He spoke with an endearing innocence as he addressed old Sun Wukong. "However, the people from the World Martial Arts School in New Capital will be coming to fetch me for some matters. They'll arrive in a flying vehicle. And I intend to take both of you along," old Sun Wukong said, affectionately ruffling Cavasol's spiky black hair. Cavasol appeared bewildered. "New Capital? What on earth is that? And old man, haven't you been living a solitary life on Bowsy Mountain? What business do you have in the city? Have I landed on the wrong earth?" Until he was lifted to the back seat of the flying vehicle by old Sun Wukong, Cavasol remained perplexed by his earlier statement. "New Capital? How could they possibly disregard my status as a devoted Dragon Ball fan?" He fumed, gesturing angrily. "Though Bulma's family resides in West Capital, there is no mention of any new capital in the Dragon Ball Earth map. What is this new capital nonsense? Just because it's newly built, they decided to name it that? It sounds like a capital city or something. What is going on? The World Martial Arts School? The only thing that springs to mind is the World Martial Arts Tournament. Such schools only exist in the animated adaptations, right? What on earth is this? I am a staunch original comic enthusiast. The original work never introduced any martial arts schools. How is that acceptable? It feels like a chain establishment. Is it really okay? Are you ever going to stop being a nuisance?" In the back seat of the flying vehicle, Cavasol snapped back to reality, swatting away a tiny paw with a milky scent that had reached his face. He glowered at little Kakarote's adorably fierce cheeks, playfully tugging at them while gazing into his large, round eyes, and affectionately declared, "Oh, my dear brother, how I long to simply be you and toss you down, you little rascal. Ugh. No, brother, I can't." Little Kakarote protested, flailing his arms, but to no avail. Instead, the sound of his brother's playful antics echoed like an adorable plea. "You should only blame your future self for capturing my heart so completely, my foolish brother." Kawizel found himself increasingly fond of the phrase "my foolish brother" ever since he discovered that Vegeta had become his brother. Even now, in the presence of Goku, he could not help but utter it. Suddenly, Kawizel heard the voice of the elder son Gohan seated a few rows ahead. "I see, in 2 years. The World Martial Arts Tournament will be held. Let me think, it should be the 19th edition, right? Has Her Majesty finally decided to implement a comprehensive reform of the tournament rules? It seems those old-timers from the previous tournaments have also reached some form of compromise." Oh, the World Martial Arts Tournament. What a nostalgic term. It brims with love, justice, and passion. No, that is not the crux of the matter. Cavasol was momentarily thrown into disarray. A queen? A female monarch? Old Gohan, are you certain you haven't misspoken? Isn't your king a talking cat? Or perhaps a dog? A reform of the competition? A comprehensive overhaul? Does the World Martial Arts Tournament, with its crude format, truly require such reform? It seems merely a gimmick or a plot device. Why does it suddenly evoke the sensation of a national competition from Slam Dunk? This Earth, I absolutely do not recognize it at all. Despite this powerless lamentation, Caviezel found himself rather looking forward to it. After all, the main protagonist, Goku, is currently within his grasp. Even the supporting character, Gohan, has not vanished, so surely major secondary characters like Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo won't be eliminated so easily. This world, the more unfamiliar and thrilling, the better. Wait a moment. Did I not instruct little Shah to regulate the development of Earth? From the old man's words, it seems that this martial arts institution and the global martial arts trend were instigated decades ago by that inexplicable queen. How infuriating. Had this occurred centuries earlier, the average battle power of humanity, no, merely the peak battle power, could have reached a certain threshold. Not too much, just exceeding 1,000, or perhaps merely above 300. Then the Scions would not have sent infants here, even if they were weaklings who would willingly squander their population. This implies that my dear Goku might have never had the chance to arrive on Earth. The entire narrative was on the verge of being completely rewritten. This primary dimension was close to descending into the realm of other parallel dimensions. My reincarnation would have been rendered utterly meaningless if such a calamity were to transpire. Little Shah, you ought to commit seppuku. It is imperative that you do so. Caviezel sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of trepidation. However, he suddenly recalled that his identity verification aboard the spacecraft had employed his unique and unparalleled divine powers. Yet now, apart from his soul, divine essence, he was indeed nothing more than a quintessential scion, a mere mortal flesh and blood. Thus, it was utterly impossible for the current Xiao Sha to permit him aboard the vessel. What a pity that was. Although, with the divine essence he still possessed, he could indeed summon the primordial forces of the universe. Yet without the Kaioshin's divine body as a vessel, how could he possibly receive those primordial energies? Even the slightest trace of such cosmic essence would weigh heavily like a mountain. Now, bathing his diminutive arms and legs in such forces would surely reduce them to ashes. Wouldn't he? Ah, we have arrived. Caviezel pressed his face against the glass, gazing down at the resplendent white metropolis below. The streets intertwined like a labyrinth, while vehicles incessantly flowed along the suspended thoroughfares, and aerial crafts gradually descended onto the verdant rooftop of an exceedingly tall building. Master Sun Wukong, it is truly an honor to have you here, exclaimed a middle-aged man in a suit, briskly approaching with an eager expression, intent on shaking the hand of the venerable Sun Wukong ahead of him. Who is this child? The suited gentleman queried, his brow furrowed in confusion as he observed the infant with spiky hair cradled in Sun Wukong's arms. The little one, evidently fatigued from playing with Caviezel, had succumbed to a deep slumber. My grandson, Caviezel. Come, let me introduce you to Mr. Roth, the general manager of the World Martial Arts Academy, Sun Wukong stated, gesturing towards his grandson. Though somewhat reluctant, Caviezel decided to indulge his grandfather's wishes and offered a slight bow. Greetings, Mr. Roth. Haha, Master Sun Wukong has a remarkably clever grandson. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. Sun Wukong smiled in return. Shall we proceed inside? As they exited the elevator, Caviezel overheard whispers circulating among the crowd. Look, it's Elder Sun. Indeed, it is Elder Sun. It has been years since he last visited the academy. If only I could become his disciple, I would have already entered the inner hall. It may be arduous, but after all, he is the grand disciple of the god of martial arts. Caviezel pondered the implications of their murmurs. Ah, it seems that in this current world, due to that troublesome queen, the reputation of martial artists has risen considerably, even among the common people. Inner hall. So is there also an outer hall? Are these individuals part of it? Caviezel surveyed the brightly lit hall resembling a gym, where the bold characters for Tianxia adorned the wall directly opposite him. Scattered throughout the spacious area were approximately 20 to 30 men and women, fervently engaged in their workouts. Some were running on treadmills, while others donned boxing gloves to strike wooden dummies, all amidst a lively atmosphere of camaraderie and conversation. Typically, martial arts schools are divided into two sections, the outer and the inner. The outer school caters to those who have a passion for martial arts yet cannot endure rigorous training due to commitments such as studies or work, limiting their time for practice. These individuals tend to join the outer school. Conversely, those who wholeheartedly pursue martial arts, sincerely seeking enlightenment, and possess both the time and energy to dedicate themselves to rigorous training, are the ones who enter the inner school. However, the door labeled as such was merely a restroom, not the entrance to the inner sanctum. The inner school is not situated within the city. Rather, it is typically established in rural areas, where practitioners can truly embrace the hardships of training. At that moment, the middle-aged man in a suit, having overheard the curious remarks of Master Sun Wukong's young grandson, could not help but smile as he enthusiastically provided an introduction. Oh, I see. Caviezel understood the place and nodded, preparing himself mentally for the arduous training ahead. He cast a glance at the men and women in the hall, drenched in sweat, yet exchanging flirtatious glances, and couldn't help but smirk. A gym? Is that all it is? He thought to himself, so this is how we are dismissed? At the entrance of the building, Caviezel crossed his arms, visibly displeased. Did they really think he was a child, bringing him to the big city for a little fun? Grandfather only wants what's best for you. he reminded himself. Staying in the mountains all the time and occasionally experiencing the urban atmosphere isn't such a bad idea. Behind Caviezel stood a casually dressed woman with glasses, cradling the still sleeping cockroach in her ample arms. Why do I have this feeling of let me take one last look at this vibrant world before I plunge into a hellish training regime? Surely, that's what the old man intended. Caviezel mused. Though merely 2 months had passed, Gohan had already realized that his grandson was exceptionally intelligent and remarkably mature, despite being just a 5-year-old child. As for the calm woman behind him, the middle-aged manager in a suit had initially intended to assign a burly young man to protect Caviezel and Kakarot. However, Caviezel would never tolerate being perceived as a mere child by a man while strolling through the streets. Thus, he naturally appointed the woman from the gym as his protector. It's not about her figure, so don't get any wrong ideas, he asserted. It's merely a matter of maintaining the dignity befitting the Supreme Kai. Caviezel's keen eyes caught sight of a massive building in the distance where a logo resembling an incense coil was prominently displayed on the wall, indicative of the Universal Capsule Corporation. The woman, Yana, who was walking behind Caviezel while cradling little Kakarot, expressed some surprise after overhearing Caviezel's murmurs. She casually remarked, I heard that Dr. Briefs from Capsule Corporation is coming to New Capital for a technology exchange conference. Caviezel responded, Briefs? Ah, Bulma's father. The one who constructed the spaceship for Goku's journey to planet Namek. Caviezel strolled casually down the street, a diminutive figure at just 5 years of age. Behind him, Yana towered with an elegant stature. Even if she wished to hold his hand, she would have to bend slightly to accommodate his height, so he opted to walk independently. Yana was not an employee under the middle-aged manager in a suit at the martial arts school. She was merely a member of the external branch of the Tianxia Martial Arts Institute. If one were to identify a distinguishing feature, it would not pertain to her beauty or physique, but rather the fact that she had once been a member of the internal branch. At the tender age of 7, young Yana had insisted vehemently on learning martial arts. Her father, with no other recourse, enrolled her in the external branch of the Tianxia Martial Arts Institute. The very next day, a furious Yana confronted him in silence, glaring at him with unspoken reproach. Her father quickly realized that his perceptive daughter had likely deduced the existence of both internal and external branches, despite his attempts to shield her from this knowledge. This passionate and determined woman had abruptly left the internal branch following her father's untimely passing, resolutely choosing to safeguard his life's work. In her 22 years of experience, Yana considered herself well acquainted with the world, having encountered various individuals, both martial artists and non-martial artists alike. She had indeed met her share of youthful prodigies, including Dr. Brief's daughter, whom she had happened upon once. The girl's extraordinary intelligence had left Yana, once a top student herself, feeling somewhat inadequate. Yet, she felt that the small child before her, Caviezel, was truly exceptional. Not merely because Caviezel spoke with an air of maturity unusual for his age, indeed, he had hardly exchanged a few words with her, but because a fleeting thought had crossed her mind upon encountering Dr. Brief's daughter, a fleeting intuition of brilliance. Now, as she followed the child with the brown tail swaying behind him, she envisioned a figure, not particularly tall, but undeniably upright. What am I thinking? Yana gently slapped her own face, murmuring in exasperation. Her hands were steady, her steps resolute, and nestled in her arms, little Kakarot slept soundly. Oh, if I am not mistaken, those figures over there seem to be lecherous men plotting against the little girl. Yana noticed Caviezel ahead, peering across the street with an excited expression. In secluded, dimly lit alleys, even in the largest of cities, they are inevitable. What a delightful little girl. A scruffy middle-aged man murmured, lowering his head as he turned from a crowded area into a sparsely populated alley. Ahead of him, a little girl, appearing no more than 4 or 5, pranced along, her light purple hair tied in a simple ponytail, completely oblivious to the deranged man trailing her. Fortune smiles upon me. She has wandered into such a secluded place. The man's heart raced with excitement as he noticed the absence of others in the vicinity. Unable to contain himself, he quickened his pace to catch up to the girl. He extended his trembling right hand, poised to strike at her delicate neck, a gesture steeped in malice. How innocent. How pure, he mused internally, his eyes glinting with a sickly light. His hand descended. Wait. The man froze as his hand failed to connect with the soft flesh he had anticipated. Instead, it met with nothingness. His eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned his surroundings, bewildered to find the little girl had vanished. What just happened? Had he sleepwalked here? Just then, he heard a rush of wind behind him. Bang! In an instant, the world spun around him. He tasted blood in his nostrils and felt tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, howling, awe. The pain finally registered, as if his back, neck, and right calf had been mercilessly hammered, leaving him in excruciating torment, his vision blurring as he pressed his face against the ground, dimly aware of the crimson liquid pooling around him. Yana deftly caught the little Kakarot she had just tossed into the air, her expression cold as she regarded the middle-aged man, who had gazed at the little girl with such deranged intent. Disgust washed over her, and with a dismissive sound, She turned her head, no longer wishing to glance at the despicable man. But where is Coezier? The little girl was nowhere to be seen. Yana furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of worry. This boy was the grandson of Master Sun Wukong. Losing him would be a serious matter. As a fervent martial arts enthusiast, Yana held deep respect for her mentor, Master Sun Wukong. The legendary martial arts deity, his mentor, was someone she idolized with fervent admiration. Master Sun was gentle and possessed unparalleled martial skills, said to have reached a transcendent state, achieving mastery over Qi, a level few in the world could rival. Surely, the martial arts deity who surpassed even Master Sun must embody the quintessence of martial wisdom, an elder whose every action and word encapsulated the truths of the martial way. Where could that little rascal have gone? Scanning her surroundings, she found no trace of Coezier or the little girl with the purple ponytail. On a street 100 meters away, passers-by stared in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of the two children. Their faces a mix of confusion and disbelief. Where did these kids come from? How could they possibly just materialize like that? It defies logic. The purple-haired girl was equally startled by the abrupt change in scenery, nearly dropping the capsule of her OP-3 model robot bodyguard, which she had been prepared to deploy. Who are you? The purple-haired girl glared at the boy with the black, spiky hair who held her. Let go of me. I refuse. Coezier replied with a raised eyebrow, a note of disdain in his tone, his gaze flicking to the faintly visible shape in her pocket. A capsule, clearly meant for more than just show. It dawned on him that her earlier behavior mirrored that of a mischievous trickster, having deliberately lured the middle-aged man for her own amusement. This girl was quite the little rogue. The young girl twisted away, freeing herself from Cavasir's grasp. With her small hands clasped behind her back, she lifted her chin and let out a haughty hum. Then, casting a disdainful glance at the onlookers who were clearly reveling in the spectacle, she resolved to depart. Cavasir chuckled as the little girl displayed a haughty demeanor. Was she attempting to be adorable? Indeed, he was captivated by her charm. Catching up to the young girl and walking alongside her, Cavasir tilted his head and inquired, still maintaining that proud posture, "What is your name?" "I am not a Lulacan. I am not a Lulacan. I am not a Lulacan." Cavasir pondered to himself. He was merely inquiring from the perspective of an older brother, engaging with a rather intriguing little girl. Why should he divulge anything? Unless she revealed something first. The little girl continued to walk with her hands clasped behind her back, her face adorned with a haughty expression, yet her eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. What had just transpired? How had they suddenly arrived here in a flash? At this thought, her large eyes gleamed brightly, seemingly captivated by the marvel of the situation. I simply dislike negotiating terms. If you choose not to, then so be it. Cavasir scoffed, dismissing the notion. This little girl, so young, was already trying to engage him in such a manner. Goodness, why did he feel as though he was also exhibiting a hint of youthful naivety lately? He was conversing with someone so much younger than himself. Cavasir suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, his face turning pale. It appeared that reincarnation carried its own risks. Alas, his twilight years were marred. Yana hurriedly fled the alley while cradling little Cockroach, only to find Cavasir, the impudent child, strolling alongside the earlier purple-haired girl. "Hey, Yana, where are you off to?" Cavasir called out, perplexed by the woman's aimless wandering. "Why you?" Yana stammered, her mind in disarray. How could these two little rascals appear so mysteriously? At that moment, little Cockroach in Yana's arms awakened, and almost in synchrony with his opening eyes. He let out a wail, kicking his tiny legs furiously. "This little one is hungry," Cavasir asserted confidently. "At the fast food restaurant. We're having our meal. What do you want?" Cavasir munched on his burger, deliberately provoking the small girl. "I'm hungry too," she retorted, her expression one of utter disbelief at his foolishness. As she cheerfully munched on fries and slurp juice. Little Cockroach sat on Yana's lap, devouring a platter of chicken legs, thick, plump, and robust. Yana gazed at him with concern. She had initially opposed letting Goku. She had inquired about Cockroach's name from Cavasir, consumed such food at his tender age. He could hardly be older than a year, after all. The journey from Vegeta to Earth must have taken at least half a year, right? Old Gohan had been raising the two for 3 months now. A month ago, this little rascal's daily meals gradually required Grandpa to venture into the mountains for wild boar roasts, Cavasir explained. Not only Cockroach, but even he felt an overwhelming urge and desire whenever faced with an array of food since his reincarnation as a scion. Yana increasingly believed her earlier instincts were spot on. These two gluttons were certainly not ordinary individuals. As they exited the fast food restaurant, the little girl suddenly turned to Cavasir and said, "As a reward for this meal, I shall share my name with you. I am called Bulma. No laughing, remember," she exclaimed with an air of pride before skipping away. "Sister?" Cavasir scratched his head. Bulma had such a personality as a child. Coezier found himself somewhat perplexed. The light purple hair, the brilliance, the versatile capsules, these undeniably belonged to Bulma from Dragon Ball. Yet, in his recollection, wasn't Bulma in her earlier days merely an infatuated genius girl? How did she transform into a tsundere reminiscent of a delinquent? Furthermore, isn't she a tad too mature? Nevertheless, it matters little. This transformation aligns perfectly with her intelligence. Kavashur, in all honesty, could not care less. After all, she is merely the wife of his foolish brother Vegeta, not his sister. What concern is it of his? Moreover, the little girl is still young. Who knows what experiences may come her way, potentially altering her temperament drastically. Sigh. As they traveled along a sparsely populated road, Yana noticed little Kakarot fidgeting restlessly and decided to let him crawl on the ground for a moment. To her surprise, as soon as his forepaws touched the earth, he swiftly scurried far away. Startled, Yana, who had never cared for a child before, immediately rushed to scoop up little Kakarot again. However, at that moment, Kavashur seized the little one's wobbly, furry brown tail, effectively preventing him from hopping away again. With a smug grin, Kavashur introduced himself to Yana, his own tail unconsciously swaying behind him. Little Kakarot lay on the ground, appearing utterly exhausted. Today has been quite delightful, Aunt Yana. Kavashur waved goodbye to Yana as they approached the flying vehicle. Hearing Kavashur affectionately refer to her as Aunt, Yana couldn't help but smile, replying, "Oh really? Hearing you say that, Kavashur, it truly brings me joy." Meanwhile, little Kakarot, still in Kavashur's grasp, maintained his limp demeanor, though his tiny brows furrowed slightly, revealing a fierce expression that left no doubt he would grow up to be anything but docile. "Thank you very much for coming in person," Master Son Gohan wrote. The middle-aged manager bowed sincerely before the old martial arts master, expressing heartfelt gratitude in front of his subordinates, who found no fault in such gestures. Considering he was the disciple of the god of martial arts, there is no need for such formality. Old Son Gohan gently waved his hand as he boarded the flying vehicle with his two grandsons. The craft emitted a loud whoosh as it blasted off, leaving behind a trail of white flames that quickly disappeared from view. What an interesting little fellow. Until we meet again. Yana squinted at the fading tail of the flying vehicle, whispering softly to herself. Upon returning to Bowsy Mountain, life resumed in a tranquil, hermit-like manner. The only living humans present were the elderly son Gohan and little Kakarot. Surprisingly, Kavashur found himself quite fond of this lifestyle, devoid of melodrama. Each day unfolded smoothly without turbulence. He felt no urgency to train in martial arts, fully aware that old son Gohan would surely impart his knowledge to the two brothers. Furthermore, Kavashur lacked the overwhelming ambition to become the strongest in the universe, a desire that seemed beneath the dignity of the god of the universe. He also took special care to ensure that, as the month approached its midpoint and the moon neared fullness, he would find ways to coax little Kakarot to bed early. He certainly did not wish to be trampled by the child's exuberance. Nor did he want to see old son Gohan suffer any harm at the hands of the little one. After all, the old man had treated him kindly. Forming a bond with a grandfather was hardly a burden, and he embraced the opportunity to care for the elderly. What preoccupied Kavashur's thoughts, however, was the question of when this mischievous little boy would fall into a pit. Bring back my Goku. As anticipated, on a bright, sunny day, when the night had yet to completely fade, and the sky was still dimly lit, old son Gohan pulled Kavashur from his warm bed. "From today onwards, my dear, I shall begin teaching you the art of martial arts." The old man beamed, having keenly sensed Kavashur's yearning for martial skill over the past few months. "Really?" Kavashur's eyes sparkled with excitement, his previous groggy and displeased demeanor vanishing instantly. Though he harbored no intense ambition, he had chosen to reincarnate to train, grow stronger, and experience life alongside the original characters. The prospect of finally receiving formal martial arts training filled him with exhilaration. Previously, as the god of the universe, his inherent strength rendered him nearly invincible from the outset, and with the original storyline being so distant, he had never bothered to learn any techniques. Whenever he encountered troublesome individuals, he simply bypassed or crushed them without a second thought. Although he had sought advice from Bardock, that had merely involved maximizing the use of his divine power. Now, as a mortal, he had lost all divine strength. And Bardock's warrior mentality, characterized by decisive combat, had little relation to martial arts or the path of martial discipline. You must be prepared to endure hardship, at the very least. You cannot continue sleeping in so late, old son Gohan said, adopting a slightly stern demeanor, his loose training attire exuding the aura of a master. Although these grandsons were not his biological kin, old son Gohan had devoted his life to martial arts, self-cultivation, and inner peace. He firmly believed in the significance of fate, feeling a unique affinity towards Kavashur and Goku, as if they were destined to be connected. He was eager to impart his wisdom to these two boys. However, the martial arts of the Turtle School emphasized philosophy over mere techniques. His goal was to lay a solid foundation for these children before sending them off to their master for further guidance. Kavashur, now around 5 years old, was certainly ready to begin training, while little Goku was still too young and would require an additional 2 or 3 years. As for the potential of these two grandsons, old son Gohan held unwavering confidence, especially given their appetites, particularly little Goku's voracious eating habits, which assured him they were excellent candidates for martial training. Though his reasoning may have been simplistic, old son Gohan trusted his judgment. Yet, Even he could not have anticipated just how extraordinary the talents of these two adopted grandsons would turn out to be. 5 years sped by in the blink of an eye, and Bowsy Mountain remained as serene as ever. The morning sun shone warmly, and the spring breeze brushed gently against the skin. Perched upon a branch of a large tree in the forest, the young boy with spiky black hair hung upside down. Eyes closed, arms crossed over his chest, supported by his furry brown tail. This was a fruit tree, abundant with green leaves and dotted with countless red, nameless wild fruits. Suddenly, the boy hanging from the branch exerted force with his abdomen, causing his entire body to swing in midair, flipping several times before landing gracefully on his feet. Cuvee opened his eyes, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, swiftly regulating his breath. Beneath the grand tree, he executed powerful punches and kicks with fluidity, diligently practicing the martial arts forms imparted by the venerable Sun Wukong. With each strike, his speed increased, his focus deepened, and his power intensified. A punch was unleashed, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, followed by a kick that seemed to tear through the air. His elbows struck, his knees collided, arms whipped, and legs lashed out in a flurry of short, impactful blows. His entire body radiated warmth and exhilaration, as if his muscles and blood were joyously awakened. The Turtle Hermit's teachings did not adhere strictly to martial forms, but rather emphasized martial philosophy. However, it was not to say that his school lacked its own unique techniques. In the original tale, the young Goku and Krillin, particularly Goku, already possessed a solid foundation in martial arts when they sought wisdom at the Turtle Hermit's abode. Thus, the master tailored his instruction to their needs and circumstances. Similarly, the venerable Sun Wukong guided his two grandsons, who were merely beginning their martial journey, to commence with fundamental forms, while also incorporating essential exercises to strengthen their bodies. After completing a series of routines, Cuvee was already glistening with sweat. Since it was merely a warm-up, he gradually came to a halt. Pressing his hands down from his brow, channeling the gathered energy inward, casting a glance at the nearby fruit tree, Cuvee lifted his eyes to behold the branches laden with ripe fruit. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and approached the sturdy trunk. With a slight forward step, he shifted his weight onto his back foot, extending his left palm forward while retracting his right fist to his waist, grounding himself in preparation. With unwavering focus, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the trunk, and with a resounding thud, the robust tree shook violently, sending the crimson fruits cascading down like rain. The sound of fruit striking the ground echoed in rapid succession. Cavise's tail, resembling a whip, struck the fallen fruits with a resounding crack, sending them flying, many bursting upon impact. However, Cavese could only attend to the fruits that fell on his side. Those on the opposite side remained untouched. With a thud, he drove his foot against the trunk once more. The sound echoed, crack, pop, crack. With another kick, the rhythm continued. As his tail neared numbing from the relentless thrashing, he had obliterated the fruits from 6 trees entirely. Yet, it mattered little, for these fruits were inedible unless one wished to endure a day of discomfort akin to that of young Kakarot. His tail had been sufficiently exercised. By the lakeside, Cavese washed the sticky residue of fruit preserves from his tail's fur, engaging in quiet self-reflection. Shaking off the droplets, he rose, stretching luxuriously. Oh, perhaps I shall seek out that flying device later, he mused. Cavese contemplated briefly, swiftly shedding his garments before plunging into the tranquil waters of the small lake. A refreshing wash felt far more pleasant after breaking a sweat. Along the woodland path, a black-maned wild boar ambled leisurely. The rustling of grass stirred momentarily. Suddenly, the boar raised its head, its large eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, only to dismiss the inconsequential disturbance with a slight curl of its elongated tusks. In an instant, a shadow darted from the opposite thicket, leaping above the wild boar. With a fierce cry, the shadow brandished a vivid red staff, descending upon the boar with force, plunging it into the nape of the beast. The boar emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its vision instantly clouded with crimson fury, just as the boar strained against its bonds. The sunlight filtering through the trees illuminated the figure wielding the staff, revealing a child with spiky black hair. With a ferocious expression, the child bellowed, "Extend, Rui stick." To the astonishment of all, the staff gleamed in response. Its lower end still embedded in the boar's neck, it elongated rapidly, propelling the child skyward. Simultaneously, the child summoned all his strength, thrusting downward with great force. The staff punctured through the boar's throat, sending forth a cascade of scalding crimson blood. The boar whimpered in agony, but as the wound gushed forth, it soon lay still, its eyes rolled back in death. Little Kakarot executed a nimble flip from the heights, landing beside the lifeless carcass of the boar. "Done," he exclaimed with a grin. Though merely a 5-year-old innocent child, his smile bore an unsettling, sanguinary quality. "Return, Rui stick." The staff, still protruding from the boar, shimmered before rapidly retracting to its original length after Kakarot's command. Kakarot hoisted the Rui stick onto his shoulder, though the boar's lower half remained grounded due to his diminutive stature. "Where has that guy gone?" he muttered grumpily to himself, a note of defiance lacing his voice. One day, I'll take you down, you scoundrel. He referred to his brother, Coezier, the one who always overshadowed him. Feeling hunger pangs, he decided to feast on the boar before preparing lunch later. In the Dragon Ball world, he pondered the distance his brother had traversed while wandering aimlessly. How far did Gohan's grandfather roam? He mused, noting the absence of the spherical spacecraft. Amidst the jungle, valleys, and forests, traces of Coezier's presence were evident. He pushed aside a patch of wild grass, feeling rather vexed as he stroked his chin in contemplation. He recalled a tale from the original story where Goku's son, Gohan, had once returned home out of loneliness during his training with Piccolo, only to discover the very spacecraft Goku had arrived in during his youth. The vessel's glow had transformed him into a giant ape. While this narrative was solely from the animated series, even fan sequels like Super Saiyan 4 acknowledged its existence, leading him to wonder where that elusive object truly lay. Caviezel muttered to himself, alleviating his boredom as he navigated the mountainous terrain in a parkour manner, searching for the spherical spacecraft that had transported him and little Kakarot. As he sprinted along the winding path, his eyes darted around, while his mind wandered aimlessly through a myriad of thoughts. Ahead, on either side of the road, two grand trees lay felled, their trunks severed in half, obstructing the way forward. Whoosh! Coezier aimed for the gap between the two obstructing logs, his pace unwavering and even quickening. With a powerful push from his feet, he leaped into the air, his body gracefully extending in mid-flight, skillfully wedging himself into the opening. Fortunately, there was no one around. At this moment, Caviezel felt an urge to rest his forehead in a gesture of sorrow, but alas, only his chest and head had managed to squeeze through the narrow space, rendering such an action impossible, which only intensified his awkwardness. Even if one escapes the wrath of lightning, one may still be ensnared by a tree struck by it. Little Kakarot spat out the last morsel of meat from a bone, patted his slightly bulging belly, and let out a contented belch. Rejuvenated, he prepared for battle once more, fueled by the determination to someday vanquish that old foe, along with everyone else. Clenching his fist, he brimmed with fighting spirit, his gaze fierce and resolute. For him, the thrill of combat and bloodshed was an inherent craving. The very essence of life was to revel in the joy of battle, to derive happiness from the act of destruction. Merely contemplating this filled him with an invigorating zeal, a profound sense of purpose. Was this not a natural conclusion? Though he may not articulate such thoughts clearly, it was evident that this was the logic that had always resided in his heart. Thus, he did not find it peculiar to desire combat against his brother and grandfather, nor to entertain thoughts of their demise. In his view, it was only natural. Only the strong could survive in battle, and the powerful bore the responsibility of extinguishing the wretched lives of the weak, did they not? As for why that detestable, irritating brother and grandfather had bested him so many times yet had never delivered a fatal blow, this was a mystery that eluded the young Kakarot, whose thoughts were driven by the ruthless instincts embedded in his scion genes. Foolish beings, if you do not slay me now, I shall show no mercy when I am the one wielding the blade. With a swift kick, he sent the makeshift grill, erected from branches for roasting wild boar, flying, and he stamped out the fire with fervor. Yet, despite the ferocity of his words, his voice remained youthful and slightly childish. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old lad, consumed with the singular desire to defeat those two bothersome figures and grant them death as a victor. He had no inclination to ponder anything else. In front of the cabin nestled in the mountains, the venerable Sun Wukong donned his customary traditional attire, topped with a round cap. Though his beard had turned a silvery white, his eyes sparkled brightly, exuding vitality and resilience. At this moment, the martial arts master was diligently mending clothing for his two grandsons with a needle and thread. Initially, such a task had proven quite challenging for the elderly gentleman. But after 5 years, he had remarkably become quite adept, skillfully sewing as if it were second nature, his techniques having developed to the level of a competent seamstress. Yet, what of it? For the sake of his beloved grandsons, he found joy in the endeavor. Ah, Wukong, such a mischievous spirit. A thought crossed his mind as he patched up Kakarot's torn pants. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, feeling a touch of exasperation at his younger grandson's antics. Nevertheless, he wore a benevolent expression, despite the occasional chaos between the two brothers. Wukong being rather unruly and the elder, with his calm demeanor, often teasing Wukong, their companionship brought him immense joy. Life, indeed, felt substantial and fulfilling. Yet, he mused, it would be prudent to wait until Wukong matured and tempered his fiery temper before imparting the Kamehameha technique, lest he inadvertently harm others. As he continued to sew, he softly spoke to himself, reflecting with a gentle smile, Kasi, this little fellow, possesses a commendable temperament, serene and uncompetitive. Perhaps I shall entrust him with the Kamehameha first. This is a cherished skill from my master. I wonder how much effort it will take for him to master it. The sunlight bathed the elderly man's wrinkled face, his white beard, and kind eyes in a golden glow, rendering the scene tranquil and serene. The passage of time felt blissfully calm. Finally, he discovered it. Beside a grove, there lay a circular pit with a diameter of 50 or 60 meters, and Caviezel's voice rang out with a hint of joy. Without hesitation, he leaped into the depths of the conical hollow. At the bottom, a spherical object awaited, its surface adorned with a door that stood ajar. Even in the daylight, a faint glow emanated from within, flickering enticingly. Cavathir delved into the spacecraft, rummaging through various compartments until he finally discovered what he sought within a toolkit. With a satisfying click, he affixed a lens-like device to his left ear and pressed a button, causing an array of peculiar characters to dance across the dark green lens, symbols used by the Scions, rendered in the universal language of the cosmos. Yet, for Cavathir, this posed no obstacle. He smiled, having successfully acquired the device. Despite having spent a year on planet Vegeta, Cavathir had developed a rudimentary understanding of combat power metrics. He possessed an innate ability to sense the auras of others. However, his mind was not a computer, and while he could perceive the intensity of an opponent's energy, translating that into precise numerical values was beyond him. In contrast, the advanced system aboard his former spacecraft, affectionately named Little Shah, would have managed that with ease. Thus, the combat power detector proved to be quite practical for Cavathir. In the early chapters of Dragon Ball, the combat power of those surrounding him was generally low, predominantly under 100, with those surpassing that threshold being considered formidable. Even Master Roshi, the martial arts sage, boasted a combat power of merely around 140. Therefore, possessing a combat power detector would indeed be advantageous. Even during the Frieza saga of Dragon Ball Z, when Raditz arrived on Earth, Goku's combat power, after removing his weighted clothing, was only slightly above 400. However, once the Scion warriors transcended into the realm of Super Scions, their combat powers skyrocketed, often reaching into the millions. At that point, the detector, designed to gauge combat powers in the hundreds of thousands, would be rendered obsolete. Contemplating this, Cavathir utilized his flight technique to ascend from the pit, while continuing to press buttons on the device affixed to his ear. Having previously encountered similar low-grade combat power detectors on planet Vegeta, he navigated its functions with relative ease. The dark green lens displayed a series of numbers, naturally depicted in the universal language. Cavathir lacked the capability to convert the detector's output into earthly script and would have to enlist Bulma's assistance in the future. Since the combat power detector could measure the strength of others, it was also capable of displaying the wielder's own combat power. Cavathir, aged 10, possesses a combat power of 92. Reflecting on the original text, it is noted that when the young Goku first descended from the mountains, his combat power was merely 50. This observation suggests that Cavathir's current strength is satisfactory for his needs. He harbors no ambition to vanquish Frieza, obliterate Cell, or contend with Majin Buu within a specific time frame. Rather, he seeks to progress steadily, savoring life while honing his martial skills, striving diligently, and allowing strength to manifest naturally. In the original narrative, the royal bloodline of Vegeta raises the question of why he consistently trails behind the lower-class warrior Goku, becoming increasingly distanced. This disparity can be attributed to a difference in mindset. Vegeta's battles are driven by a desire to prove his superiority, fueled by pride and the pursuit of victory to gain subsequent rewards. In contrast, Goku engages in combat purely for the joy of it, relishing the thrill of challenge and yearning for formidable adversaries. His battles are not motivated by a desire for his opponents to lose or perish. They are instead a means of safeguarding his cherished Earth and loved ones, or simply a quest to transcend his own limitations and glean profound insights. Vegeta is undoubtedly an exceptional warrior, while Goku embodies the essence of a great martial arts master. The former may achieve rapid growth and strength, yet the latter cultivates a deep reservoir of power, advancing with unwavering determination and a song of triumph. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Cavathir aspires to emulate his idol, Goku, striving to become a figure of greatness. Enlightened by his understanding of certain truths, he resolves to reincarnate and pursue his goals. His calm demeanor is fundamentally rooted in the assurance that he is impervious to death. Frieza, Cell, Buu, while undeniably formidable, they are merely powerful adversaries who could easily extinguish Cavathir's life. However, what significance does this hold? The might of their combat prowess would scarcely graze Cavathir's divine essence. In essence, even if his physical form were to be annihilated, his soul, his divine nature, would remain untouchable by beings like Frieza, Cell, or Buu, for they inhabit entirely different realms. One belongs to the mortal plane, the other, to the divine. Mortals cannot grasp the divine unless they themselves ascend to divinity. The destruction of the physical body is merely a matter of desire, a trivial concern. What? You claim resurrection is impossible? Such worries are unfounded. The essence of a divine being knows no concept of life or death, only existence or oblivion. As long as the divine essence endures, existence persists, rendering the notion of an inability to resurrect a non-issue. Unfazed by the specter of death, Cavathir remains composed, comfortably living life according to his own design. As for Kakarot, he too has reached the age of 5 this year. One wonders what his combat power has become. Cavathir stroked his chin, disregarding the aircraft in the pit, and made his way back along the path. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, young Kakarot was searching for wild beasts to engage in combat, while also seeking out that detestable fellow, Cavathir. although the little rascal had a rather fierce temperament. He was not devoid of cunning. Since that bothersome older brother would not genuinely harm him, why not frequently seek him out for battle? It would certainly serve to enhance his experience for the day he might choose to vanquish him. As Cavasser returned to the cabin, the evening was drawing near. Old Sun Wukong was preparing dinner. Behind the cabin, a variety of homegrown vegetables were cultivated, and in this vast Baobao mountain, fruits were abundant, with meat being even more plentiful. Every few months, Old Sun Wukong would venture down to the nearby town to purchase several large sacks of rice, sufficient to last for quite some time. Fortunately, his second grandson Wukong had a brief nursing period. Otherwise, the task of feeding would have been a considerable source of stress for Old Sun Wukong. I am back. Cavasser naturally went to lend a helping hand. Sensing that his second grandson's energy still lingered in the mountains, Old Sun Wukong couldn't help but shake his head in resignation compared to his eldest grandson. The second was undeniably more mischievous and playful. The three of them were accustomed to dining outside the cabin, although young Cockroach had yet to return. It would be unreasonable to let the eldest grandson go hungry while waiting for the second. Thus, Old Sun Wukong instructed Cavasser to eat first while he reclined in a rocking chair, gently swaying back and forth. Cavasser paid no mind to these distractions. He felt an intense hunger gnawing at him, exacerbated by his scion heritage, which rendered his appetite alarmingly voracious. Grasping his chopsticks, he immediately began to feast with fervor. As dusk approached, the sky darkened, and the evening breeze turned refreshingly cool. Coezier was indulging in a sumptuous feast when he suddenly heard the elderly son Wukong seated in a nearby wicker chair remark curiously, "Why has Wukong's aura ascended to the heavens?" The old fellow rose to his feet, pondering if he had been carried aloft by birds or pterosaurs. Coezier is somewhat amusing. It seems that he has only witnessed such occurrences in the younger son Gohan, who had yet to master the art of combat. Of course, that was from the earlier animated series. The voice of the elder son Gohan conveys a deeper astonishment, recalling the object that had fallen at that moment. At this juncture, a sense of urgency has already set in. What was that object that had fallen? Coezier, filled with a sense of perplexity, began to keenly sense the aura of his younger sibling, and his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly raised his head and gazed towards the sky, where the sun was nearly submerged, casting the world into twilight. A celestial object, reminiscent of a comet, ascended rapidly, soaring towards the vast, inky expanse above. The door of the comet appeared to remain ajar. In a state of disbelief, Coezier was astonished to see the comet breach the blackened firmament. Wasn't the spacecraft still lying dormant in the mountains? How could it possibly have activated so suddenly? How could it ascend into the heavens? Most crucially, how was Cockroach's energy emanating from within it? When had that little rascal ventured to the mountains where the spacecraft resided? Goku, Old Sun Wufan, filled with anxiety, looked up at the peculiar object that had descended here years ago with his two grandsons, now racing skyward, beyond the clouds. Yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Like his master, Master Roshi, Old Sun Wufan lacked the ability to fly or perform aerial martial arts. Such techniques were known only to his master's arch-nemesis, the Crane Hermit. What could Goku do in this predicament? Would he simply stand by and watch his grandson depart? That troublesome little rascal. Coezier gritted his teeth, letting out a sound of resignation, yet his movements were swift. While the venerable son Gohan was lost in contemplation, his figure abruptly vanished from the dining table. The spherical spacecraft, hurtling towards the cosmos, was nearing the Earth's atmosphere. Its hatch was irreparably damaged, and its trajectory was erratic. Nevertheless, its speed was terrifying, resulting in violent friction with the air and a rapid ascent into searing temperatures. Little Cockroach, merely 5 years old, was forcefully pressed against the interior of the spacecraft by the fierce winds rushing towards him. His body was sprawled out, resembling a mural, firmly adhered to the walls of the cabin. The wind pressure inflicted unimaginable strain upon him. As the altitude increased, the dwindling atmospheric pressure and extreme heat caused his skin to crack, and it felt as if his very blood was vaporizing. His throat emitted a harsh, grating sound akin to iron scraping against stone, while his hair threatened to be ripped from his scalp, accompanied by the acrid scent of singeing. Young Cockroach let out a pained roar, his senses beginning to fade into a haze. It felt as though a balloon within him was expanding relentlessly, pressing against his organs, his abdomen, his entire being. Should he breach the atmosphere and enter the vacuum of space, he would ignite and meet a catastrophic explosion. Coezier is acutely aware of this. That rascal must have been reckless. One should never meddle with things one does not understand. The figure of Coezier suddenly materialized outside the spacecraft. If one were to magnify and slow down the fleeting half-second that followed, one would witness Coezier pressed against the exterior of the spherical vessel, gradually extending his hands to grasp the edge of the open hatch. In an instant, he vanished from the sky along with the rapidly moving spacecraft, reminiscent of a shooting star that disappears in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed, merely a figment of one's imagination. Yet, the lingering white trail of the spacecraft attested to the reality of its abrupt disappearance, dispelling any notion of mere illusion. Old Sun Wukong, who had been anxiously watching, was filled with disbelief and confusion. However, In the next moment, a thunderous, piercing sound shattered the air, resounding in his ears. Boom! A fierce gust of wind seemed to materialize from nowhere, violently sweeping towards the ground near him, causing the small hat atop his head to fly away, revealing his long balding crown. As a martial arts master of his generation, old Sun Wukong's stance remained steady. Although the wind was sudden, it did not topple him. Almost simultaneously with the gust, he heard a tremendous, explosive crash, akin to the surface of a lake erupting, sending white waves soaring into the air. Had it fallen again? Old Sun Wukong was astonished. Such a turn of events far exceeded his expectations. He instinctively turned to call for his grandson Kavisir to investigate what had transpired. Meanwhile, Kavisir, in a bid to prevent the spacecraft from departing before he initiated his teleportation, gripped the doorframe tightly and executed the teleportation, directly relocating the vessel to the ground and adjusting its orientation to be head down, transforming its ascent into a landing. Unlike his earlier arrival when he teleported directly into the spacecraft, he refrained from doing so this time, given the relative speed. While Kavisir would not be directly killed by the spacecraft, he could easily crush the small cockroach inside. After all, at 10 years old, Cockroach had grown considerably since his earlier years, making it impossible for Kavisir to avoid colliding with him in such a compact vessel. Entering directly would be akin to hurling a meteor of his own size onto young Cockroach. However, Kavisir underestimated the force generated by the spacecraft's high-speed flight. Though the time from gripping the doorframe to teleporting to the ground and immediately releasing his hands was likely less than a second, Kavisir felt his wrists, elbows, and shoulders being violently dislocated in an instant, leaving him momentarily numb. Boom! Kavisir found himself submerged in the lake. Despite his extraordinary mental fortitude, the pain he experienced was insufficient to cloud his consciousness. His arms flailed in the turbulent waters like broken sticks, yet he remained undistracted, intent on sensing the presence of young Cockroach. It was entirely possible that the lad had not only sustained severe physical injuries but might also have lost consciousness. Ignoring him could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even drowning. In a swift motion, Kavisir vanished beneath the water, his legs encircling the neck of the trapped Cockroach within the submerged vessel. He immediately executed a sudden teleportation. On the surface, at the water's edge, Kavisir and young Cockroach reappeared, landing with a thud on the ground. Cockroach's skin and fur bore the marks of burns, his flesh seemingly collapsing in on itself. His lips were cracked, and his eyes were clouded and yellowed, lying there like a lifeless corpse. The only indication of life was a faint, raspy sound from his throat, reminiscent of iron scraping against stone. As for Kavisir, the injuries to his arms and the repeated teleportations had drained his stamina, causing him to lose consciousness almost immediately. Kavisir gradually awoke, feeling an overwhelming fatigue and a sense of utter exhaustion. He mused silently that the exertion of teleportation was far more taxing than the distance traversed. His fainting spell was attributed not only to a day filled with rigorous training but also to the 3 consecutive uses of teleportation, compounded by the dislocation of his arms when he was near the high-speed vessel. What a humiliating predicament. Kawizel opened his eyes with a hint of self-deprecation. It was nighttime, and in the secluded cabin nestled deep within the mountains, there were no electric lights. However, the flickering candlelight on the wooden table pierced his vision, causing him to squint slightly. His dislocated arms had been expertly reset and secured with wooden planks, presumably by the venerable Sun Gohan. "You are awake." A gentle voice resonated beside Kawizel. Recognizing the voice of Sun Gohan, he could discern the subtle weariness embedded within it. Kavisir turned his head and beheld the unconscious form of little Cockroach, sprawled helplessly beside him. The young lad was battered and bruised, his eyes barely open, revealing a sickly, yellowish scara. A faint, indistinct murmur emanated from his throat, a testament to his fragile state. Old Sun Wukong was filled with concern, having already exhausted the special medicine to no avail. Practitioners of martial arts possess some knowledge of healing, and Sun Wukong himself was a skilled herbalist and martial artist. Yet he found himself powerless against his grandson's injuries. The only recourse was to stabilize the situation as best he could. Kavisir gazed with a complex expression at his brother's pained visage, once characterized by defiance and ferocity, now marred by weakness, suffering, and despair. Was it merely fate that spared him from the ravine, leading to this dire predicament? Kawizel suddenly realized that for the past 5 years, he had seemingly never confronted the reality of his younger brother, simply because he was not the Goku that resided in his heart, but rather a pure scion named Kakarot. Was this truly acceptable? Kawizel suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He seemed to have somewhat neglected his younger brother, who was now in a state of uncertainty between life and death. At the tender age of 5, would Kakarot's personality undergo a dramatic transformation due to this unforeseen incident? The flickering light of the dim oil lamp cast shadows that danced upon the walls, illuminating the faces of the elderly son Gohan and Kawizel in a wavering glow. Oh! Little Kakarot's body suddenly twitched slightly, his eyelids trembling as he struggled to half open his eyes, which flickered with confusion, betraying a lack of clarity. "Goku, how are you feeling?" Son Gohan leaned closer to Kakarot's face, his gaze fixed on the child's unfocused eyes, filled with concern. The little Kakarot stared vacantly, instinctively looking towards the worried son Gohan, whose small round hat had been swept away by the fierce winds. Preoccupied with the injuries of his two grandsons, he paid little mind to such trivial matters, revealing his balding crown that came with age. Goku, how do you feel? Son Gohan, sensing his grandson's disorientation, endeavored to soften his tone. Little Kakaroto's vacant gaze reflected son Gohan's bald head, his unfocused eyes drifting aimlessly for a moment before beginning to shake violently. The pupils began to redden. Something was amiss. Cavasor felt a sudden tightening in his chest as he followed little Kakaroto's gaze to the bald head of the elder son Gohan. A fleeting suspicion flickered through his mind, and he involuntarily exclaimed. Yet, it was already too late. The injured little Kakaroto suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. His body and limbs rapidly became more robust, while thick, dark brown fur sprouted across his face and arms. Bang! The bedding collapsed under him. Run! Cavasor shouted frantically at the stunned elder son Gohan. His jaw protruded, and his teeth elongated and sharpened. Roar! Little Kakaroto's physique soared and enlarged, his body inexplicably expanding like a balloon, breaking through the ceiling in mere breaths. The floor began to crack with a series of sharp sounds. The elder son Gohan stumbled backward, his face etched with disbelief as he gazed up at the monstrous figure that resembled a gigantic ape. His grandson Goku had transformed into a beast? Roar! The great ape bellowed furiously, swinging its massive arms, shattering the roof, and sending debris flying. Its thick tail lashed about wildly, demolishing the walls as if they were mere paper, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Run! Cavasor gritted his teeth, having tumbled to the ground as the ceiling suddenly collapsed. He narrowly avoided being crushed by the rapidly enlarging foot. Struggling to his feet, he staggered towards the elder son Gohan. Even though little Kakaroto's battle power was only in the 30s or 40s, his transformation into a giant ape would amplify it tenfold. With a battle power of 300 to 400 combined with his colossal size, it was utterly impossible for even the elder son Gohan to confront him directly. Grandfather, hold on to me. As Cavasor lunged towards the venerable son Gohan, he bellowed, if only I can teleport a mere 300 meters. Suddenly, a formidable dark shadow lashed out like a whip, striking Cavasor mid-leap, sending him crashing through the wall and propelling him outward. Cavasor was sent flying, like a tattered sack, sliding across the ground for quite a distance before colliding with a protruding object, resulting in a series of sickening cracks as multiple ribs snapped. Gasping in pain, Cavasor writhed on the ground, feeling not only the fracture of his ribs, but also the dislocation of his previously healed left arm. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he turned to glance back. Amidst the ruins that no longer resembled a building, a towering black giant ape, over 50 meters tall, roared in madness, its crimson eyes blazing with brutality, insanity, and destruction. Its massive, heavy left foot lifted and came crashing down with a jarring, nerve-wracking sound. The lower half of old son Wukong was obliterated beneath the giant's foot. Wukong, in excruciating pain, lay on his back, gazing up at the rampaging beast that pounded its chest and roared with fury. The giant ape bellowed, having devolved into a creature solely driven by destruction and filled with savagery. From a distance, the elderly Cavasor stared in disbelief as the colossal beast crushed the old man's form beneath its foot. As the giant lifted its foot again, it revealed the utterly mangled lower half of son Wukong, with grotesque and horrifying red, white, and yellow remnants. The enormous foot descended once more upon Wukong. In a moment before the foot struck, a massive blue-white beam of light surged upward with overwhelming force, striking precisely at the base of the giant ape's tail, Wukong's Achilles heel. In the fleeting thought before his body was shattered, Wukong wished he could have turned to see his grandson Cavasor one last time. It was not until the giant ape shrank rapidly after its tail was destroyed, lying not far away, that Cavasor remained in a daze, staring intently at the scene before him. 017 Transformation. Is old Wukong dead? Cavasor felt no necessity to be surprised or to experience emotions of acceptance or disbelief. After all, old Gohan had met an early demise in the original narrative. Old Gohan was indeed dead. In any case, he was merely a minor character. Despite his close ties to the protagonist, he remained a supporting role. With scant presence in the manga, his death was inconsequential. The kindly old man was gone. But the world of Dragon Ball has always been one where life and death hold little significance, does it not? Even in death, one can continue to exist in the afterlife, cannot they? Did not old Gohan ascend to the celestial realm to tend to the furnace for the great sage? And what of the Dragon Balls in this world? Grandfather is past. The dawn has arrived, yet the rain begins to fall. Kawisa lay quietly on the ground, allowing the cold raindrops to pelt his face and body. His wounds clung to his clothing, several ribs had undoubtedly fractured, and his left arm had dislocated once more, leaving him devoid of sensation. Yet, he remained utterly silent, merely gazing up at the sky. Kawisa reflects upon the past 5 years, recalling every word and deed of that gentle old man, his benevolent care, and his rigorous training. Now, he has departed from this world. Bardock, who had hoped to temporarily forget those memories, finds himself engulfed in shadows, as if turned to dust. Angelia remains sealed by his own hand, while the resolute figures of the Supreme Kai of Time, West Kai, North Kai, and South Kai stand unwavering. Countless warriors and super warriors are engaged in fierce battles across the cosmos. The harrowing sensation of witnessing their demise has returned once more. For the first time, Cavasor realized that the martial way is not merely a matter of words. To pursue and persist in it necessitates a resolute determination to forge ahead. Braving the thorns and obstacles that lie in wait, one must possess the courage to confront death and the acceptance of its inevitability. Approaching this endeavor with a mindset akin to that of a game is utterly futile. Since the moment of his reincarnation, he has ceased to be a deity. He is now a mortal, a scion composed of flesh and blood. Perhaps he retains certain peculiarities, such as an indestructible divinity, techniques like instantaneous movement, or a precognitive ability regarding certain matters. However, he must ultimately acknowledge that he is now an ordinary being, a scion, and he must face this reality. Then, he shall strive to grow stronger. The rain ceased after a brief spell, and the gentle rays of the early sun pierced through the clouds, casting their warmth upon the damp earth. Cavasor struggled to rise, his dislocated left arm hanging limply by his side. He staggered toward the collapsed structure, his pallid visage gazing down at the familiar garment strewn across the ground, alongside the vivid red, yellow, and white of blood plasma, bone fragments, and shattered entrails. Kawizel slowly knelt down, quietly bowing 3 times. Rising once more, he made his way to the other side. There lay a small child with black spiky hair, bare-skinned, whose posterior once bore a brown tail. Now only a black circular wound remained. It was the young cockroach, who had previously transformed into a giant ape. At this moment, his expression was innocent, his complexion significantly improved compared to the grievous state he had been in before. It seemed that his ability to heal had greatly enhanced after his transformation into the giant ape. With this thought in mind, Kawizel dragged his feet towards him, using the tip of his right foot to nudge the small cockroach, who then landed with a soft thud upon Kawizel's right shoulder. He then turned and took his first step. Within the ruins of the shattered house, a multitude of debris began to levitate and converge under an unseen force. He took a second step. The sound of gravel cascading down echoed as it buried the remains of old Gohan. With each step, he vanished. Suddenly, a beam crashed down from above, piercing the ground before the pile of rubble. After lying in the welfare hospital of the small town at the foot of the mountain for 4 days, Kawizel returned to the mountain with the now nearly healed Goku. "Brother, where is our home?" Young Goku asked, grasping Kawizel's hand, his face adorned with innocence and confusion. Cavasor smiled gently and said, "If we cannot find it, we shall simply build a new one." In the early morning, the soft light of dawn cascaded into the forest, filtering through the dense foliage of the towering trees flanking the rugged mountain path. Delicate golden hues danced upon the uneven dirt road, swaying with the breeze as if projecting the gilded years upon the ground. The tranquility of the morning was shattered by the rhythmic and swift footfalls emerging from deep within the thicket. 2 boys, one tall and one short, with dark hair approached rapidly, each burdened by a hefty pile of firewood on their backs, their steps synchronized in a lively cadence. The ancient trees lining the path swayed gently in their wake, as if bowing to the fleeting gust of youth. "Brother, what shall we have for breakfast today?" inquired the shorter boy, whose wild, hedgehog-like black hair stood in disarray. He effortlessly carried the seemingly weightless wood while glancing at his taller companion. His fixation on food was evident, as a hint of drool escaped the corner of his mouth at the mere mention of breakfast. The tall boy, Cavasor, whose short black hair added to his striking presence, smiled lightly at his brother's words, responding, "If we drop even a single log, breakfast will be delayed by 10 minutes. He deftly adjusted his grip to prevent the precariously stacked wood from tumbling from their backs, as it was not secured by any rope. What? The thought of a delayed meal was devastating to the innocent little boy, whose face fell at the implication. Yet, under the weight of his brother's authority, he reluctantly nodded and returned his focus to their task. Each morning began with a routine, rising early to practice martial arts in front of their cottage, stretching their muscles, and then setting off into the mountains to gather firewood. They were taught to be discerning. Only the suitable pieces would do, no damp or moldy wood, and certainly not the ones too close at hand. From the moment they began collecting until their return, they had to rely solely on their balance to keep the wood from falling, even amidst their swift running. This practice was a modified version of Master Roshi's training method, which involved balancing a bowl of water atop one's head while performing acrobatics. Cavasor's approach was decidedly simpler. 2 years had elapsed since that fateful day. After the incident, little Kakarot transformed into little Wukong. Perhaps it was due to the severe injuries he sustained, or perhaps it was the influence of his primal transformation during a moment of madness. Alternatively, it could have been that a fragment of Wukong's essence resided within Kakarot all along. Regardless, like the narrative foretold, he morphed from a violent and bloodthirsty scion into a pure-hearted earth boy named Sun Wukong. Had this unexpected yet anticipated transformation not occurred, Cavasor believed he might have struggled to confront the once tempestuous Kakarot, who often retreated into the mountains, keeping a distance from their home. Hatred? After all, he had been the one to slay the kind old man who had shown him compassion. Disdain? In his previous life, Cavasor harbored no fondness for the true Saiyans. Even Vegeta, before his psyche began to shift through his life on Earth. The former Kakarot epitomized the quintessential scion, brutal, bloodthirsty, combative, and driven by an insatiable desire for destruction and the joy it brought, or perhaps forgiveness. After all, when a lower-class warrior undergoes the transformation into a great ape, they lose their conscious awareness. If Kakarot had retained his intellect, he might not have trampled on old Gohan. Caviezel had often observed Kakarot standing alone beneath a distant tree after one of his rampages, gazing at the illuminated cottage with a small, solitary face marked by confusion, yearning, and trepidation. Caviezel's keen eyesight had always served him well. Yet, such contemplations were no longer necessary. They held no weight, for Kakarot had perished. The boy who remained was simply a naive and innocent youth, now known as Sun Wukong. In Caviezel's impression, there exists a Sun Wukong, the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, the warrior who battles for Earth, the master of martial arts of his generation, rather than merely Kakarot. At times, when he gazes at the innocent visage of little Goku, Caviezel often experiences a surreal vision of that face, marred by ferocity and untamed spirit. Yet, he understands that the stubborn little child he once knew will never return. In the forest, he temporarily set aside the timber, kindled a fire, and procured a few slender branches to lay across the flames. He skillfully skinned and cleaned a patterned wild wolf he had just slain, placing it on the makeshift grill. With the formidable appetite of a scion, consuming meat for every meal posed no challenge whatsoever. Little Goku's eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the wolf meat sizzling above the fire, drool pooling beneath him. His nose twitched with anticipation, entirely focused on whether the food was ready, while his stomach grumbled in vehement protest. Caviezel had long grown accustomed to his brother's unadulterated enthusiasm. He casually turned the wolf meat to ensure even cooking, aware that his grilling skills had significantly improved over the years. "The meat is ready," little Goku suddenly exclaimed, drooling as he tore off a generous chunk, exclaiming, "Hot, hot, hot." He joyously began to devour it, his hands and mouth smeared with greasy meat juices. Coezier smiled faintly and shook his head, tearing off a generous chunk of meat. Although he did not devour it with the ravenous appetite of his younger brother Goku, he nonetheless ate heartily, for the Saiyan constitution is indeed remarkable in its capacity for nourishment. "Ah, I am so full," Goku exclaimed, patting his distended belly with satisfaction after finishing his meal. After firmly instructing his brother Goku to wash his greasy hands and mouth by a nearby stream, Coezier hoisted the wooden frame onto his back, deftly flicking the scattered timber into a neat pile with his toes. Goku, imitating his brother, managed to complete the task quickly, though not with the same ease and grace that Coezier displayed. "Grandfather's cooking is the best," Goku murmured to himself as he followed Coezier, carrying his load of wood. Despite the drastic change in his character, Goku's memories were not entirely erased. He retained a vague recollection of his earlier life as Kakarot. He remembered a kindly old man who always wore a gentle smile. Coezier had told him that this man was his grandfather. "And I am your brother," he had added. Returning to the modest wooden cottage that the two brothers had built 2 years prior, they placed their piles of wood behind the house and stepped inside. The cabin, as expected, was not large. In the center stood a simple wooden table surrounded by a few small stools, and in one corner rested a modest wooden chest. Beside this chest, there was a wooden platform upon which lay an orange-yellow orb cushioned by a thick cloth. Embedded within it appeared 4 tiny red stars. This 4-star ball was the only remnant left by their father, along with the Rui Bang. The brothers stood before the platform, silently closing their eyes, their palms pressed together in reverence as they bowed deeply. "Grandfather, we are home," Goku said, his voice pure and cheerful, as if untouched by sorrow. Caviezel silently gazed at the 4-star ball, as if the gentle and kind face of the old man reflected from within it. As usual, he stood at a distance, clad in his ancient attire, wearing a small round hat, hands clasped behind him, gazing tenderly at his 2 children. The wish-granting orb. As afternoon approached, it was time for their daily training, predominantly rooted in the teachings imparted by the old Gohan. However, Caviezel gradually endeavored to break free from those traditional martial arts routines. The battle power detector indicated that his power level stood at 121, while little Goku's was at 48. When he first acquired the battle power detector 2 years prior, he had tucked it away in a small box, ensuring it remained unscathed by the rampaging Goku. Little Goku's power level of 48 was not far from the 50 he possessed at the age of 12 in the original story, despite being only 7 years old this year. This discrepancy arose partly because Kakarot's growth period was significantly longer, allowing for a more typical increase in power for a pure Saiyan. Otherwise, how could Goku, as a low-class warrior, compare so unfavorably to his brother Raditz? Additionally, due to Caviezel's influence, little Kakarot undoubtedly exerted far more effort than the innocent and carefree Goku of the original narrative. Time always seemed to fly by during their rigorous training, and before long, night had fallen. After a simple cold shower, Caviezel stood atop the roof, quietly gazing up at the star-studded night sky, reminiscent of a river of stars. In the stillness of the night, amidst the secluded mountains and the gentle, cool breeze, Caviezel spread his arms wide and softly uttered once more, "Future." In his mind, vibrant hues of colorful glass illuminated his surroundings, with 4 faint rainbows swirling continuously around him. Little Goku sat beside him on the rooftop, tilting his head in curiosity, perplexed by his brother's actions. The following day, little Goku exclaimed, "Brother, where are we going?" His excitement was palpable, for he had never ventured far from home and was thrilled at the prospect of leaving this place. Caviezel smiled faintly and gently remarked, "To a very distant place." How far is very distant? It is difficult to articulate. He bent down to pick up a small stone, casually tossing it forward. The stone traced a graceful arc through the air before swiftly descending and rolling to a stop nearby. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, settled into the back seat, and instructed the driver to keep going. After dozing off several times, he found himself at the port, boarding a ship, then transitioning to a plane. And upon opening his eyes again, he had arrived at the opposite end of the earth. For someone like Caviezel, who possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, the distances traveled in these 2 instances bore no significance. Both could be traversed with merely a thought, completed through a neural impulse within the blink of an eye. Hence, when Caviezel referred to a very distant place, it was not a matter of spatial distance, nor was it about their intended destination, the turtle hermit's abode. Yet, he couldn't precisely articulate what he meant by that distant place. Its exact nature remained elusive. In essence, it was a place that required immense effort to reach. Thus, for this journey to the turtle hermit's dwelling, Caviezel had resolved not to utilize his teleportation ability. He had decided that, unless absolutely necessary, such as if someone he knew were gravely injured or in a life-threatening battle, he would refrain from using his instantaneous movement. As the Kaishin, this was less of a concern. After all, he had been the strongest by nature, indifferent to notions of power. It had been practical, convenient, and somewhat habitual to regard teleportation as a basic means of transportation. However, now as a human, composed of flesh and blood, he was on a quest for strength and martial prowess, and thus, it seemed prudent to reserve the use of teleportation, especially during his early stages of martial development. When he eventually reached a higher level of martial arts, perhaps he would regard instantaneous movement as a trivial matter, no longer worthy of much attention. Nevertheless, for this journey to the turtle hermit's abode, Caviezel intended to walk alongside little Goku. However, the turtle hermit's residence appeared to be situated over the sea. Emerging from the shadows of the Bowsy Mountain's dense forest were 2 youths, one tall and one short. The taller boy, though not exceedingly so, stood at around 1.50 meters, sporting a simple, sleek mane of black hair, his face clean and fresh, radiating a hint of youthful sunlight and charm. He wore a sleeveless blue tunic, adorned with red cloth wristbands on each arm, and secured a thick red cloth belt around his waist, with the ends loosely tied and swaying as he walked. His trousers, also made of coarse fabric, were loose but tightly bound at the ankles, allowing for ease of movement. He donned white socks and sturdy black cloth shoes, their soles not thick, but evidently durable. From a distance, he appeared to be a robust, unpretentious young man. And upon closer inspection, he revealed himself to be a strong, simple, handsome lad with an appealing demeanor. As for the shorter boy, his attire closely mirrored that of the taller youth, albeit in a scaled-down version, as he stood at just around 1 meter tall, still a mere child. His spiky black hair, though neither long nor short, stood upright like a hedgehog, exuding a surprising charm. On his back, he carried a short red staff, encased in a matching wooden tube and secured with a thick hemp rope, tied in a small knot at his chest. Unlike the serene demeanor of the taller boy, this little hedgehog-headed child radiated an aura of innocence and exuberance, his gaze imbued with an unparalleled purity, his black pupils remarkably clear. This was, of course, Caviezel and little Goku, having just descended from Bowsy Mountain. There was little to tidy up in their humble dwelling, and with a goal in mind, Caviezel donned his clothes, took his brother along, and descended the mountain. As for the location of the turtle hermit's abode, he had long memorized many significant geographical landmarks on the Dragon Ball world map from his previous life. Even if he couldn't recall every detail, he was still aware of the general direction. With a simple perception, he could clearly sense a powerful presence emanating from far to the south. It was vast, profound, and substantial. This formidable energy radiated an essence reflective of the most fundamental strength of living beings, capable of revealing their truest and purest nature. To perceive such qualities required a certain level of skill from the observer. The strength was measured against Caviezel's own energy, which currently stood at a combat power of 121. While the aura he sensed was slightly more potent, yet not exceeding around 150. With the knowledge he possessed about the Dragon Ball world, he could easily deduce the source of this energy. It could only belong to Master Roshi. Vast, profound, and substantial. Kashir harbored no doubts regarding the aura he perceived emanating from the turtle hermit. He understood well that the seemingly lecherous demeanor was merely a fade of that martial arts deity. At his core, he was a true martial artist. For the sake of his disciples, for the noble cause of humanity, and for the well-being of all living beings, he would unflinchingly step forward, transforming his aged form into a bulwark to shield those standing behind him. He could face death with a smile. When the moment of truth arrived, Kaashir was utterly convinced that even if a stunning beauty swayed provocatively before him, the elder's serious countenance would remain unmoved, not even the slightest shift. He was a disciple of the great martial grandmaster Wu Taidu. He was indeed a deity of martial arts. His aura was not one to deceive. Kawizel embarked on the journey to Kame House with unwavering trust, accompanied by his younger brother, little Wukong. He yearned to discover what knowledge he could acquire under the tutelage of the elderly master, and whether he could uncover the strength to grow stronger. "I am so hungry," little Wukong lamented, his stomach rumbling shortly after they exited the forest, scratching his head in distress. Kawizel, rendered speechless, turned his gaze as if piercing through the profound forest. Traversing the land, and beholding the vast ocean that lay between the coastline and the island of Kame House that lingered in his memory, it was evident that ample provisions must be prepared. He asserted with great certainty, lest the boat's planks be gnawed upon. As they ventured towards Kame House, it was nearing mealtime. Observing the considerable distance to the village below, Kawizel casually ensnared a wild beast in this desolate wilderness, dispatching it with a few swift strikes. "Hurry! Hurry! I'm so hungry!" exclaimed the small Goku, circling the sizable carcass that Kawizel had dragged, drool glistening unabashedly at the corners of his mouth. Kavisi ignored the young lad, instead busied himself with gathering dry twigs and leaves, skillfully arranging them into a pile. After deftly preparing the beast, he set it over the flames to roast. Having lived on the mountain for such an extended period, kindling a fire was an exceedingly simple task for him. As the meat sizzled and released its tantalizing aroma, little Wukong could no longer contain his excitement. He lunged eagerly towards the grill, reveling in the delightful scent and quickly devouring the delicious fare. Cavasser sat quietly to the side, feeling little hunger. At that moment, he idly occupied himself, with nothing particular to do, absent-mindedly toying with a piece of dry wood. His fingers, pale and elongated, seemed uncharacteristic of a martial artist, exhibiting remarkable dexterity. The brittle twig danced in his grasp as if it had come to life, twisting and turning amidst his agile fingers, yet never falling to the ground. Suddenly, amidst the scattered twigs at Cavasser's feet, one slender branch began to sway and rise, gradually commencing a delicate dance. Cavasser displayed no surprise. Instead, he engaged with the floating twig, striking it rhythmically as though fencing in a sparring match. Eventually, he relinquished his hold on the piece of wood in his hand and observed the two twigs as they floated and struck against each other in a playful exchange. Meanwhile, on the other side, the little monkey had finished devouring the roasted meat, leaving behind nothing but a stark white skeleton on the grill. With a satisfied pat on his belly, he leapt down, embodying pure contentment. "Ah, I am so full." After his hearty meal, he declared it time to continue their journey. Cavasser brushed off the dust and rose to his feet. At that very moment, the two broken branches, which had been engaged in a fierce struggle, seemed to lose a mysterious force that had upheld them, and they fell instantly. Almost simultaneously, Cavasser nonchalantly kicked the descending fragments into the ashes beneath the skeletal remains. "Oh!" little Wukong responded energetically. Cavasser nodded, snapping his fingers with a crisp sound. In an instant, a flame erupted unexpectedly, enveloping the entire beast skeleton. Brother is truly remarkable. Although little Wukong had witnessed this feat several times before, he remained in awe, for he knew he could not replicate such a display. Thus, his brother's prowess was undeniable. "Let's go." Without looking back, Cavasser beckoned to leave, continuing onward. They needed to procure some durable provisions in the nearest city, as it seemed implausible for the two of them to reach Kame House within a day or two, relying solely on their own strength. "Oh, I'm coming." Little Wukong hurried to catch up. Ever since Wukong had inadvertently transformed into a great ape 2 years ago, Cavasser had become acutely aware that the transformation for scions did not necessarily require a direct view of the full moon. The conditions for transformation had been clearly articulated by the Scion Prince, Vegeta, in the original narrative. There were two prerequisites: one must possess a tail, and one must observe the full moon. Essentially, it required the eyes to absorb the sufficiently intense Blutz waves emitted by the full moon, which would then stimulate the tail and trigger the transformation. Thus, the decisive factor for the great ape transformation boiled down to the tail receiving the appropriate stimulus. Consequently, the necessity of visually perceiving the actual full moon became less critical. Humans are capable of self-deception, as long as one can convince oneself, in their mind with unwavering certainty, that they have indeed seen the full moon. The brain will receive the requisite intensity of Blutz waves, thereby stimulating the tail and resulting in the transformation. Cavasser once encountered a peculiar incident online, reminiscent of wartime experiments where researchers confined prisoners in a room, allowing only their arms to extend through a solitary hole in the wall. The researchers dripped cold water onto the exposed arms of the prisoners, leading to severe burns. This was achieved by instilling a deep-seated belief in the prisoners that the liquid falling upon them was molten iron. 2 years prior, the young Wukong, in a state of confusion, mistook the balding head of the elder Gohan for a full moon, resulting in his bizarre, yet plausible transformation into a great ape. Convinced that what he beheld was indeed the full moon, a surge of stimuli coursed through his brain, igniting the transformation. Cavasser pondered whether, had he been able to transform into a great ape at that moment, the elder would have been spared his life. As a member of the Scion royal lineage, he believed such a transformation would not cloud his consciousness, especially since he could not fathom that the mere bloodline of a Scion could disrupt the clarity of his divine awareness. Even the formidable master Waya, who once trained Celia, could not sway Cavasil's consciousness with any form of mental magic. Thus, had he been able to transform into a great ape then, surely he could have prevented the uncontrollable Wukong from causing the elder's demise. In the aftermath, Cavasil fervently recalled every word spoken by the great mage Waya in Celia's homeland, embarking on a quest to study the arcane and peculiar magics, particularly those related to the mind and telekinesis. He resolved to master self-hypnosis to facilitate his own transformation into a great ape at will. After 2 years of diligent practice, he had begun to manipulate objects with his telekinetic abilities. With their rapid pace and sturdy feet, the two brothers dashed forth like the wind, unrelenting in their momentum. Soon, they found themselves in a bustling city, a stark contrast to the serene wilderness. The city was alive with people, roads, vehicles, and the cacophony of voices and honking horns, creating a deafening symphony of urban life. "How lively it is!" exclaimed young Wukong, his curious demeanor evident as he walked alongside his brother Cavasil, craning his neck to take in the sights. During the time when Elder Gohan was present, and even in the 2 years since his absence, Wukong had seldom ventured down the mountain, lacking any desire to explore the world below simply because no one had suggested it to him. "Be careful not to get lost," Cavasil urged, feeling a twinge of concern. At this age, Wukong had yet to develop the ability to sense his surroundings through ki, and with his naturally innocent and naive disposition, losing him would likely lead Cavasil to seek out the city's unsavory characters in search of his brother. "Okay." Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. "Stay here and don't wander off," Cavasil instructed, as they stood at the mouth of a narrow alley. "Then hurry up," Wukong implored, his curiosity piqued about the distant place his brother had mentioned. Cavasil nodded slightly and stepped out of the narrow alley, turning right to arrive at the entrance of a small convenience store, entering without hesitation. Ignoring the curious glances from the store clerks and a few scattered customers, Cavasil was well aware that his attire appeared rather plain and rustic. He proceeded to the section for canned goods, busily filling the bag he had taken from the counter with a cacophony of sounds. Next, he grabbed another bag, filling it with an abundance of compressed biscuits, and then another, this time with bottled beverages. The shoppers in the aisle frequently glanced at the boy with black hair, dressed in such unassuming clothes, astonished that he could possibly purchase so many items at once. Their assumptions were, in fact, quite accurate. Coezier never intended to purchase him, for he lacked the financial means. He had always been lurking in the mountains, and where would his brothers obtain any funds? Previously, he had never even witnessed old Gohan grasping any money. Cavasil effortlessly carried 3 large bags of food, brushing past a person at the corner of the corridor. The individual was puzzled by how quickly this child had managed to procure so much. Instinctively curious, he turned around for a glance, only to find nothing there. "Where did he go?" the person exclaimed in surprise, looking left and right, forward and backward, but saw no trace of the youth, leaving him bewildered. Had he merely imagined it? At the mouth of the alley, Cavasil suddenly appeared, bags in hand, only to be astonished to see his brother Wukong standing before a boy of similar stature, albeit battered and bruised. "Who is he?" Cavasil inquired. "He wanted me to give him something called money. When I refused, he tried to hit me, so I ended up hitting him instead," Wukong explained earnestly, glancing at the injured boy beside him. Having never encountered another human aside from Sun Wukong and Cavasil, he felt a wave of sympathy. He seemed so weak, Wukong thought. Then curiously asked, "Brother, what is money? Is it edible?" "Certainly not," Cavasil replied. "Oh, if it's not edible, why does he want it?" "How strange," Wukong mused, eyeing the bruised boy. The latter felt a bit embarrassed. Where did these odd siblings come from? This kid is quite the fighter. If I had known, I would have robbed his brother instead, he lamented. But it can buy a lot of food. Cavasil hoped to instill a proper value system in his younger brother, fearing that in the future, Wukong might exchange treasures for mere meals. "Ah, so money is that powerful." Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he patted the bruised boy's shoulder, praising, "You are really clever." The injured boy felt a flush of embarrassment. "What does that even mean?" "All right, let us go," Cavasil said as he handed the bags to Wukong. Wukong, delighted, waved goodbye to the battered boy, saying, "Even though you are weak, see you." Then, he inquired, "What is your name?" Cavasil still felt a strange familiarity with the injured boy. I'm called Satan." The boy replied meekly, cautiously watching Wukong, who was curiously examining the bags. "Satan?" Cavasil suddenly realized, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. He scrutinized the bruised boy, recognizing a hint of the shameless world champion he would become. However, he did not recall Satan being the sort to resort to robbery. "Why would you do such a thing?" Cavasil asked, puzzled, considering that this boy had once been a world champion in martial arts. I'm Satan." The boy murmured, his head bowed. "My mother is seriously ill, and we have no money." Before he could finish, Cavasil vanished from sight. Satan's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Where did he go? He spun around, searching for the man, but found nothing. "Your brother has disappeared," Satan exclaimed to Wukong. "I saw him." Wukong responded, his expression puzzled. That's just strange. Satan internally screamed, realizing that a living person had vanished into thin air. You two are both odd. Suddenly, a box was tossed to the ground. Looking up, Satan saw that Cavasil had reappeared without him noticing. What is this? Satan asked, eyeing the box at his feet, which seemed oddly familiar. Money, Cavasil replied, his expression suggesting that this was obvious. He gestured for Wukong to follow him. Money. Satan shivered, noticing that the box's lock had been broken. Opening it revealed stacks of green bills neatly piled within, the unmistakable scent of cash wafting towards him. Why are you helping me? He called out to the retreating Cavasil. Without turning back, Cavasil waved his hand dismissively. Consider it a gift for my future nephew's future wife. Huh. Satan was left dumbfounded. On the other side of the city, amidst the efforts of 5 police cars, the bank robbers were finally apprehended. The officers carefully surrounded the halted getaway vehicle, only to discover that the robbers had all passed out. What happened? The officers exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the shattered glass and the sprawled bodies inside the vehicle. Chief, one box is missing, an officer reported. They exchanged glances again, wondering if it had fallen off somewhere along the way. Brother, what does future wife mean? Wukong asked during their journey. Your son's wife. What is a wife? Is it edible? It varies from person to person. Soon, by the seaside, a raft made of sturdy trees had been constructed, and together with Wukong, Cavasil pushed it into the sea, tossing all the bags onto the raft and declaring grandly, set sail. Let us go. With a splash, the brothers leaped into the water, propelling the raft swiftly toward the vast ocean. At West City High School, in front of the classroom, the teacher was droning on with the textbook while students listened, dazed, asleep, fiddling with their phones, or flirting. Bulma was among those who seemed lost in thought, resting her right hand on her head. She gazed out at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, feeling utterly bored. The teacher's voice buzzed incessantly in her ears, only adding to her annoyance. With her current knowledge, she could easily construct a robot from scraps, rendering the school curriculum entirely uninteresting. Had she not been concerned about how peculiar it would seem for someone her age to not be in school, she would not have bothered attending such a redundant place. Bulma had never taken an exam, as she was accustomed to hacking into the school's administrative system to alter her grades. After all, the school only reported whether students passed or failed, without disclosing actual scores. Ah, how boring. I wish something exciting would happen. The girl finally decided to lay her head down on the desk and sleep. On that day, the weather was fair and bright at Came House. Of course, this place enjoyed pleasant weather year-round. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Oh dear, it's too perfect. Oh, I've got a nosebleed again. Laughter, lecherous and mischievous, echoed from the small window of Came House, sounding old yet vigorous, as if emanating from a rather lascivious old man. The old turtle, seemingly lethargic, rested outside on the beach, expressionless, enduring the familiar sounds of lasciviousness that had bombarded him for centuries. To the old turtle, the current level of vulgarity was merely a trivial matter. Hey, what is that? The old sea turtle noticed something approaching on the distant horizon of the sea. A shark? A sea monster? No. Those fierce sea creatures and beasts had long been dealt with by the turtle sage over a century ago. The waters within a 10-kilometer radius of Turtle Island had undoubtedly become a forbidden zone for them. The old sea turtle had been by the turtle sage's side for centuries and, as a marine creature itself, was well aware of this fact. It turned out to be a raft. Was someone coming this way? The old sea turtle was astonished, since the turtle sage had retreated to Turtle Island. No one had come to visit, for no one knew that the former deity of martial arts resided on this desolate isle. The old sea turtle called out to the turtle sage, who was engrossed in a television program. Turtle sage, it seems someone is approaching. Out on the distant sea. At that moment, Cavasil was seated on the raft, his right hand shielding his forehead as he gazed at the small island ahead. Really? Behind the raft, the spirited little Wukong, propelling the raft with his swift swimming, abruptly halted with joy. He dove into the water, resurfacing before the raft, hand on his brow, and indeed spotted a peculiar little dwelling. At last, they had arrived. Little Wukong, bare-skinned, climbed onto the raft, retrieved clean clothes from a plastic bag, and fastened his Rui Jingu bang on his back. Let us go. Cavasil beckoned. With a whoosh, the two brothers, undeterred, leaped from the raft, soaring through the air and landing with a resounding thud. Hello, are you the turtle sage? Little Wukong cheerfully inquired of the old sea turtle. Kawizir, the black line, had actually come specifically to seek out the old man. The ancient voice of Master Rashi resonated as he emerged from his dwelling, leaning on his wooden staff. This little fellow possesses quite a formidable aura, he mused, immediately recognizing Kawizir, the master of martial arts, and perceiving the vigorous life force emanating from him. Then, his gaze fell upon the vibrant Rui Bang, slung over the back of the young son Wukong. Ah, is that not the Rui Bang? Master Rashi exclaimed in astonishment. Who are these two little ones? What relation do you have to Son Gohan? Our grandfather is indeed Son Gohan, Wukong replied with curiosity. Old man, who are you? Do you know our grandfather? The moment he spoke, a flash of light glimmered off Master Rashi's sunglasses as he replied softly, I am Master Rashi, and your grandfather. Son Gohan was my disciple. You are Master Rashi? Wukong gasped, turning to glance at the old turtle lying on the ground nearby. Greetings, Master Wu Tian. Before our grandfather passed away, he mentioned you to us, which is why we have come to seek your guidance, Kawizir said politely. I am Kawizir. And this is my brother, Sun Wukong. Passed away? Master Rashi paused in silence. Though he had lived for several centuries and had long since become indifferent to life and death, the loss of his esteemed disciple was a poignant sorrow. I see. Then you may stay here with me, he said, shaking his head and sighing as he turned to re-enter his abode. Brother, is this old man even more formidable than grandfather? Wukong inquired. He is our grandfather's master. What do you think? Kawizir replied. Wukong pondered, recalling the elderly figure who often seemed unfazed while he himself was left bruised and battered. With a serious nod, Wukong affirmed, he truly is impressive. Let us proceed. Kawizir said, patting Wukong's head. We must strive to train even harder. Indeed. Of course. Wukong exclaimed energetically as he followed his brother into the turtle hermit's dwelling. In summary, this tale recounts a youth who, by unfortunate circumstances, finds himself transported to the era of the East Kaishan, 75 million years prior. Amidst indulgence and leisurely living, he inadvertently becomes the savior of the entire universe.